and welcome to Manchester and Buxton Kart Club from Three Sisters for the 2023 Gold Cup meeting. We're going to have a nice little paddock show and we're going to make our way into scrutineering and have a quick chat with our winners from heat number 3 from Honda Cadet. So first driver we're going to hopefully get a chat with. We're going to wait for them to come in. We're on the scales. Theo Bradshaw still with the helmet on. Theo, a difficult start to the day with the first couple of heats, but you've had the pace to come through. Raced really, really well in that one, but it was a train of karts all the way through. You must be really happy with how the day's ended at least. Talk us through it from the start though, how we started to where we are now.
So through the start I was pushing Joshua Sullivan to build a gap on the people from behind, and then he was too slower than me, so I had to overtake him and pull a gap, but he was still on my bumper. Then what's his name? Joshua 27 came into play, so then I had to defend my position. Archie Loveridge came around the outside and he got onto a wet patch, so from there I just pulled a gap after that.
Good. Going into tomorrow, we've got another heat, we've got the super heat and a final. Confident of being able to take that Gold Cup home?
Yeah, confident. Just need to stay calm in the races and yeah.
Good stuff, Theo. All the very best. Let's have a quick chat with P2. Will Howard, talk us through the day. We took a victory on track in heat number 2, having been second in heat number 1. Results didn't go the way in terms of post-race penalties, but you've come through the field there for P2. Must be really, really happy with that.
Yeah, it's all right. It was a difficult one, but you just have to push through it, and yeah, it was a good race though.
Yeah, really, really tight there in heat number 3. Pretty much nose to tail for the whole race.
I had to just go for my moves when the opportunity came because we were slowly but surely running out of time in the end. It was a bit more of a waiting game.
Yeah, definitely. Good stuff. Cheers, Will. Thank you very much. Quick chat with P3, Joshua Sullivan. 2 heat wins so far today, P3 in that one, but looked like a really, really good race for all of you at the front.
Yeah, it was a good race in total. Theo was pushing me, and then he got past me, and then I just tried to push along, and then Will got me in the final couple of laps.
Yeah, Archie Loveridge getting himself in the mix as well. So I'm going to let you go over there because you need to go on the weighing scale. You jump on while we'll carry the interview on. So drivers going on to the weigh scales. Weight limit is 107, so drivers clear there. So we're going to head off into the paddock and get some reactions from some more drivers. So here at Three Sisters, you'll see to my left over there, we've got pit lane coming in, Parc Ferme area over here, and then we're going to head up for some drivers that are race. In fact, we'll have a quick chat with this young man here. Not that young man, this young man. Dexter Petty, fairly new to karting, certainly outdoor karting. How are you finding things?
I'm finding things pretty good. I did good that race, I think.
Good. First Motorsport UK meeting?
Yeah.
Good. I know we've seen you at a few other tracks at IKR level, so the fair few of actually with the black numbers on for novice runners, but happy with how you're progressing the last couple of months?
Yeah, I'm progressing quite good.
Good. Wonderful, Dexter. All the very best for the rest of the meeting. Right, we're going to head off into the paddock. We'll take a right. There's a man in a suit. We'll have a quick chat. You can run away, but you'll fall over the barrier, so that's fine. You've got your mechanic for company anyway, so it's all about having a little arm around your shoulder. Day so far today, how's it gone?
It's been all right. Crashed a few times, but you know, get back up and keep on going.
Well, it's karting, isn't it? If you haven't crashed at least once, you're not pushing hard enough, are you?
Yeah, exactly. And I always have a mechanic to fix my car anyway. So.
Good. Is he good?
He's all right. Yeah.
Good, yeah. Are you as good as he says you are?
I think I should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's got the right kit for a mechanic, hasn't he? Which is half decent trainers, a pair of shorts, some sunglasses. It's almost like it's pretty much a guard. Well, earring as well. Earring. There we go. It's pretty much good. Well, it says first day of becoming a mechanic. Give you a box. It's got all the essentials in to become a kart mechanic. So we'll have a quick walk up as well. We've got Intermax, by the look of things, about to go out for their third heat. So we've had races all day today, which is Saturday, and we've got more races tomorrow as well. So we've got races still going on. You can see the sun's starting to go down. It is quite cold here at Three Sisters. So we're going to have a quick walk up here, have a quick chat with some of our Inter drivers. As they go, we've got a decent front row up there. A quick chat in here with Riley Murrow. Riley, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised to see you this far back, but again, I did see you come in earlier with the mechanical, so I'm guessing that's it. Any idea what it was?
It was the thingy fell loose when I went for a move. It wasn't really on and came together, and then I obviously had to come in. But until then I was third, so I'm hoping to work my way back up.
So, quite a tight pack. Where do you think we can get to for this one?
Probably about the second row.
Good stuff. So, if you can bring the camera around, what happened with Riley earlier on is here on the rear bumper, I don't want to get too close because I'll have warmed the engine up and I'll burn myself, but down here, this fitting has come out of the axle. That's dropped down onto the floor, and with that being detached, then he's been brought in under a mechanical flag, which means his race comes to a premature end. Can have a quick walk down a little bit further. Get ourselves here. Here we go. JJ, how's the day gone so far? We're quite close to the front, so you must be happy.
Yeah. It's been an alright day, just like getting a couple of places and that.
Good. Going off row number 3, rolling start of course. On the outside, what's the sort of plan when you run up there towards that first corner?
Like, just, like, because, you know, for the left after, I've just got to get on the outside, inside of that so I can, like squeeze them out, sort of.
Absolutely. JJ, all the very best. Apologies if you pick up loads of track noise that we've got down there. Looks like our front row we're watching over there. We'll have a wander in, have a quick chat with Edward Haynes, who's about to go out. Edward, spin yourself round, young man. Camera's over there. You're on pole position here today, but in a few weeks or months' time, we've got a ticket to the Rotax World Finals at Bahrain. Happy with that? Pleased, confident as well going into it, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I'm just really happy to go to the Worlds.
Well, we got that when we were in the Micro Max. Now we're in the Inter. How are you finding the step up?
Yeah, it's not a big difference really. Just need to carry on.
Well, you were at the front in Micro, you're at the front in Inter, so you're probably quite right. There probably isn't a huge difference. All the very best when we go out in a few moments' time. We'll make our way out. We're going to head out the gate in a moment, unless we can find a few more drivers. We can. Isabella, Stansmore, Wilson, helmet, visor back up. We've had a good day so far, haven't we? We've had a P2, we had a P3 earlier on as well. Going off the front row for heat number 3. We've already spoke to JJ Lowe about being on the outside on that long run up to the first corner. Is it all about getting to the inside, or do you think you can stick it out round the outside of Edward Haynes?
It's mainly just trying to get slotted in, or at worst, go around the outside but avoid the wet.
Yeah, is it a bravery move, or is it a case where you think, well, if I can't do it, it's a long race ahead?
It's more as if, like, you go around the outside, there's always, like, a left, I think it's a left coming back out, so it's like you're on the inside for that bit, it's just the run-off bit after.
Yeah, it's quite tight, so you either have to do it, and if it doesn't work out, you're going to lose a couple of places.
Yeah.
Good. Bella, well, I'll let you get seated. I'm going to make my way out of this gate. We'll try not to kill Austin O'Man on the way out by skittling him off that gate. There we go. We'll be polite, though, to the organisers. We'll close the gate behind us as well on the way out. Don't want to get told off by anybody. We'll have a quick wander out as well. We'll have a chat with this man who's got a dead stare forwards, which is a nice way of saying he really doesn't want to talk to me, which migrates me towards you. They're a bit quick, these KZs, aren't they? Yeah. Tell us a bit about him, because I'll try, but I won't do it the same level of justice that you will.
Basically, they're 0-62.2 seconds. They're quite quick around here. Over the top of the hill, we do about 100 mile an hour. So you know they're quite difficult to drive with one hand, 6-speed gearbox. So therefore we're quite confident. So therefore we drive with one hand. So it's difficult.
So when he says drive by one hand, it's because left hand will be here, right hand will generally be here on that gear lever. When you come over the valley and you see the size of that curb on the left hand side, how much does it twitch?
Very, 100% twitchy.
I did a track walk this morning and I looked at it and I thought, that's intimidating. I wouldn't fancy that in a cadet, let alone a KZ.
Yeah, well, it can be very twitchy. Also, it can be very unnerving. Sometimes it can be, depending which way the chassis goes, sometimes it can be, it depends how it reacts all the time.
Plenty going on back here. Loads, good stuff. Thank you very much. We'll have a quick wander out, see if we can chat to a few more. Go. Everyone's queuing up to go out on KZ. I think we're missing one or two that are deciding they might not want to go out for the final practice of the day. It is starting to drop a little bit in temperature. It's quiet in Ultimate R, so we'll leave them alone. We'll head straight down. We'll go down and we'll head all the way around back into the paddock. It's quite busy here at Three Sisters. Nobody home. Yeah, we'll head up here actually. I'm going to take a little bit of a detour and then we'll swing back out because Miles Murphy's walking down. We'll have a quick chat with Miles, so we'll meet him halfway. At least you got briefed by your mechanic you were about to be interviewed, so happy days. We'll walk and talk. So
I charge for this, by the way. Can I send you the invoice?
You can. It'll go unpaid, but you can send it. You can try your luck.
I'll send it to cash.
Yeah, why not? So, Miles, I was about to say, good season, but it must have been quite disappointing at the end when there was 3 of you on the same amount of points and you missed out on a tiebreaker. I don't want to bring up any touchy subjects, but I'm going to anyway because it's fun.
Yeah, it's just how it goes at the end of the day. I mean, at the end of the day, we lost out basically because we only really finished one final, really. We had a few collisions, and it's just how it goes at the end of the day. If it comes down to the 3 on the same points, all you can really say is it's how competitive the championship is, really.
Yeah, really, really good as well. You must be happy, but you've been doing this a few years now.
Keeps me busy.
Yes, something to do, I guess. It's not like you do anything else in your spare time, is it?
I guess you have the computer, I guess. I mean, what am I going to do? Colouring pictures of helmets, go to the gym. What else am I going to do? Go karting.
Well, Christmas is coming up. Some new crayons for colouring your helmets in.
Nah.
I mean, I'm doing you injustice there, aren't I?
Nah, it's probably about right, really. You see, literally, people ask me what I do. I said I can colour it on the computer. That's my job, really. Well, a few websites though, so occasionally you have to copy and paste.
Well, you've coloured for a fair few people that people might know.
Yeah, quite a few. We've got quite a few on the F1 grid at the minute, which they keep me very busy and very, very stressed. I'm going grey massively because of quite a lot of them.
Well, yeah, because they need a new helmet every other weekend, don't they? So,
Well, it's more like obviously they have a main design, which is sort that out basically out in this time of year, December time. And then a lot of the specials, a lot of them are decently organised. There is 1 or 2 which are genuine, like last-minute nightmares, but it comes with the territory. If they pay the bill, you're going to do it, aren't you?
You're all about the bills, aren't you? You want to bill me, you want to bill them. So it's all about the paper.
It basically me holiday, mate. It's got to go in Sam's pocket at the end of the day, hasn't it?
Your holiday at Three Sisters. Oh.
Who needs Las Vegas when you got here, eh?
Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Oh, the champions arrived. Happy days. Let's have a chat. You can walk, but I can walk as well. Solid season, Josh. Talk us through all of it, really.
Yeah, it's been okay in both. Sorry, I moved this out of the way.
Oh, yeah. I forget that there's other people that actually want to come past. They should wait for the camera, really, shouldn't they?
Yeah, no, it's been good in Super 4 and the British, really. I think we need to finish probably top 10 in this one to hopefully win the championship in this heat. So it should be good. I don't know. It's one of them.
Yeah, steady at the British, but one more round. Looks like we're scrubbing some tyres in ready for tomorrow because they're brand spankers.
Yeah, like I said, we've got a heat now, so we'll be using the new rubber for the heat. And then I think tomorrow's forecast quite a lot of rain, which will be something to look forward to. So no, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see how we go.
I mean, these are a handful in the dry, let alone the wet.
Yeah, especially here. I mean, this is like I think we hit 92, 93 mile an hour, which is obviously quite quick in a normal car, let alone one of these. But no, it's a good place for it, and yeah, the rain will make it a lot more tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll let you go and get ready. I'm going to try and squeeze out this way, see if the camera can get through as well, and we'll carry on our paddock walk. We'll go straight up, have a quick chat with Ashton, who's decided he wants to turn away. Ashton, are we all right, matey? No, he's not in the best of spirits after his last heat, so we'll leave him to it. The emotions of motorsport, unfortunately, but we'll don't want to get too much in there when drivers aren't feeling at their best. So we'll keep ourselves going here then at Three Sisters. We'll head to the end. We'll take a right and then we'll cut back in. There's lots of little cut throughs, but I don't really want to cut off too much of the paddock. It's just that the natural part of a paddock show is things like this happen to the right-hand side where there's absolutely nobody in an awning. So you have good intentions of coming up to speak to people, and there's nobody to talk to, which basically means I either have to talk to myself or talk to the cameraman. And he's fairly quiet because he's got some headphones on. So we'll just keep walking up here and see if we can find more people. We've got about 10 seconds and the photographer's getting dragged into this one. So for everybody's sake, we probably want to hope that we find at least one driver or two in a few moments' time. But at the moment, it just looks like it's all motorhomes and fun. Oh, we've got a little party going on up here. We'll see what's going on. There's a big crate of Fosters on the right-hand side that looks a little bit interesting. So, I mean, it's not the greatest interview in the world, but it's quite a nice car. We'll take it. I think them wheels are bigger than my house. So more racing will be empty, and the reason they'll be empty is because KZ have just gone out. We've got a few people in there that don't look like they want to talk to me, so I'll leave them to it. Some puddles as well up here. It has been really, really wet, particularly on Thursday evening before Friday practice. Yesterday morning started very, very wet as well. So you can see we're carrying a fair bit of water. We've got some people in here, so we'll have a quick chat while we're in. Mr. Collinson, it's you again. We've spoke once or twice this year already, so we might as well have a little chat. How's it gone so far today? Not here for practice yesterday, I believe, were you?
No, we weren't. No, we were coming back from holiday.
Straight on the back foot then, really, because it's been straight into a warm-up and then into your heats today. So how's it gone?
Badly. We got collected with a cart, did a column, 2-tracker end, rear axle, and then had the cart to rebuild. And then that one went a little bit better. We ran wide on this corner and we ended up off.
The joys of a paddock show, you see, you can't speak to everybody that's won a race. Sometimes it's just not gone quite to plan. So we'll have a quick chat with Mr. Yao and see how his driver's gone. Has it gone to plan?
I don't know whether there is a plan, is there?
There's never a plan.
He's doing all right. He's sort of pace building up. It's only our second time here. So, yeah, it's a case of tomorrow to play for. But, yeah, he's doing all right.
Enjoying it, though?
He is, yeah. I think.
Well, no, yeah, well, you don't enjoy it. You get the stress of mechanicking.
Exactly.
Good. So. Well, good stuff. We'll have a quick chat with Paul as well. Paul?
Yes, how are you
Are
doing?
you due out soon, or am I in your way?
In Heat 2 there, I had a column bent on lap 2, so the car wouldn't turn right.
And you're out again, yeah?
So we're trying to get that done and straight back. I think we've got Heat 3 finished.
So you'd rather not be talking to me? Back out into, you might catch a bit of sunshine, but that's pretty much all there is left here at Three Sisters. Guessing Sam Pollitt is empty because juniors will be out soon. One or two. Oh, here's a camera. Lewis, I've just spoke to somebody that's just, I said in a paddock show, everybody can't win races. You've won a race today, but unfortunately, it's not gone to plan afterwards.
Well, yeah, it hadn't gone to plan really in the first heat, but I mean, I kept my head. I mean, that one where I just come off, I've won it. I mean, I just kept my head down, really too focused about it. I just cracked on with it, really.
So, 2 races dealt with today, or have we got another one coming up?
I think we have 2 today. I'm not too sure about tomorrow if we have another one, but I only know we had 2 today.
Good stuff, Lewis. Well, all the very best for tomorrow. We'll head down this way. We'll go out the other door. Plenty going. It's a lot warmer down this end than up there, but that's because the door's shut. Talk to me, Jack. What's the day been like?
It's been all right.
It's been all right. Well, it's better than what I've. How's your day gone? He went, not great. I've done a rear axle, a steering column, both track rods, and the rest of it pretty much. So, but happy with how it's gone so far.
Yeah, second and a fourth. So
good stuff. Probably the quickest track that you'll visit this season in certain areas as well. Like it, or is it at times? I've spoken to some people, particularly the KZ lot. They were like, it's a bit intimidating when you come over the valley and you see that massive curve. What's it like in a road tax?
It's all right. It's a bit dangerous if you do go over it though. So
yeah, it's So lap 1, you don't stick it out there, do you?
Yeah, don't stick it over that curve, no.
Not at all. Good stuff. Well, let's move round, because you were sort of giving me the eyes, which was, please don't come to me. And when everybody does it, I just talk to them anyway, because it amuses me greatly. Talk me through your day.
We've had a P3, started P8 this morning after quali, and then P3 to P4 then in Heat 2. So, yeah, it's going all right.
Oh, steady. We'll take that. You know, that should see you through comfortably.
Second
tomorrow.
senior race, so it's going all right.
Oh, yeah, you just moved up, haven't you? Yeah, you pretty much finished the UKC and British season and then just jumped straight up to seniors, get a bit of a march going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
good
it's
stuff.
gone really well.
Good stuff. Shall we leave him out or shall we get him involved?
We'll leave him out.
We're leaving him out. Oh, controversial. We're leaving him out. We're leaving him out. See, and I'm ruthless as well, so I'm leaving him out. Out we come. We'll close the door as well. We'll keep the heat in because it keeps the mechanics happy. There we go. Doors closed. We'll head off. We'll keep going down. We'll head into the middle part in a moment if we can cut through, but we'll head into Jack's Motorsport, see how things are going in here. Driver up the far end. He was looking are we looking happy or sheepish, Jared Fox-Whiteley?
All right, yeah, happy.
All right.
Very happy.
We'll say tough start to the day. It wasn't overly tough, but in terms of actual sort of timing, there was a bit of a change to the schedule and we didn't quite get all of our laps in qualifying. You still managed to stick it mid-pack in group, which was happy, and things seem to have gone okay. I know you were P6 in your first heat. How did the second one go?
Started 10th and then managed to get third. In the end, nearly got second, but just couldn't get it over the line, so yeah.
A track that you've historically gone well at, if we look at the results earlier in the season at UKC, you sort of emerged right towards the front when you came here. What is it that you like about Three Sisters?
It's just very fast, very flowing. The grip level's quite high. It's just a very nice track to drive.
Them KZs help with the grip, don't they? Laying loads of rubber down.
Yeah, especially like they're on the contours, I think, so they're immensely grippy tyres. So just lays down so much rubber that you can just go in so hard into corners and it'll just grip round.
Yeah. Jared, well, thank you very much, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Normally I'd stick my head in and ask what's going on, but there's plenty of activity going on here and it looks far too busy for people to be interested to talk to me, so we'll leave them to it and head back out into the paddock. We'll go left into MLC and see if there's anybody to talk to. I love it when people go and hide. They see the camera coming, they just go and hide, then they run away down there. And then we draw attention to it because, like I said, it amuses me greatly. I was about to head in, but you've headed out. Hi, talk to me. Hello. Introduce yourself, tell me how your day's gone.
I'm Jake Woods. It was going all right until the last heat. I had a bit of contact and ended up in the wall.
I feel bad for asking now.
It's all right.
Tomorrow, fixable? Is it okay and we can get it back out and good to go?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, all the very best. Do we know if, with that, I'm assuming that we'll be straight through, or have we got a B final to go in?
Don't know. Might be just on the edge of it.
Well, I guess we'll just wait until. Look, more people hiding over there as well. They see me coming, and the drivers, they want to have a chat, and other people don't. So it's great. But so tomorrow, potentially wet. How do we go in the wet?
Both fast in the dry and wet, so I'm not really bothered.
Happy days. Right. Well, I'm going to head in here. Any more drivers in? There is some drivers in. Let's head in. Sorry, I've come to ruin your conversation so I can speak to the driver. So tell us how your day's gone. It's been temp went up earlier on. Now it's got quite cold. But how's the day gone as a whole? Feeling good.
Yeah, good in the last heat, but not so good in the first heat because we got driven over, and yeah, we DNF'd the first heat. So in the second heat, just recovering, and then just go again for the final.
New team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've noticed you were in the green earlier on, but also you were in Jack's, who were next door. So is it one of them where you fall out with your neighbour, or is it all good?
No, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
They pay me to ask the difficult questions, you see. Good. Well, they didn't. I just take it upon myself. But yeah, so Happy with the pace, other than obviously the issue in the first one. Happy with the pace going into tomorrow.
Yeah, we were second fastest in that heat, so the pace was really good. So we just have to keep on going forward for the final.
Happy days. Is that you done now, or does the mechanic? Oh, one more. I was thinking either that, or you're doing very well to stay and watch the mechanic do all the cleaning.
Yeah.
Good. Happy days. Well, we'll head out. They just keep coming back in. I've chatted to you already. Look, he's following me around. It's like he wants 2 chats. We can't do 2 chats. So we'll head into BSR. Darryl, where's your driver?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Well, it's good to see that you've learnt something. The axle's coming out to be cleaned.
She's coming out to be cleaned. Yeah, do you want me to text to see where she's at?
Well, I mean, if she can get in the next 30 seconds, it'd be quite helpful. You can fill if you want, Darryl. Tell us about your day. Tell us about your perfect weekend.
Qualifying this morning, went out on the wrong tyres. Should have been slicks. We went on inters. Qualified 17th in our group. Heat 1, moved up, started 18th. Moved up to 10th. So moved up 8 places. Kart looked great, good. Amy said it felt good. Tyres looked, everything switched on as it should have done. Second heat, moved up from 18th to 14th. So puts us in starting in the A final tomorrow, which is what we came to do really. Just see what we can do from there. Hopefully keep pushing and maybe top 10 at very best. Yeah. 15th we'll be happy.
Big pack though, isn't it? We've got well over 55 junior road taxers. Probably one of the biggest grids outside of UKC that Amy's competed in. So to be pushing up there and be comfortably as well in that A final, you must be quite happy with her progress.
Over the moon, to be honest. Yes, I thought the A final was going to be a challenge. She's made it look quite easy, really. Heat 2, we could have gone a few more places. Obviously, the red flag put a cease to things. She was quicker than the drivers behind. She was quicker than the drivers in front. Could have got 3 or 4 more drivers quite easily, I think. Yeah, over the moon, really. For a big event like this, these are the toughest drivers she's raced against in juniors. And yeah, I'm over the moon. So, looking good.
Good stuff. Cheers, Darryl.
No worries.
Kart to my right hand side, Stanley Clark's kart. He's just moved up from Intermax into juniors for the first time. Bit of a different dynamic to the team in terms of a karting paddock, but wonderful to see. Wendy Mum.
Yes.
Female mechanic, we don't see a lot of them as well, which is fantastic. We'll come to you in a minute. But Wendy, he's just moved up back into juniors now. He was in the Minimax chassis, the 22 spec Mini, which was the larger chassis. He went back down into Inters and now he's back up to juniors again. How's he found it today?
Well, both heats have been red flags, so it's not been brilliant. In the second heat, his plug oiled up on the rolling lap, so he started last when they crossed the line. But he should have started 13th. And then obviously there was a red flag, so we had another 5 minutes of racing, and he was making his way up the field. So a bit short change from heat 2 because we would have made up more places. But yeah, heat 1, he avoided the flipping cart, so he ended up on the grass, but he dragged it off. And I did say to him this morning, I said, now Stan, if you get stuck on the grass, you won't be able to get it off because it weighs a ton. We've got like a whole heap of lead on there. We're maxed out with lead, but he got it off because he's a strong lad. And I think good job, because he's only a little fella, and he's not feeling it. He's not feeling the effects of the junior. Yeah, well,
I watched him. I watched him from the holding area, somewhat heroically drag his cart off the grass back in, because obviously there are no marshals there to help him drag it out. But in order for him to get back on track, he's dragged it off the grass to get himself back out, and had to start from the back. I think got up to P20 then in that first race. So must be quite happy with his first outing back into a larger kart.
Yes, absolutely, but I'm not sure where we will be starting tomorrow. I'm guessing the B final, but our aim for the weekend, for the first race weekend in junior, was to make it to the A final. So fingers crossed we'll be on track for that. But yeah, it's a big learning curve, and the age group for juniors is so vast, and shape and size and strength of these kids, it's also different.
Historically, it's been a male-dominated sport, but we're seeing a lot more female drivers come to the fore, particularly with the advent of sort of female-only races. But we really see them mixing it up in karting. Don't often see female mechanics, which is great to see. How are you finding it in the paddock? Just another mechanic, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really see myself as any different. I grew up as like a female driver, so for me I'm just
working with the same people I've always raced with. So
it's great. We've seen it. Like I do a lot of series where we're getting nearly 10% of our drivers are female, and they're competing. They walk around the paddock, people see them as female, but as soon as the helmet goes on, they're just another driver, and that's really, for me, the best thing that can be out of this. They go out there, they compete with the boys. We've seen female champions in series. Your day, though, with Stan on the spanners, how are you finding him as a driver, the sort of feedback he's giving as well?
yeah, it's been good. Obviously, it's the first day like working with him, so it's been nice to see how he gets on, how he is as a driver. Obviously, it's his first ever junior race, so he's kind of been thrown in the deep end a little bit. But we've had a good day. If it wasn't for the starts, like we've made good comebacks, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow and seeing what he can do. Hopefully, if we can get through the starts, then we can just make our way up. But yeah, hoping for an A final tomorrow. Even if we're in the B, I think he can get through. He's determined enough, and he's made a lot of improvements throughout the day, so that's good.
Good stuff, wonderful. Thank you very much. All the very best to Stan and yourself for tomorrow. We're going to make our way back in. We've got loads of people still heading out for their races as well. We'll head left in a few moments because we've got the Teesside Academy team on this side. Then we'll head off into the right-hand side. At the moment, see if we've got people in here. We've got Max Wilkinson. We'll have a quick chat. Max, now, the first time I saw you this morning, you were coming in whilst the rest of your race was still going on with a fairly battered and bruised kart. So tell us about that, and then I haven't really seen you for the rest of the day, so tell us how it's ended, but we'll start with the beginning.
Just coming down through the X's after the valley, someone spun, I just went straight into them. And then third heat, started 13th, finished 13th, so just all right.
So yeah, steady. First really big grid for yourself as a driver. How are you finding the competition out there?
I'm really enjoying it. Happy with how it's going. So,
well, you can't ask for more than that, can you?
Yeah.
Good stuff, Max. All the very best. We're going to head back round. We'll have a quick chat here with Mr. Channett. I'm very good. Your driver's had a solid day.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Said a third and a fourth. That should put him fairly well up for the superheat tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully top 2 rows maybe, hopefully.
Well, happy days. A track that, to be fair, you were quick at last time we were here as part of the winter series. Yeah. Didn't quite have the day you wanted because you were having a few mechanical gremlins, but when the kart was working, he was very quick. Yeah. Quick as well here at UKC, so maybe another track that he likes?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think I like it more than him, to be fair.
Well, yeah. He's never played it down. I've walked past it. I've gone, you got all right? He's like, yeah, third. It's like most people are like, yeah, I had a third. It was amazing. It's just like, yeah, third.
We played with the red flags, weren't we? I think we could have done maybe better, but red flags didn't help.
Yeah, I think you fourth. I think could have probably been a second. Yeah. You had some good pace in that one.
Yeah, and even in Heat 1, again, got a third, but before the red flag, people were comfortably second as well. Yeah. But it is what it is.
Good stuff, Paul. Thank you very much. Good. Addison Smith's kart. Paul is mechanic there, so we'll head out. Have a quick chat. Owen, how's your driver gone today?
Yeah, he's done well, mate. He's, I think with the grid that he's with, you know, it's big national grid, is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we were speaking to Max a few moments ago. You know, for some of these drivers, this is what we'd class really as their first big meeting. Yeah, you know, with B finals and 55, 60 drivers on the grid. You know, they're used to running at the front at club level, transferring that over to what is historically a more robust level of racing. You know, is good. So, you know, is he done well?
He's very happy. Very happy with himself. The last heat there was a bit. He got tangled up a little bit. So he went from third to about 10th, but I think he's just enjoyed the whole day, mate. He's loving it.
Yeah, happy day as well. To be running up inside the top 10 in class, you know, in your heats, in your first really big meeting, you know, very impressive.
He's happy. I'm happy, mate.
Oh, happy days. Good stuff. Off we go. Let's have a quick chat with Bailey. Bailey, tell us about your day.
I could have done better.
So, well, I've seen some of the results. The pace seems to be there, but, you know, maybe just need a little bit more. But you say you could do better. Another day at it tomorrow, though. Happy and confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah.
Good stuff. We've got another race going on? Or are we just holding... Oh, have you got another race yet, or are you just holding the helmet?
No, we've got no more races.
No more races. Just making sure nobody takes it. So we're just going to keep in the helmet. So... Oh, he was desperate for a chat. Because as soon as I turned away, he went, oh, my shoulders are down. Is that your kart in there as well? Yeah, well, let's go and have a chat. Let's go, we'll come in. I don't know whether the lighting's good, but the voice sounds brilliant. So, Charles, how's the day gone? First of all, that's not its standard colour, is it? No, because I've not seen one that colour. They're normally green, purple, bright orange. That's a different type of orange. What are we on?
We're on a Cosmic. It's just orange.
The purple came out the wrong colour, did it?
Yeah.
Good. Talk us through your day.
Struggle with quality, just mixed conditions. It's unpredictable. Anything can really happen. Started 10th for Heat 1. Did well. Could finish 4th. Heat 2, not so good. Finished 10th again. But I mean, overall, tomorrow's another day. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, 10th and 4th. That should see you through comfortably into the A final.
Yeah, it should do. Yeah.
Yeah, happy days. Well, that'll be nice. Mechanics doing a grand job by the look of things.
Not bad.
Not bad. Well, so I said there was a guy earlier. I went, "You're a good mechanic." He went, "Yeah." So he was confident. You've gone with a not bad.
I think I'll do all right. I think I'll do it. It's not normally sort of used to finishing this early. It's a bit of a short day. So,
yeah, well, I mean, get half an hour, it'll be dark.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, weren't too pleased with Heat 2. You know, red flagged after with 4 minutes to go. Would like to seen the rest of the race carry on so we could have made up some more places. But it is what it is.
Yeah, pace there though, so must be quite confident going in that that you can do all right tomorrow.
Yeah, just need to tweak it a bit. He's got good pace. He's quick round here anyway. So yeah, I think we can still do the business.
Good stuff. Well, we'll head back out. Unless you want to chat as well. No, we thought we were going to do all three in there. Few days. Well, we'll head back out into our paddock here then at Three Sisters. We might even end up with a second loop round, go up that middle one in a few moments. So we see if there's anybody else. We've still got plenty going on here. I think Senior Road Tax is the final race of the day. I think they're due to go out in a few moments' time. Looks like we might have a few more back in Ultimate R at the moment. Nobody in there to chat to. Stan, you might as well stop and talk. I spoke to your mum and I spoke to your mechanic, so I might as well speak to you as well. Talk us through your first day in juniors.
It's been pretty good. There's been the ups and downs, but yeah, overall it's been pretty good. We qualified around 15th in the group, but that put us starting 14th for the first heat and 13th for the second heat. The first one, I tried to go around the outside at turn 1 and learnt that you can't do it in juniors, but you can in inters. So I dropped down to last. I made up a couple of spots, and then it was red flagged. And I to avoid action, we had to go on the grass. So I would then join onto the back of the pack, and then went from there. And we gained another couple of spots. And there was drop downs in front, so then we went up a couple. I don't know where we finished exactly, but that was pretty good. And then in the second heat, we coming around Luna, spark plug oiled up. So basically, all around there, spark plug was oiled up, and then I couldn't catch up to the back of the pack, so I was way off them going down into turn 1. But I caught up to them and overtook some of them, and then I got dropped down. So there was also a red flag, but that didn't really affect me.
Overall, happy with your first foray into juniors?
Yeah, I think I've shown that I can overtake all right. So the pace was a couple of tenths off. So I think I'll be in start towards the back in my super heat, but then I might be in the B final. But I think I'll be near the front if I am in the B final, which is all right because then there's a better chance in the A final, isn't there? Yeah.
Plenty of racing though tomorrow for you to go at. So spoke to both, like I say, spoke to your mum and your mechanic. They both seem really, really happy with your progress throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I mean yesterday we were on some rubbish inters when it was wet, so we couldn't really judge where we were then. But now today it's been a race obviously, and that's been good. So let's take the positives forward onto tomorrow.
Yeah. Happy days. Cheers, Stan. Looks like we've got Austin O'Man waiting patiently for a chat. Austin, you've just come off track. How's it gone for you? I've seen none of it. I've been in the paddock speaking to people. Talk us through how your race went.
Not good at all. First lap, 2 crashes. I had a good drive back, but I think I just needed to be that little bit smarter to get it first. And I just really should have avoided the crash.
Well, we've seen you've got the pace though, because we've definitely seen that throughout this race weekend. Confident going into finals day that we can pull something out the bag?
Yeah. I came into this weekend thinking, oh, well, I'm going to win by 10 seconds. But I guess people have upped their game this weekend and just surprised me.
Well, hopefully we're getting, I know, for you it'd be nice if you could win by 10 seconds. For us watching, we want to see a nice close battle, so hopefully it's a nice close battle. But Austin, all the very best. We'll see if we can, if there's another little cut through up here, we'll see if we can get in. If there's anybody up there, we'll see, because there's sort of a middle run here at Three Sisters that we never really came down because we went up and all the way around. So we'll head our way up and see if we can spot one or two. We've already had a chat with Bailey, who's walking towards us down here, and we'll see if we can. Looks like there's plenty going on in there at the moment, but I'm not sure whether we can get in this side or not. No, then there's fuel cans there and everything, so I'm not ploughing through them. I don't know if we can hook round. We'll have a quick chat with Mr. Quaker. Good, yeah, very good. Thank you very much. How's he gone today?
It's been a mix. We didn't get the best of qualifying, but I think the heats have gone better. The problem is we didn't have much of dry running on Friday, so I think everybody in the grid is playing catch up. Yeah, it's been all right.
Really plays into the hands of those that have already been here 2 or 3 times this year in other series as well, that have had that dry running and that data.
Absolutely, yeah, and having more drivers will just help you gain more data in 2 sessions rather than just one driver.
Well, that's the thing. We've been in some mornings where we've walked in one door, walked down and come out the other door at the other end, and that's the magic of karting, I guess. And I speak to some people a lot, and they say, oh, do you think people that are in big teams and drivers that are running by themselves, do you think there's any resentment? I kind of think that when you're driver that you're running on your own and he beats some of them team drivers, I think that they really, really enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes the feeling much more, much better. But you got to give it to them, to the team. They spend enough financials, to make sure they get the results they want. And to be up there, to be honest, we've got the pace to be up there with them. We just haven't had the luck to be there with them.
You need it sometimes. I mean, I saw him earlier in the year, or towards the back end of last year at Hooton Park, when he was special that day. I think round number 7 of JKC, he was superb that day. So he's certainly got the pace.
Well, it was Minimax last year.
Yeah.
So because MSA changed the rules, he was forced into the juniors. He's only 12, so he's the youngest on the grid there. And he's showing top 5 pace so far, so it's good. It's been good, to be honest. I'm not moaning about it,
No, definitely not, and he's definitely got the pace to compete at the front, hasn't he?
He's hungry enough for the podium if we get the setup right.
Perfect. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Dane Quaker's kart. Speak to his mechanic. No driver in there though at the minute, so we'll head down. We'll take a quick left and see if we can chat with anybody. Oh, there's a pressure washer going. That better not come in my direction. We don't do pressure washing. No, I don't think we've got. No, we have got a driver. I was unsure whether we were driving or not, but then I saw the race suit on the bottom. Good. Talk me through your day.
It was all right. Just trying to keep my nose clean, but it didn't happen in Heat 1. That was absolutely chaotic, and yeah, it was mid.
Well, it happens sometimes. Quite a big grid though on that with them juniors. There's about 55 to 60 of them. So how are you finding it there in that massive pack of juniors?
Well, it's definitely difficult. I didn't really do very well in quali, so I'm sort of near to the back of the grid. So it's trying to just get through and trying to get through to that A final.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We've got plenty of races this weekend with all your heats. Then we've got super heats, B final, A final. So is that the target? Try and get through into the A.
Yeah, definitely. Keep the tyres a lot fresher.
Okay, look after them. Well, looks like they're being hidden down there behind the mechanic, but plenty of work to do tomorrow morning. Nice little warm. We scrub them back in again, or use something else?
Probably just not. Just go on different tyres and then keep them as fresh as possible to keep the best life in them.
Good stuff. All the very best for tomorrow. Nobody else to speak to, so we'll head back out. We don't want to speak to him. Good. Never want to speak to him. So he's hiding. Yeah, he hides at 6'5" or something. He's really easy. It's not like there's a tree for him to hide behind or anything like that. So We'll head back out, try and cut back through, and then we'll head down, see if we can catch a few more coming off from their races, because it looks like there's plenty going on. You can hear them still out on track. Everyone once again is starting to run away. Nobody wants to speak to the man with the microphone. We're not intimidating, I promise. We're really not. It's just a camera and a microphone. We just like to speak to everybody and give them an opportunity to tell us about their karting. There's plenty going on in there. We'll see if there's anybody in the... We had a look in here earlier. It was just like a wasteland. There was nobody in there. So we'll see if we can say hello. Still no drivers. Oh, in fact, even if it was empty, I'm coming in because I felt the heat on the way out. I walked in, it was just, the heat just hit me. I'm going to speak to you, but I'm going to speak to you over here. Or maybe even down here. That is so warm. Talk me through your day. How's it gone?
It's gone all right. I qualified P9 and in the first heat got P10, but then in the second heat it didn't go as well and I got hit off and I finished second last.
Not too bad, but you know, it sounds like we've got some pace.
Yeah, I've had good pace all day, so hopefully I can bring it.
That's not yours, is it? Yours gone? No, you're already gone?
Jet washed.
Oh, is it jet washed and then is it got to be cleaned, or are they putting it straight away? Don't know. Well, you don't know. You don't care, do you? You just turn up. You do the driving. That's it.
Yeah.
Just do the driving. Good. I'm going to pop round and speak to this gentleman over here who's trying to keep his head down. Only because in around about the last 14 months, I've seen your driver in a cadet. Good morning and welcome to Three Sisters in Manchester for the 2023 Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup. KZ2 are already making their way out onto the grid for their standing start for what will be their second heat of the weekend. It's finals day here, and it's also the final round of the Super 4 KZ2 Championship, which is taking place here this weekend as part of the Gold Cup weekend here at Three Sisters. I'm David Sullivan. I'll be taking you through all of today's action. Thank you for joining us early doors for our paddock show, which you'll have seen was carried out yesterday because it was nice and dry. Today, we're not quite so lucky. Wet weather conditions for our drivers to contend with then here this weekend. And we'll upload the rest of the paddock show. I think we managed to cut it short by around about 5 minutes onto the Alpha Live YouTube channel later on this week, and we'll also share it on the MBKC Facebook page. Make sure that you're liking and subscribing both of those for the exciting news and stories that are going to come out of MBKC going into 2024. This being the first meeting back in a couple of years, and now under new stewardship of Cat and Paul Franklin, Manchester and Buxton Kart Club looking to go from strength to strength. This, the first meeting held under the new regime. We had a great day's racing yesterday. We're looking for another great day here today. KZ2 then will kick us off before then we head into Honda Cadet. We've also got Micro Max, Intermax, Junior Max and Senior Rotax on the bill for you here today. Got heats, super heats and finals across all of our classes. KZ2 will run a slightly different format. They did more practices yesterday as they scoring in order for the rest. We'll try and get you through some grids, but they are gridding up quickly already, so we might not get to show you them on the screen. We'll deal with that as we go, but it'll be Alan Kenyon going off the front row with Richard Renshaw panting, Miles Murphy and Adam Holt with Ryan Simpson and Josh Price, the top six. Then it's Ryan Garvey and Michael Watson, Jake Weston and Lee Ward with James Eyre and Neil McClellan on row number 6. Dan Kelly, Byron Kittle, Luke Dawson and Danny Walker, Daniel Fletcher and Andy Walker on row number 9 will round out the 18 kart KZ2 grid here at Three Sisters. Final few runners just getting into position. The 132 moving over to the left-hand side of Danny Walker. The final of the 18 runners. Lights are in the left-hand side of the screen. Red lights go on. Red lights are out in KZ2 with their standing starter away as they head up towards the S's for the first time. Great start by the pole sitter, Alan Kenyon. He'll lead them through as the rest of the field have to contend with the spray. A few of them getting sideways. We've got spinners in the middle of the pack as well. That's going to split the field up. We'll pick out who they are as they bounce down the curbs down Lucy's into the Valley chicane and onto the School Straight. Paddock Bend, and then they'll hook right the way round to the left in a very, very technical complex of corners. See most of them just trying to hook it up on the curve here. We're not really going to get to appreciate the real power of KZ2, but look at the rears squirming as they head out onto the Rogerson Straight and up towards Luna at racing pace for the first time. All of our classes have had practice this morning already, but it was nowhere near as wet as it is now as the fintails come up off the rear wheels. So they cross the line for the first time. Kenyon leads from Miles Murphy, who moves up from P4 to P2 on the opening lap. Josh Price up from 6th into 3rd as they bounce over the curves once again. Then it's Renshaw panting in front of Simpson, Watton, McLennan, Ward, Weston and Garvey, your top 10. Big losers out on the first lap. Unfortunately, it was Adam Holt who was round at the S's on the opening lap. A few drivers had to take evasive action. He's in 17th place. Danny Walker just behind as well. So the rest of the field come through. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. KZ will race to a longer time than what the rest of our field will here this weekend at Three Sisters, because they're doing less heats throughout the weekend. They had one yesterday and one today, and then they'll move into their finals later on, whereas the rest of our classes, with the exception of Junior Rotax, have had 4 heats. Juniors, because they're running on a split grid, will be in a slightly different format. They're running a 2/3 format where they're grouped after qualifying into A, B and C. Each of them will then race against each other. There'll be a B final first this morning where we'll trim the field down. So we've got to move down the inside there. That's for move for 5th place. McLennan down the inside of Watton into Paddock Bend. So they make their way through. It looks, could have actually been, yes it was McLennan down the inside of Watton. Watton unable to hold back, and now he's going to come under pressure from Lee Ward. Driver in the 103 in P7. Just trying to get the power down there. Miles Murphy with the fastest lap off 2nd place, closing in by 0.2 of a second on Alan Kenyon at the front. Miles Murphy, who's had a really, really strong season, was very, very unlucky in the British Championships earlier in the year, scored 555 points, the same as 2nd, the same as 3rd, and he was classified 4th on a tiebreaker, but that just shows how close this KZ2 class can be. Kenyon under pressure now from Murphy, but it's Byron Kittle with the fastest lap in 10th place. He's got a bit of clear area in front of him though to Ryan Garvey in front in P9. Nearly 2 seconds the gap, but he sets the fastest lap. Let's see whether Miles Murphy, who's been able to close up on the back of Alan Kenyon these last couple of laps, he takes a tighter line out of Luna Bend. And once again, the gap is down by another 0.2. And it appears now that Miles Murphy has got the pace on Alan Kenyon, catching one thing, finding a way past another. It's the drivers further down the field that are setting the pace though. Dan Kelly now in 12th place, setting the fastest lap this time round. Confirmation there on the screen of Dan Kelly, 48.337. Took 2 seconds out of Ryan Simpson in front of him on that previous lap, did Dan Kelly. He now sits right on the bumper of the 21 machine. We cut back to the leaders though. And this one is swinging because I think Miles Murphy in a straight line has got a little bit of an edge on Alan Kenyon, but Kenyon through the twistier sections in particular, making his way in the complex just after Paddock Bend, the 2 double left-handers, seems to have enough to get on the power and keep Miles Murphy at bay. Murphy then will close up, as we saw on the straight there, up towards the S's, this complex of a right, left, right. Dan Kelly once again with the fastest lap this time, up to P11 now, having found a way past Ryan Simpson. The field running on the way down. I was speaking in the paddock show just how intimidating that corner is down at Lucy's Valley, particularly in the dry. Drivers will be approaching that a little slower in the wet, but still nonetheless the curve on the left-hand side is fearsome as we've got overtakes in the middle of the pack. We've got another one trying to come down the inside there on the 99 of Michael Watton. It's Jake Weston trying to stick the nose down, was it? No, it looks like Weston is already through. It's Lee Ward who wants to make the move forward this time as they come over the line. And it's still Alan Kenyon and Miles Murphy. And once again, Murphy has got the speed at the end of the straight. Just he probably needs an extra 10 metres or so to try and put a move in. Keep an eye out on Josh Price though, sneaking up in 3rd place on the back of the 2 leaders. Slightly differing lines. Through they go as they pop out of sight slightly as they go through that double left behind the off-road circuit here at Three Sisters. Into Luna Bend, just beyond half race distance already in this 10-minute plus 1 lap. KZ2 second heat of the weekend here at the MBKC Gold Cup, and it looks like we've got lap traffic to contend with in front for Alan Kenyon and Miles Murphy. Could this be the opportunity that Murphy needs to find the way through? He's had the pace to close up, certainly on that sort of straight line, but then through the twistier complex, Alan Kenyon pulls away. Kenyon is through down the inside of Danny Walker. The lap traffic in the top 3 nicely negotiate as the blue board waves on the top of the gantry. And Kenyon through that complex of corners, the tight twist, he seems to have it, and Miles Murphy's going to try and stick the nose down the inside at Luna. Trying something different for Miles Murphy, and now he's on the power, and this could be his opportunity. He's tried something different, and he's going to be alongside as they get up towards the braking zone, and Miles Murphy on the curb on the inside. Kenyon seems to have it scouted and goes all the way around the outside, and Alan Kenyon holds on for one more lap at least. 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Alan Kenyon definitely knows now that Miles Murphy's there, but that move for the two of them has allowed Josh Price to close in once again. Another 0.2 of a second from Josh Price, and he could arrive just as the last lap board comes out. Currently lapping in the 48s. Looks like we're going to get 5 more laps. We could hit 13 as Miles Murphy gets a little bit of oversteer on the way out of the complex. Once again, tries that move where he goes slightly nosing. He's definitely not trying to overtake in there. He's just trying to get a little bit of grip on the inside. Maybe hook the wheel out over onto the curbs. And now Alan Kenyon is going to take a more defensive line to the inside. Murphy's going to try around the outside. Not quite close enough. But now he's a lot closer actually on exit this time as they head up towards Lucy's. But it's very, very single file through there, as you can see. If anybody can remember Imola, probably pre-1990, the Acqua Minerale chicane used to be very single file. It was a right, left, right, very, very similar to Lucy's Valley down there here at Three Sisters. It's a very, very important corner, and Murphy's made a mistake. Murphy's slow, and Josh Price into the back of Miles Murphy. Murphy's on the grass, and he's going to be very, very lucky to get the KZ2 out of there with the weight of that machine on the wet grass. Miles Murphy out of the kart and out of heat number 2. Alan Kenyon then will now have a bit of space at the front with Josh Price. We'll see whether Race Control have got anything to think about there regarding that incident, but it did look like Miles Murphy had made a bit of a mistake coming out of the complex, got the rear slightly sideways, and then Josh Price just had a little bit of overspeed on exit, and Price into the rear. Yellow flag still out, so there'll be no overtaking on the run up to Luna Bend as Miles Murphy's kart is trying to be dragged away there by the marshal. In that wet, wet grass here at Three Sisters, it's long as well. They're going to struggle to get that kart moved. It's just off the racing line. Looks like the marshal's done a good job in order to do that. And more lap traffic being picked off at the moment by Alan Kenyon, the race leader. Now he's going to have a little bit of respite, I think, here, because Josh Price isn't going to be able to get through the traffic, through the chicanes, and that's going to open the gap up from Alan Kenyon, because Price had taken a fraction out of him on that previous lap. Time is down to 40 seconds. They will get round before the time elapses, so there will be 2 more laps here in heat number 2 of KZ2. In this NKF Super 4 final round of the season, Josh Price leading the championship and just needing really to finish these races inside the top 10. P2 will be enough for him, pending any post-race, but he's opening up a gap to 3rd place Neil McLennan, who's come through the field nicely up to P3 in front of Jake Weston and Richard Renshaw panting. Lee Ward, Byron Kittle, Dan Kelly, Michael Watton and Ryan Garvey round out your top 10 as they commence what will be the penultimate lap. Time is down to 0, but the leader's already over the line by the time it elapsed down to that 0, so they'll have 1.5 more laps. And on the previous one, Alan Kenyon now opening up the gap. I wonder whether Josh Price will the gap almost out to a second. Doesn't see much point now in pushing and taking unnecessary risks. Neil McLennan actually took half a second out of Josh Price on the previous lap. They'll cross the line shortly to be notified of the last lap for our race leader, Alan Kenyon. Across there now and into the S's for what will be the final time. The gap out again by another half a second, but another half a tenth or so for Alan Kenyon. Josh Price still pushing, but not taking any unnecessary risk. The bigger picture being the championship for Josh Price this weekend here at Three Sisters, and in treacherous conditions. We've already seen it once already. Anything can happen. The rain now is pretty much coming down sideways. You can see there, the camera shot round, the wind getting up out of the final corner though, through the right-handers on the exit of Luna Bend, and Alan Kenyon will take victory in the opening race of the day here at Three Sisters from Josh Price, who does his championship challenge no harm at all. Neil McLennan rounds out the top three with Jake Weston and Byron Kittle. Your top five, the rest of the field coming through. Richard Renshaw panting, Dan Kelly, Lee Ward and Michael Watton and Ryan Garvey are your top 10, with Dan Fletcher, Ryan Simpson and James Eyre just crossing the line now. A few runners already taking the checkered flag, a lap down or so. Adam Holt, and that'll be Lee Dawson, the final runner on the lead lap, although I do think we'll take the checkered flag in a few moments' time, unless he's peeled off already. Andy Walker and Danny Walker complete the field on track at the very least, and then it'll be Miles Murphy. There is your final runner, Luke Dawson, taking the checkered flag. Miles Murphy retiring with 5 to go. Contact on the way out of the complex with Josh Price. Murphy got a little bit squirrely on exit. Price down the inside, and there was contact between the two of them. Murphy pitched into a spin and onto the grass. There's his cart being recovered. The trolley waiting. Thank you for everybody who's joining us here today then at Three Sisters for the MBKC Gold Cup. Thank you for everybody that has already got in touch via the live chat comment. Mean Place 1, 2, 3, 4 saying come on to the BLR tent. Emma saying good luck to Harry Hurst Grover and all of the X-Kart team. Marcus 014, how's it been, Alpha Live. Steve Wild as well saying good luck to Finn Leslie. It was a tough day for Finn yesterday, we'll get to that later. Next grid for you though, as you can see there, waiting to go here then at Three Sisters. It's time for heat number 4 of the weekend for Honda Cadets. Miles Murphy's cart being recovered there, the trolley coming to meet it. In the meantime, we will run through a grid for you for our Honda Cadet class. It was a great day of racing yesterday. On track, at least, we had 3 different race winners, with Joshua Sullivan, Will Howard and Theo Bradshaw taking on-track victories. There was post-race penalties applied, which in Heat 2, which promoted Sullivan up into P1 for that race. So he's had 2 victories and a 3rd place yesterday. So we will run through the grid. We've had a slight malfunction, but it will be Theo Bradshaw and William Howard going off the front row of that one. Row 2 will be Joshua Sullivan and Archie Loveridge, with Lewis Hall in P5. We'll have a look at the results yesterday. We've had a slight malfunction on the timing there, but we'll run through what was the grid yesterday for our Honda Cadet class. They've done a start as you finish format. So heat number 3 results yesterday, Theo Bradshaw and William Howard, with Joshua Sullivan and Archie Loveridge on row 2. Then it was Lewis Hall and Margaris Kavekis will start this one on row number 3 in front of Edward Ryan, Thomas Harper, Ashton Horsepool and Archie Cannon are on row 5. Red Linden, Samuel Yeadon on row number 6, Charlie Stapleton and Dexter Petty on row number 7, with Luke Jardine and Tom Nichols on row 8. Robin Ashton rounding out your 17-car Honda Cadet grid. So you'll notice when our Hondas come out, in fact you can see it there, William Howard in the 27 on the right hand side, Joshua Sullivan on row number 2. They've got black numbers with black background with white writing. That denotes that they are a novice driver, having only just taken their Motorsport UK ARCS licence, which allows them to race in Motorsport UK events. They've been racing for a long time, as have most of the drivers on this grid, and, but they've only just sort of stepped up to racing at Motorsport UK level. So we've got a mix of drivers in terms of their experience at this level of racing. They'll come round. Honda Cadet as well will have a standing start. Them and KZ2 are on a standing start. They'll get a 1.5 lap warm-up to try and get some heat into the tyres, although really in this one it's just about exploring where the grip levels are in what is now a much wetter track than what the practice session was this morning. In pre-practice it was a 3-lap warm-up. Joshua Sullivan was quickest in that 3-lap warm-up, but the track now a lot wetter than what it was. It was damp with no real standing water. Now you can see, particularly at the bottom of the S's and on the entry actually, see on the background there, just to the right of the marshal's post, there's an exit road for vehicles to get onto circuit, and the water runs out of the trees and effectively creates a river across the track, makes it very, very treacherous. So our heats for our Honda Cadet class have been a start as you finish format, and this will be the final one of those. Then points will be added together from them 4 heats to set the grid for the pre-final, the super heat, which effectively will form a pre-final later on, and then the results from that will set the grid position. So Theo Bradshaw in the Zip Factory kart pulls the car onto the pole position side of the grid. William Howard alongside. Thank you very much, of course, to you watching. Thank you as well to our sponsors that are flicking round in the top right-hand corner of the screen as well. NRG Karting providing support here this weekend in terms of spares. Their van is just next to the commentary box here. Three Sisters, final few runners just getting repositioned on the grid by our on-track clerk there, Nigel Pritchard. Thumbs up from the back, the lights will go on to the left-hand side of our drivers. Everybody's head craning to the left, they're out very quickly, and we are away and racing. Good start from Archie Loveridge. William Howard bogging down off the start. He's been swamped by the drivers on the second and third row as they head up to the first corner. Sullivan on the inside gives Theo Bradshaw a helping hand as they make their way through, and he's up past Archie Loveridge and back up into second place. Loveridge, though, with a great start as they head down the hill of Lucy's Valley towards the right-hander. Onto the school straight, they'll head up towards Paddock. Everybody through nice and cleanly as they head up towards Paddock Bend. Theo Bradshaw leading from Joshua Sullivan and Archie Loveridge. William Howard looks like he's battling back. Is it now up into 4th place after that terrible start? But William Howard just did not get away as they head up towards Luna. Theo Bradshaw sends out the request there to Joshua Sullivan to push and push on. Sullivan, though, slow round Luna. Will he get on the power earlier? Slow in, fast out, the top 3 already starting to try with a bit of a breakaway here. William Howard, though, notoriously quick in the wet weather conditions. I would expect him to come back into the mix here as this race counts down. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Theo Bradshaw, Joshua Sullivan and Archie Loveridge the top 3. Then it's William Howard, Lewis Hall and Edward Rye. Samuel Yeadon, Margaret Quebec's Thomas Harper and Archie Cannon round out the top 10. Good opening lap from Tom Nichols, 16th up to 11th for the driver of the 74. Now in front of Dexter Petty and Ashton Horspool, Red Linden, Charlie Stapleton, Luke Jardine and Robin Ashton round out the 17 Kart Honda Cadet grid. Throughout the weekend, keep an eye out for Ashton Horspool. He's been very, very good in the wet weather conditions in the practice here on Friday. Dropped 4 places on the opening lap. The big one, though, Samuel Yeadon making up 5, 12 up to 7th place. So, across the line, Theo Bradshaw, look over the shoulder. Sullivan again on the push there, little nudge into the rear. No harm done. What they're trying to do there is bump draft down the straight because they want to break away. Archie Loveridge, in 3rd place, came right through the field yesterday to lead heat number 3. Ended finishing the race in 4th, made a slight mistake, went wide on the exit to the corner they've just gone round there at the exit of Lucy's Valley. went off track on the outside, came back on, sideswiped into Theo Bradshaw. It was completely unintentional. He needed to get back on the track, and as he looked to the right, they just came across. Bradshaw then was slow, but Sullivan got into the rear and fired Theo Bradshaw through back into the lead. It slowed Sullivan, and William Howard got through, and that's how they finished. Bradshaw, Howard, Sullivan and Loveridge, the top four in heat number 3. There was some great racing yesterday in the dry, which a lot of it involved some superb NASCAR-style bump drafting. Ashton Horspool there in the white car on the back of Archie Cannon. William Howard, though, with the fastest lap as Margaris Kavekis and Thomas Harper battling it out. Harper there in the retro sticker kit, and Harper's forced wide as Kavekis throws the rear end round, and Thomas Harper, arm up off the wheel, not happy, needs to push that to the back of his mind. He's only dropped 2 places. Warning for Red Lind in P13. 2 leaders, though, on a bit of a breakaway at the moment. William Howard in front of Edward Rye, closed in 0.2 of a second on the previous lap. Bradshaw with a 7th in heat number 1 yesterday, followed it up with a P3, which was then promoted to P2, and he's had a win as well. Sullivan behind him with 2 wins and a 3rd place. 2nd place enough for him. Should well be enough to put him on pole position for the pre-final if he can hold on, but it looks like he's falling away from Theo Bradshaw, and Archie Loveridge is closing in by at the rate of around about 1/10 of a second. Bradshaw with the fastest lap, so maybe it's not that Sullivan and Loveridge are dropping back into the clutches. It could well be more of the fact that Theo Bradshaw has turned this one up ever so slightly. Gap out to half a second, Sullivan dropped a quarter off, but behind Edward Rye is now in front of William Howard, and is starting to pull away as well. He looked very, very quick in the wet in Friday practice as well, did Edward Rye, and when it started to dry, the kart looked like it was on rails, that 950 MS chassis that he's on, going very, very well in the wet. Standings as we are: Bradshaw from Sullivan, Loveridge, Howard, Rye, Hall, Eden, Kavekis, Horspool, and we've had a slight change halfway down. We'll come to it in a few moments. Sullivan now with the fastest lap, closing right up on the back of Theo Bradshaw. Change in the pack was Edward Rye getting past William Howard. We saw it skittle at the top in the top left corner on the timing. Eden is in 7th behind Lewis Hall. Kavekis, Horspool, Cannon and Harper. Nichols, Lynn, Petty, Stapleton, Ashton has found a way past Luke Jardine, who looks like he's made a mistake because he's dropped 5 seconds on the previous lap, and he's down into P17, having run in 15th. 2.5 minutes remaining. The 2 leaders have migrated back together. Sullivan 0.3 of a second out of Theo Bradshaw on that previous lap. At the same time, opened the gap up by around about 0.4 of a second to Archie Loveridge. Loveridge, though, still within touching distance. These 2 drivers, and now Sullivan, it looks like he's got quite a bit of top end into the slipstream. He's closing up on Theo Bradshaw up towards the S's. Archie Loveridge now with the fastest lap. Sullivan wider than Bradshaw. Bradshaw looks like he's got a little bit more bite on the front end. Sullivan looks like he's got a little bit more top end speed, but now Archie Loveridge coming back into the mix, the tail end of this race. He looks over his shoulder, realises that he's got some breathing room to Edward Rye behind him. That'll give him a couple of opportunities to have nibbles at Sullivan and Bradshaw in front without losing any opportunity. Sullivan in the difficult position here in the middle of the sandwich. If he goes for a move on Bradshaw and it doesn't work out, there's a fairly good chance that Archie Loveridge will come through. So he has to be careful. 1:20, currently lapping in the 56ers. 3 laps to go in Honda Cadet. Another look over the shoulder from Theo Bradshaw as Archie Loveridge wipes the rain away from the eyes. Sullivan jacks the kart in, still with that tinted visor on. I think he'll go clear later on. Look over the shoulder halfway round the corner. That's a brave move. Down the hill at Lucy's. William Howard just falling away now off the back of Edward Rye. The field seems to have spread out a little bit at the front to the top 3, all fairly equidistant apart. There was a change in the top 10 on the previous lap. Ashton Horspool has come from 13th up to P7. And in these wet weather conditions, he'll be one to watch at the end of the day if he can make similar progress in the pre-final later on to give himself a chance of a podium in the final. They'll cross the line now with 15 seconds or so to go. All the drivers with a bit of a head crane. And now it's Edward Rye's turn to set the pace in P4. Keep an eye out for him. There he is, closing up on the back of Archie Loveridge. He's smelling third place. And on the previous lap, he was 6/10 quicker than the 73 in front of him. As the field once again barrels down that hill at Lucy's. Bradshaw with another look over the shoulder though. The gap out to 4/10 of a second. Fairly equidistant still between them, 4/10 between the leaders. Another 6/10 back to Loveridge, and now it's Loveridge who's looking nervous with the look over his shoulder. Look again back at Edward Rye, who was closing in. It was 6/10 he took out on the previous lap. He's going to be there or thereabouts to get a run, I think, out of Luna Bend on the final lap. Time is down to 0. Last lap on the being held out for our race leader. For Theo Bradshaw, Joshua Sullivan takes a little bit out, but not enough as Bradshaw goes in there, goes in hot. Gets the kart to bite though. Exits the corner, the top four now with all within a camera shot. 1.2 seconds between Sullivan still pushing, hitting the curb on the inside of Lucy's, trying to close in on Theo Bradshaw. Does so ever so slightly down Lucy's. He's going to get one real lot more opportunity, and he's closing right up on the back of Theo Bradshaw into the complex. The leaders coming back together on this final lap. Bradshaw, though, with 2 or 3 kart lengths, should have enough to hold on. It's pretty much flat out now. Turn in. Get that kart to bite. Sullivan, he's going to aim for the cutback. Takes a slightly wider line. Bradshaw's going to have enough, though. As they come out of Luna Bend, Edward Rye in the background trying to close in on Archie Loveridge. Theo Bradshaw wins from Joshua Sullivan and Archie Loveridge. Edward Rye in P4 with William Howard, a lonely P5 just off the back, but he's got a big gap back to the rest of the field that are still battling round Luna Bend. Lewis Hall defending off Ashton Horspool for P6. Horspool in 7th in front of Yeadon Harper. Margaris Kavekis in P10 with Archie Cannon and Tom Nichols. Red Lind, Charlie Stapleton and Dexter Petty. Luke Jardine and Robin Ashton round out your 17 kart Honda Cadet grid. Just over 3/10 was the gap at the end as Sullivan closed in on Theo Bradshaw, particularly in the twisty complex in the middle, but Bradshaw had enough to hold on from Joshua Sullivan for his second race victory of the weekend. 2 heat wins for Sullivan, 2 for Theo Bradshaw. We're poised nicely with Honda Cadet on a knife edge as we go into our Super Heat finals later on. It's time though to move on to our Rotax classes, the first of which will be Intermax, and they are ready to go with Edward Haynes on pole position. Grid then for Inters. They're heading out onto track for their race here. Heat number 4 for Intermax at the MBKC Gold Cup 2023. Edward Haynes and Charlie Vary on the front row with Jack Collinson and Riley Murrow on row 2. Louis Radcliffe and JJ Plowman on row number 3. Then it's JJ Lowe and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who had a good day yesterday, particularly in the first 2 heats, got pushed off onto the grass, and that's why she starts P8 for Heat 4. Jensen White and Bailey Wolfe are on row 5 with Rio Wardali and David Hyams on row number 6 to complete your Intermax grid. Edward Haynes was the one to beat yesterday, though. Keep out for Riley Murrow. In the first race, in heat number 2 yesterday, he's called into the pit lane under a mechanical flag. His rear bumper came off the back of the kart. He then went from 12th to 4th in heat number 3, and will be looking to go from 4th to try and challenge Edward Haynes at the front. This one, Haynes, a formidable driver, already booked his slot to the Rotax World Finals in Bahrain via the Micromax class. Has moved up now into Inters because this will be the class he will be contending in when he goes to Bahrain for that Rotax World Final in a few weeks' time. Field needs to come together. Haynes just going to get this one slowed up. The final runner into position on the back of this one. Will we get going at the first time of asking? Keep an eye on the lights. They extinguish and we're away and racing. Everybody trying to get to the inside. And it's a 22. Riley Murrow from P4. What a start for the 22. He's down the inside of Edward Haynes into the S's. Haynes is going to come back. Murrow doesn't want to be on the outside of the valley. Nobody wants to be on the outside of the valley. You end up on the grass and in the mud and down a number of places if that happens. But Riley Murrow, what a start as he makes his way through from P4 into second place. And now Charlie Vary's found a way through as well in the 73. He's up into second place. Third is Edward Haynes. Then it looks like it's Jack Collinson in the SPR colours with the turquoise helmet with Louis Radcliffe in P4. We'll call it as they go over the line. This time around, end of the first lap, and it is now Charlie Vary who's found a way through with Edward Haynes behind, and Haynes into the back of Vary, forces Charlie Vary wide into the S's, and Edward Haynes is back through into the lead. Vary then down into second. Murrow drops from down into third place, having gone from fourth to first, back down to third. Collinson sits in P4. Radcliffe, Lowe, Plowman, Stansmore, Wilson, Wardally, Jensen White and David Hyans. Looks like we are missing one who hasn't made it out. It's Isabella Stansmore Wilson. No, it's not. She's in P8 still. In Intermax, we'll try and keep an eye out who it is. It could be the 13 of Bailey Wolf. It is indeed the 13 of Bailey Wolf. So down to 11 runners. Wolf not making it out for some reason. Just going to have a quick look in the holding area to see whether that cart's still there. Doesn't look like it is for Bailey Wolf, but he hasn't come back into pit lane, so it looks like he hasn't managed to make it out onto the grid at all. Charlie Vary back into the lead on Edward Haynes. He led over the line last time, and he leads over this time as well. So for in terms of the history books, Haynes never led, but he definitely did down the inside of Charlie Vary into the S's on that previous lap. Move up as well by Rio Wardally, found his way past Isabella Stansmore Wilson for 8th place on the previous lap. The top 6 though, nose to tail. Then there's a gap back to JJ Plowman. Driver over from the Isle of Man. Probably very used to these sort of conditions over there in the Isle of Man. Running in P7 with Rio Wardally for company, although trying to figure out where Wardally's gone, because it doesn't look like he was in the background. We'll keep an eye out to see whether he drops down the order behind JJ Plowman. He does indeed. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Jensen White as well, finding a way past, and David Hyans has passed Rio Wardally. Wardally down into 11th. He's crossed the line, so he is still running. All of our drivers noting 3 laps. If you do want to have a look at live timing as well as the live stream, it's live.alphatiming.co.uk/MBKC. You can follow your drivers on there as well as here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Do give us a like and subscribe. Once you've subscribed, you can get involved in the live chat comments, and you can let us know who you're supporting here from the 2023 MBKC Gold Cup. Charlie Vary with the fastest lap on the previous lap is leading the way from Edward Haynes. Has broken away slightly, 2.5 or 4/10 of a second. He was 2/10 quicker on the previous lap. Warning for Rio Wardally in the number 12 machine, having dropped down into P11 that previous lap. And oh, wide, that's Riley Murrow going up and over the curb. That's what I said earlier, you don't want to be wide over the valley, and that's what happens. Murrow does really, really well there to land that one back with the wheels facing in the right direction. Edward Haynes has closed up on Charlie Vary. Once again, as they head towards Luna Bend, will he make the move, or will he continue to try and push on the back of Charlie Vary? It looks like there's a move coming as Vary goes wide. And Vary parking the car, not on the white line, but just warding off Edward Haynes. Jack Collinson with the fastest lap, and he's up into third now. That mistake by Riley Murrow, but Collinson was already in P3. Murrow now under pressure from Louis Radcliffe. Fourth place, Radcliffe going well in these wet weather conditions. Keep an eye out on that battle for fourth place. Radcliffe there, and there's contact between the two of them. It already looked like Murrow was going slightly wide. Radcliffe gets a little nose into the rear. Murrow, though, lives to fight another corner. But Louis Radcliffe is through into fourth place. It did look like Murrow had gone slightly wide there, although that is the line in the wet. You go wide off the traditional racing line. And Louis Radcliffe with the nose down the inside. We'll see whether that is picked up post-race in these wet weather conditions. We'll see what's happening. What is happening towards the front, though, is Jack Collinson. He is currently watching this party through the window, but give it a lap or so and he'll definitely be trying the door to enter. A tenth quicker than Vary and Haynes on the previous lap. In an ideal world, he actually wants Haynes now to catch Vary, because one move from Haynes on Vary and Collinson will be right in the mix here. 2 minutes to go. We're going to get well over 10 laps, I think. They're wrapping in the 53, so currently around about a second faster than what the Hondas were doing. The Dunlop tyre does seem to work a little bit better in the wet. The Inters have got a lot more power, but their wet tyre doesn't quite have the same tread depth. And this time round, Collinson falls away ever so slightly off the back of Edward Haynes in second place. Vary with the fastest lap, so looking at Collinson, he did actually set a personal best on the last lap, did Jack Collinson. So it's more that Vary and Haynes pulling away. Haynes with the Vary with the fastest lap, Haynes with a personal best. Collinson in third place with Louis Radcliffe P4. Then it's Riley Murrow, JJ Lowe, JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Jensen White. Rio Ward Ali back up now into 10th. David Hyans running 11th. Bailey Wolf not out on track in the number 13 machine. As they cross the line with 49 seconds to go, lapping in the 53s, so 2 to go. And Haynes is the quickest driver on track this time round. 2/10 quicker, and is right up on the back of Charlie Vary as they head down the hill towards Lucy's for the penultimate time. Round the right-hander, named after Joey Dunlop. Down the School Straight, which is where the pit lane is that they use for the higher karting, and they used to start when they motorbike race there as well. I've seen them start on that straight as well as where we're starting for the karts, which also has motorbike grid slots marked out on track as well. Edward Haynes trying to get the power down on Charlie Vary as they cross the line for what will be the last lap board. They'll see on the right-hand side, and Charlie Vary naturally migrating to the inside. Haynes is going to take a wider line and try and maximise the exit speed, but they'll head down towards Lucy's and it will be single file. They've not come together early enough really here for Jack Collinson to get into the mix, but third place, a superb result for Collinson, the driver from Hartlepool. Behind him, Louis Radcliffe, not being able to close in, but did find that way past Riley Murrow a few laps ago. 2 corners to go, the left hand on the entry to Luna, then Luna Bend for Charlie Vary and Edward Haynes. Haynes into the back of Vary. Haynes forces Charlie Vary wide. Certainly some thought to be given there by the Clarking team. They're side by side over the line. Haynes takes it by a fraction on the track at the very least, with that move into Luna Bend on Charlie Vary. Charlie Vary in P2, Collinson P3, Louis Radcliffe and Riley Murrow with JJ Lowe in front of JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Jensen White with Rio Ward Ali and David Hyans are your top 11 here for your runners. Haynes and Vary the top 2 in what was a contentious finish, but we'll leave that to the powers that be to sort out post-race. On track at least, Haynes and Vary very, very evenly matched. Collinson and Radcliffe 3rd and 4th in front of Riley Murrow and JJ Lowe. JJ Plowman and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. To Jensen White in his first intermeeting in front of Rio Wardali and David Hyans, your runners. We're going to stick with Rotax for you as the field make their way off. We're going to go down to the baby in the Rotax family. It's time for Micros. Into the live chat comments as always. We'll be dipping in and out of them all day, so feel free to get in touch with myself directly in the commentary box. Good morning to Joshua Owen, who says good morning, David. And I'll say good morning to you too, sir. And good morning to everybody watching. Logan Jones goes off pole position, having won heat number 3 with Josh Cook alongside. Austin Oman and Drew Davidson are on row number 2 with Harris Barber and Harry Radcliffe on row number 3. Then it's going to be Elsie Gannon and Buddy Hugo, who was fastest in qualifying yesterday morning, but had his time removed, which dropped him down the order for a front fairing penalty. Then it's Jack Mellon and Layla Bell rounding out your top 10 with Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson on row number 6. 1.5 laps of warm-up then as they come out halfway round the track here at Three Sisters. But then on the rolling in lap, they come in after half a lap because the exit off track is down near Lucy's Valley, so probably works out for the best. They get more time to heat up their tyres, and we get our drivers off track nice and quickly, which means that we've got no waiting time between our races. Looks like we just needed drivers to get themselves back into position. Logan Jones falling out of the slot ever so slightly there on the rolling up lap. They're coming in. The pace is quick. I would guess potentially too quick because we've got drivers off the back, and Jones has now slowed it back down again. The lights are out early and they're away and racing here in Micro Max. Wasn't entirely sure we were going to get this one going, but Austin Oman is going to try and make the move up from second place. He's going to slot back in front of Josh Cook, who drops out of second down into third. Logan Jones, though, will lead them over the hill and down into Lucy's Valley for the first time. Layla Bell hasn't made a great start. She drops down to 12th in the very distinctive black and pink machine. Field very serenely on this opening lap, just trying to find their feet really in these wet weather conditions. Buddy Hugo, though, looks like he's making the moves. Keep an eye out for the yellow cart appearing in shot just off the back of what I believe is Drew Davidson's number 70. He's up into 6th place already, is Buddy Hugo, having started in 8th place. They'll cross the line then for the first time. It's Jones and Oman, then Josh Cook and Drew Davidson, Harry Radcliffe and Buddy Hugo. The big mover up 2 on that opening lap in front of Harris Barber. Jack Mellon and Elsie Gannon. Layla Bell is indeed actually still in 10th. Done her a disservice. It looked like she dropped down to 12th, but she's got a good gap actually on Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson. She appears in shot. And Jamie Walsh in the Tony Kart colours behind. 2 leaders though on a little bit of a breakaway here. Josh Cook and Drew Davidson 3rd and 4th. Could do with a little bit of a work together if they can try and keep up with the 2 leaders, but looks like Austin Oman's got a bit of a plan at the minute, and that is to turn this one into a 2-horse race. But as he goes through the puddle there, look at the steam coming up off the engine, the hot engine just getting hit by that water, so we're definitely puddling up on the entry into Luna Bend, and you can see the steam. You can actually see as well how much that slowed Oman down going through that puddle, the extra friction of going through the water, slowing Oman down. It's lost a kart length or 2 to Logan Jones, although we'll close that one up. Buddy Hugo up in now in front of the 26 of Harry Radcliffe. So come down the hill, so Hugo with another place gained from the start. 8th up into P5 for Buddy Hugo there in the yellow colours. Radcliffe with the white and purple helmet in the Sam Pollitt Racing liveried machine. Buddy Hugo in his traditional yellow and black, but running out of the Strawberry Junior team awning under the guise of Mark Baines Motorsport here this weekend. He's starting to pull away actually from Harry Radcliffe. Fastest lap of the race from Austin O'Man. Lead taken by Austin O'Man down the inside into the S's. Great move by O'Man. Great work by the camera team as well, just to catch that one as the overtake was going, as we were talking about O'Man's fastest lap. And Austin O'Man. And then O'Man makes a mistake on exit. O'Man is slowing! O'Man is slowing! He's going to be out of this race! Austin O'Man out of the corner, went to engage Power. Power said no, and Austin O'Man will roll out of this race. And there he is, the kart's just ground to a halt on the outside. The clear visor showing the disappointment as O'Man watches the karts go by. And Austin O'Man, who was on for the victory here at Three Sisters, will be classified in P12, and he may not even pick up any points because we've not got to half race distance. Gutting for Austin O'Man. I feel for him. I can only imagine how he's feeling at the moment. Logan Jones re-inherits the lead. Josh Cook up into P2 with Drew Davidson and Buddy Hugo. Now up into P4, closing in on Drew Davidson at the rate of around 2/10 a lap, but Josh Cook's taking a chunk out of Logan Jones as well. That may well have been because Jones was going slowly. O'Man's kart to safety at the first corner. I think we're still under yellow flag down there. It's the green's flashing at the corner after. And then we'll try and get that kart recovered in the gap between the karts coming through. The marshals should have around about 10 seconds or so. I think the kart will be okay. We just want to get Austin O'Man out of the way and to safety. Logan Jones already taking a slightly more defensive line, but I think it's just more of a case he's trying to keep the tyres nice and cool by aiming for them puddles on the inside on the straight. Josh Cook though with another 2/10 taken out of Logan Jones on that previous lap, and Cook could well be coming for it. Yellow flag still being waved at Marshall Post at the paddock bend as the kart is actually being recovered back into pit lane so that there's no damage caused if anybody else goes off at paddock. And the yellow flag now is in. So we are back to a full green circuit then here at Three Sisters. Logan Jones, the gap down to under the 1 second mark on the previous lap, with Josh Cook closing in. Well, Cook close in again, but looks like it should be fairly even as it was. In fact, Jones opens up a little bit more this time from Josh Cook. This race just sort of plateauing down slightly. Buddy Hugo though, 4/10 out. The battle for third place is where the action's going to be at, as Buddy Hugo takes 4/10 out of Drew Davidson. Hugo in the yellow with the yellow helmet. Davidson with the blue and yellow kart with the with the white helmet just in front of Davidson, willing that kart on. As they go up towards paddock, there's Davidson in the 70, as we say, in the white and blue helmet. And to be fair to them, they could well be catching up onto Josh Cook as well in front of them. Cook, you had some good pace earlier on. The gap was 3/10 between, what was 1.4, sorry, between them on the previous lap. But Hugo closing in on Davidson. I think there's a move coming up here into the S as he's already out of the slipstream. And Buddy Hugo breezing by and up into third place. See the grip he's got there as he just turns the kart in. Understeer, and then it grips and that kart goes. Buddy Hugo with the fastest lap was 8/10 quicker than Josh Cook on the previous lap was Buddy Hugo. Keep an eye out, we'll just have a quick browse round, but Hugo's going to be there or thereabouts come the end here on Josh Cook. 8/10 quicker, fastest lap. He was on pace with Logan Jones at the front of this one. The only two drivers in the 54-second mark. Jones then leading from Cook. Davidson and Hugo in front of Harry Radcliffe and Jack Mellon, Harris Barber and Elsie Gannon, Layla Bell, Jamie Walsh, Carter Jackson, and the unfortunate Austin O'Man, who retired on lap number 4. Again, Hugo with the fastest lap, quicker than the leader and half a second quicker than Josh Cook. One more lap and he'll be there, and it will be the last lap as well, because Logan Jones won't get round before the time elapses. Buddy Hugo, from 8th at the start of this race, now has the opportunity, if he can get it right, and I think this is where he's strong, through the complex. I wonder if Josh Cook's been given a bit of a hurry up from the pit wall, that he needs to put the power down, because this time round Hugo hasn't taken the same level out as Jones crosses the line. Comfortable gap of 2.2. Back to Josh Cook, and this time Cook has indeed upped the pace. He's found half a second. Hugo lost 2/10 on his best time on the previous lap, and they crossed the line with an almost identical time. Personal best for Josh Cook. So they come down the hill towards Lucy's for the final time, round the right-hander of Joey Dunlop. Up towards the paddock bend, the long looping right-hander that just never seems to end before hooking the kart left, round that double apex left, which you really only catch the second part of if you're on the kart. At the front though, Logan Jones in the 73. When Austin O'Man fell away after their early race battle, he's just opened up the gap more and more, lap on lap, and Logan Jones takes victory in heat number 4 here at MBKC from Josh Cook and a charging Buddy Hugo. Drew Davidson will be in P4. Jones with the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, showing that if he needed it, he had plenty in reserve, with Harry Radcliffe crossing the line to round out your P5. Jones then with victory by over 3 seconds from Josh Cook and then Buddy Hugo. Drew Davidson and Harry Radcliffe, Jack Mellon and Harris Barber, Elsie Gannon, Layla Bell, Jamie Walsh, Carter Jackson and Austin O'Man, a retiree. Fortunately for Austin O'Man. And to have a quick look at the results from races that have already taken place this morning to see if we've had any confirmation of anything coming in. Don't think we have, although we'll just have a quick refresh. Heat 2 for KZ was complete. No penalties applied in that one, so the incident with Josh Price and Miles Murphy seen as a racing incident, and they are the next ones out for you here today. Then it's going to be heat number 3 for our KZ2 for their NKF Super 4 final round of the season. Here we go with KZ2. Grid on screen, and it does look like, whilst they're getting the screen up, I'm just going to go and do you a bit of a favour on the weather front. By favour, I meant to stick my head out of the commentary box window and see if my bald head got any water on it. It didn't! So the track is still wet, but it has stopped raining here then at Three Sisters. The grid for the third heat will be Daniel Fletcher from Michael Watton on the front row, Danny Walker and Ryan Garvey on row number 2, with Luke Dawson and Josh Price on row number 3. Behind them, Byron Kittle and Ryan Simpson, Dan Kelly and Adam Holt rounding out the top 10, with Neil McLennan and Miles Murphy on row number 6. James Eyre and Richard Renshaw panting are on row 7 in front of Lee Ward 15th. Alan Kenyon, the race heat 2 winner, is 16th with Jake Weston and Andy Walker rounding out your grid. Random grids then for our KZ2. They'll run a 3-heat and a final format, whereas all of our other classes will run heats and then either a B final, and then after that B final we'll be into pre-finals and finals for everybody here. Oh, we do. We've got a car off on the circuit, trying to pick the number out behind the tyres, but also that he's gone up and over the valley by the look of it behind our cameraman, and we're going to have a bit of a view, see if we get anybody picking who's not picked up on timing behind comes round. I'm trying to have a look. We've got some security cameras as well in the commentary box. It doesn't look like we've got any all the way over. It's the 12 of Adam Holt, who was due to go off the third row. So Adam Holt now using that KZ2 as a scooter, and he's going to roll that one in. All he's got to do really is get it over the crest of the hill and then make sure it doesn't run away from him back down into the pit lane. But we are missing one driver. There'll be a vacant berth, I think, there on row number 4 behind the number 2 of Josh Price. So disappointment for Adam Holt. Don't think he's going to get that one back out. And he's currently just rolling it back down the Coward Summit, the motorbike circuit, up and round. You can see there where the cones are at the far end of the circuit. We go up and over the hill. And, he's rolling that one back down into pit lane. Confirmation from the back of the grid, good to go. Lights are on, lights out, and they engage here in KZ2. We've got a stationary 132 of Danny Walker, just doesn't get away. Rest of the field, though, manages to split and miss him. And now he's got away as Danny Walker. There he is in the background. But really, look here, we've got drivers round in the middle of 21. Ryan Simpson facing the wrong way. Down the hill they go towards Lucy's Valley. Simpson's managed to get that kart turned round. So he's back out. Walker rejoins as well. So the 17 that took the lights are going again. Slight mistake there by the 99 of Michael Watson. He catches some curb, but in single file there, he was able to hold on to position. So make their way up and over the line for the first time. So it looks like we've had a good start by Byron Kittle. He makes up a lot of places as Josh Price makes up a place down the inside. Does he? Yes, he does. Forceful in his overtake down the inside of Michael Watton. Towards Lucy, so it's going to be Kittle from Fletcher. Then it's Josh Price now up into third. Watton in P4. Garvey, Murphy. Good start for Miles Murphy up into P6 from 12th on the grid. Dan Kelly, Richard Renshaw panting, Jake Weston and Alan Kenyon, the Heat 2 winner. Round out your top 10 in front of McLennan, Ward, Dawson, Walker, Eyre, Simpson and Danny Walker. There is Josh Price, the champion-elect. Up now into second place. And trying to close in on Byron Kittle. And closing the gap he is, 0.3 of a second for Josh Price on Byron Kittle on the first real flying lap here then round Three Sisters. He made up 2 places getting past Fletcher and Watton. We've got Miles Murphy off again. Dropped 11 places on the previous lap, and Miles Murphy crosses the start line, pulls off, and he can just continue the conversation he was having with that marshal at the end of the previous race as well. Miles Murphy, they'll be on first name terms by the end of this race meeting. And Miles Murphy with his second retirement of the day. Heat 2 and Heat 3 not going the way of Miles Murphy. He's got a lot of work to do. Later on, as we've got moved down the inside there, Josh Price with fastest lap of the race. Down the inside goes the 16 of Jake Weston. On the 11 of Daniel Fletcher, that's him up into 6th place. Now Fletcher's going to get hung out on the outside as Alan Kenyon is down the inside as well in the 102. He's going to be up into 7th place. And it's been a good move as well by Neil McLennan, who takes advantage similarly of Daniel Fletcher being forced out wide. And we've got the 29 is round. Power down by Dan Kelly, and Dan Kelly's going to be stuck spinning the wheels on the outside, bouncing the kart, but now he's beached on the outside, and Dan Kelly exiting the kart. Just got wide, just got on the power as he exited the S's on their way out of the complex. And at the front, Josh Price with another fastest lap. Brian Garvey hard over the curbs there. You heard it, the camera situated behind the barrier, even picking up the noise of the chassis grinding on the curb. Michael Watton trying to hold off. Dan Kelly is back on track now.
albeit he will be a lap down, I feel, because that's Byron Kittle coming through to put a lap on Dan Kelly. Power down, face full of spray for Alan Kenyon. Pops out, gets a clear view. And gets the door closed on him. He's going to try and hold on down the inside. Then he's going to get forced out. And through they come. Neil McLennan taking advantage once again. He's been the opportunist of the race. He found a way past Dan Fletcher earlier on. And now he finds a way past Alan Kenyon as Kenyon tried to get through on Ryan Garvey. And that's what we spoke about earlier in the Honda Cadet race. If you're in the middle of the three, you go for a move and it doesn't work out, you're going to get shuffled back. Byron Kittle still leading. Josh Price taking another tenth of a second out of the race leader this time round. As we see Dan Kelly in the 29, finding his way. This is the battle for third place as Jake Weston finds his way past Michael Watton on the run up to the S's. We just caught the back end of that move. Alan Kenyon with a warning. That was where he tried to find a way past Ryan Garvey earlier on and then found himself backed up and allowed Neil McLennan to find his way through up into fifth place. McLennan there in the orange helmet, sliding into view on the way out of the S's. The way these karts dance on the limit on the way out of the complex of corners there. Here's a sight to behold. Josh Price, fastest lap once again, another 10 out of Byron Kittle. There we go, up and over the curb. Still 4 minutes to go. Extra time in the KZ2s there at 10 minutes plus 1, whereas everybody else is 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Kittle has held firm throughout this, hasn't really come under an attack yet from Josh Price, but Price is edging closer, fraction by fraction, and this one really is just an egg timer down to when Josh Price makes his move to try and find a way past Byron Kittle. There is lap traffic coming up. We know last time that was caused a problem for Josh Price because the leader found the way through and he was unable to, and it opened up a bit too much of a gap and allowed Kenyon to pull away. Here though now, blue flag is being shown on the overheads, and now Josh Price tries to get alongside on Paddock, but then the track goes left and Byron Kittle carries on in the lead. 3 to go in this third heat for KZ2. Josh Price, second place probably enough for him, but racers are racers and racers want to win, and Josh Price pulls out to go to the inside. Kittle looks to the right again, moves over to the right, and Byron Kittle holds on. Josh Price though with a gentle reminder to Byron Kittle's rear bumper that he is there, although Kittle did spend most of the start finish straight looking at him, so I don't think he's in any doubt that Josh Price is there. And Price once again trying to get down the inside of Paddock, and Josh Price is off, and Josh Price rejoins in front of Byron Kittle. Kittle tipped into a spin, and Price very lucky there not to get on the grass, but in the previous one where I think Murphy made a mistake and Price went into him because of that, I think that one has to be all on Josh Price. Went for the move, he tried it on the previous lap, and now Byron Kittle is fighting back and just letting the clerk who's there on the start line, we've got a few of them out on track, just letting him know that they should probably be having a look at that in his opinion. And as we said that, we get confirmation that number 2 is under investigation, so that one will be assessed post-race. We'll probably give Byron Kittle a little bit of comfort, knowing that they are at the very least having a look at that move by Josh Price. See whether Price can close in, can pull away, but Kittle seems to be keeping him honest at the front. over the line with 1 minute and 4 to go, which means we're going to have 3 laps. Josh Price in the Moore Racing colours. Gap of half a second back to Byron Kittle at the head of this field. Then they've got 5 seconds or so back to Weston. And Josh Price waving Byron Kittle back through into the lead. Is that Josh Price's way of saying, let's not do this after the race, let's do this on track? And Josh Price maybe redressing the balance. Should save the stewards something to look at potentially, but Josh Price doing the honourable thing and allowing Byron Kittle back through into the lead. Kittle then will lead on this penultimate lap with Josh Price in second place. Now it's going to be Weston behind with McLennan, Kenyon, Watton, Garvey, Fletcher, Renshaw, Panting and Ward. Not spent a huge amount of time outside of these top 2, but probably for the best because they've had a superb battle throughout, including that contact at Paddock Bend. Byron Kittle, though, will come round to see the last lap board as they come over the line this time round. Lap traffic in front, but I'm not convinced they'll catch it unless that traffic just decides to move out of the way anyway to allow them through. Byron Kittle, Josh Price, the top 2. In front of Jake Weston and Alan Kenyon. Over the hill at Lucy's, it's Andy Walker just in front of them. Walker being shown the blues. We'll see whether he moves out of the way. Doesn't need to, though, remembering karting. It's the faster driver's prerogative and need to move through. Don't need to move out of the way. The point here in karting is different to cars because karts are very different. You can turn to the right very, very quickly and to the left. Stay on your line, allow the faster kart to move through. It's just advisory. At the front, though, Byron Kittle wins heat number 3 for KZ2 from Josh Price. Then it's going to be Jake Weston and Alan Kenyon as they run to the line together. Neil McLennan and Michael Watton in front of Ryan Garvey and Daniel Fletcher, with Richard Renshaw Panting and Lee Ward completing your top 10. Rest of the field still coming through to take the checkered flag. But Byron Kittle takes victory from Josh Price with Jake Weston, Alan Kenyon and Neil McLennan. Your top 5. Michael Watton, Ryan Garvey, although it has changed on the final lap. Looks like they've put Adam Holt in P7. It's definitely Ryan Garvey. Adam Holt didn't take the start because he had issues and that kart rolled off into pit lane. Then it's going to be Fletcher, Renshaw Panting and Lee Ward completing your top 10. James Eyre, Ryan Simpson, Luke Dawson and Andy Walker, Danny Walker and then Dan Kelly and Miles Murphy retiring in that race. Kelly got going again, but then he rejoined and pulled off into pit lane. Miles Murphy, his kart being collected for a second time today from out on track. Next grid for you then here today. As you can see, the rain has started once again here then at Three Sisters. You can see the puddles towards the back end of the grid there. Means that we are unfortunately having to deal with more precipitation falling from the sky. But, next grid out as Miles Murphy's kart will be collected from on track will be our senior Rotax 162. Heat number 4. Grid will be up on screen for you momentarily then for heat number 4. Archie Buttle starts on pole position with Jack Bate alongside. Alexander Adams-Acton and Pearson Bullock-Carter are on row 2 with Callum Kinder and George Donald on row number 3. Then it's Charlie Pritchard and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Rhys Bailey and Charlie Walsh round out your top 10. with Deacon Russell and Thomas Wood on row number 6. John Brown and Matthew Lambert in front of Jay Pearson and Will Murdoch, with Oliver Brett Smith and Monroe Renard on row number 9. Then it's Ellie Anderson and Andy Collinson, with Thomas Liatukas and Paul Swan on row 11. Then it's Gemma Hyans and Carl Baldwin on row number 12. It's Jake Davis and Aaron Mackey and Ben Arnold. Both of those two drivers did not get out for heat number 3 yesterday evening, the final race of the day. Neither of those two drivers' karts started, and they were unable to get out onto track. See there, we've got the rain coming down here at Three Sisters. Some puddles beginning to appear on the inside of the curbs and on the outside, on the dirty part of the track as we know it, but that's where the grip is going to be off the line for our runners. Miles Murphy's kart recovered, senior Rotax being going, and it looks like Andy Collinson with a problem. The 74 of Collinson not getting away, the rest of the field having to go round the outside. Collinson does indeed get away, and Ben Arnold, I think, is that in the 111, again unable to get away. This time he does. They're all out eventually. I think no, Arnold stopped again in the holding area, and for a second time he gets it going. A little bit of a bump, and Ben Arnold gets his kart going. The 111 going. So Andy Collinson will be able to retake his slot. Arnold will be going off last place anyway. So field making their way round here. 26 runners, 27 actually for our senior Rotax, once Ben Arnold gets his 111 kart round and over the line. And he'll get to close up, although he's going to have to get a bit of power down to join on to the back of the pack at the start of this race. 24 and the 26 off the front row then. Archie Buttle and Jack Bate. Going off the front row together. Behind them, Jack's Motorsport duo. Alexander Acton, Adams Acton and Piers Bullock Carter. Nice and slow, just we've got a power down and then a power stop. That's not going to do the front fairings any good at all. Looks like we could already have a few drop downs already. There's our leader powered down, then hit the brakes behind. Over the line we go, lights are out right the way round the outside. It's going to be the 19 trying to hold on and then forced off track and onto the grass for the 9 of Pearson Bullock Carter. He rejoins halfway down the field, but Bullock Carter with a risk and reward strategy of trying to hang it all the way round the outside. Didn't quite work out, and he drops all the way down the order. At the front though, the 18 of Alexander Adams Acton leading the field through. Drops down to second though, could well be third. He's out onto the rumble strip, tank slapper for Alexander Adams Acton. Gets a warning as well, does the 18 for something that happened earlier on in the race. All action on lap number 1 of senior Rotax as they cross the line. It's Archie Buttle from Charlie Walsh and Morgan Hudson Brown, Jack Bate and Callum Kinder. Charlie Walsh with an opening lap to remember. 9 places gained for Charlie Walsh and up into second place. And now Bullock Carter trying to fight his way back through. Adams Acton sideways once again on the way out of Lucy's. How far did Bullock Carter drop? Down to P16, 13 places dropped on the opening lap. It's the 2 leaders, Archie Buttle and Charlie Walsh. Charlie Walsh with that stellar opening lap now. Can he find the way past Archie Buttle in that run up towards the S's on the commencement to lap number 3. Not close enough. Yes, he is close enough. Hard on the brakes. He's going to not get through though, unfortunately, but we love a tryer, and Charlie Walsh is trying, that is for sure. Late on the brakes. Maybe just needed another metre or two to get that move done down the inside. Archie Buttle then holding on. Top 10 as it stands: Buttle, Walsh, Hudson Brown and Jack Bate, Callum Kinder, George Donald and Matthew Lambert in front of Charlie Pritchard, John Brown and Will Murdoch. Alexander Adams-Acton down into P11 in the number 18, Rhys Bailey, Tom Wood with Oliver Brett Smith, Pearson Bullock Carter back up into 15th now in front of Deacon Russell and Aaron Mackey. Bouncing over the curves, Will Murdoch with the fastest lap of the race in 10th place. A lot of personal bests for the drivers on the periphery of the top 10. Everybody from 8th and back down to 13th with a personal best. In the middle of it was that fastest lap from Will Murdoch. We're going to end up here with a very nice train for our senior road taxers. The rain coming down probably about as hard as it has so far here this weekend at Three Sisters. Honda Cadet out next as they begin to grid up. Charlie Walsh this time not close enough to put the nose down the inside. Callum Kinder with the fastest lap of the race from 4th place. Personal best for everybody though, with the exception of Jack Bate. And that was only because his previous lap was very, very quick. Charlie Pritchard in the 77 with a warning in 8th place. In this train of karts now, it sees the top 10 split by 3.5 seconds. The top 5, 1.5 between them, all in the same camera shot. As we cut to them now, as the train, as Pritchard, is that a second warning? It is a second warning showing up on the data that we have here in the commentary box. Buttle leads, Walsh again taking that tighter line. Matthew Lambert this time with the fastest lap of the race. The rain still coming down hard, but drivers finding grip and finding pace. Lambert in P7. Now it's Charlie Walsh. Walsh is going to get through here down the inside. Buttle tries to squeeze him to the inside, but Charlie Walsh got the drive out of Joey Dunlop corner. Drew alongside very early down the school straight. And he was through before Archie Buttle could get the door closed. And now this is where we're going to see how much pace that Charlie Walsh has got. Now he's got clear track in front of him. Can he begin to pull away and leave Archie Buttle to battle it out with Morgan Hudson Brown, who's only been in seniors for a month or so, having moved up out of junior road tax at the end of the British and UKC season. Did Morgan Hudson Brown. Running well, and we've got a driver off up and over. Is that Jack Bate in the SPR colours, number 26, up and over the grass on the way down the hill towards exit of Lucy's Valley and towards Joey Dunlop. And once again, mechanical flag for Callum Kinder in 4th place. See if we can pick out what that's for, just behind the 2 leaders here. But Callum Kinder, keep an eye out there on the 53, the driver on the back. Rear bumper is still attached, so the chances are it's chain guard. Is it for Callum Kinder? 2 minutes to go. Will he pull in? Jack Bate with a warning. He was the one that bounced over the curb on that previous lap. And it does indeed look like the chain guard for Callum Kinder. He carries on for the time being, but he'll be shown the mechanical flag over the start-finish line. Will Callum Kinder, and 4th place will become 27th place in the blink of an eye for Kinder. Currently battling out with Morgan Hudson Brown, trying to get into the top 3. may well be so close to the back of Hudson Brown that he might not see the mechanical flag. At the moment, actually, over start finish, he's actually being shown a warning. And he's going to come down the inside of Morgan Hudson Brown. I don't know if he's seen the mechanical flag, because over start finish on the previous lap, they were still showing a warning for Jack Bate out the commentary box window. I could just about see the flag, the digital flag, over start finish. And it was a half and half, black and white flag. It is now showing a black flag with a orange circle, affectionately, unless it's you being shown, known as the meatball. And it will be Callum Kinder who will be receiving it this time round, having found a way past Morgan Hudson Brown on the previous lap. And now Hudson Brown's under pressure from a charging Matthew Lambert there in the blue, just behind in the 37. Callum Kinder sees the mechanical flag. Down the inside goes Matthew Lambert on Morgan Hudson Brown into the S's on what will be the penultimate lap. They'll see last lap next time. We're down to 0 now as they come through. Kinder's carrying on. And it's a black flag for Callum Kinder. The mechanical flag would have probably seen him pick up points. Still down in 27th. Black flag will see him removed from the standings completely. Callum Kinder. Either he didn't see the mechanical or he didn't heed the warning, but Callum Kinder now being shown the black flag on the gantry over start finish. Charlie Walsh continuing to lead. Gap out to 1.9 seconds, flattening the curbs through the chicane. Charlie Pritchard with the fastest lap in P6. And Charlie Walsh throwing caution to the wind. Kinder still not pulling off into the pit lane. Stewards are going to have stern words, I feel, after this one for Callum Kinder. At the front, though, we can't take anything away from Charlie Walsh. 9 places gained on the opening lap. Found a way past Archie Buttle into Paddock Bend a few laps before the end, and he's opened the gap up to nearly 2 seconds. Charlie Walsh takes victory for ST Racing from Archie Buttle. Callum Kinder third on track, but that one will be taken away from him. It'll be Lambert, then Pritchard, Hudson Brown and Murdoch. Donald, Bate, Brown and Bailey will complete the top 10 on track here at Three Sisters. Results on your screen then. Walsh taking victory by nearly 2 seconds from Buttle, and Kinder on track with Lambert, Pritchard, Brown, Murdoch, Donald, Bate, John Brown and Rhys Bailey in front of Thomas Wood. Deacon Russell and Aaron Mackey coming through from 25th on the grid to 14th in wet weather conditions is a great effort for Aaron Mackey. Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Alexander Adams Acton both with difficult opening laps. Pearson, Bullock, Carter trying the risk and reward move around the outside that didn't come off for him. Andy Collinson in 17th, and it's Thomas Liatuskis in front of Jay Pearson and Ellie Anderson rounding out your top 20. We move on then to our super heat for our Honda Cadet class. Here is your grid then, based on the points from the 4 heats already having taken place for our Honda Cadet class. Joshua Sullivan starts the super heat from pole position with Theo Bradshaw alongside. Edward Rye and William Howard are on row number 2 with Archie Loveridge and Lewis Hall on row 3. Then it's Ashton Horspool and Thomas Harper, Margaris Kavekis and Samuel Yeadon on row number 5 with Archie Cannon and Red Lind, who picked up a 5-second penalty in heat 4 for unfair advantage in P12. Then it's Charlie Stapleton and Dexter Petty, Tom Nichols and Luke Jardine in front of Robin Ashton your 17 runners in our Honda Cadet class. Just having a look to see if we've had any other results confirmed here in the commentary box from the previous races. Honda Cadet Heat 4, that was done because it must have been because we're out now for the next one. Looks like Micro is clear for Heat 4. Inter's still being considered, and we've only just had Heat number 3 for KZ2 and our Rotax, so wait a little while before we get confirmation on them. Points for this one will be as follows. The heat positions so far, in terms of points, have set the grid for this superheat. The superheat finishing positions will set the grid for the final. It's effectively a pre-final. And Joshua Sullivan and Theo Bradshaw there rolling into position, both of them looking at each other, and both of them saying, look, we've got good chances here, but we're not going to have a good chance from 17th. So they've had a little bit of a conflab on the way to the grid. Drivers rolling into positions for their standing start. Thank you, of course, to everybody that's got in touch via the live chat already. Please let me know who you're supporting. Please also let me know where you are watching from here at Three Sisters this weekend. We've had loads coming in. Thomas Fleming asking, is this MBKC? Yes, we're back with Manchester and Buxton Kart Club after a long time away. Now under new stewardship, the Gold Cup, the first in what we hope to be a series of races here at MBKC. Red lights are out in Hondas. It's a good start from Sullivan. It's a good start from Bradshaw. It's a good start as well from Archie Loveridge and William Howard as they run up to the first corner. Bradshaw's going to get the march off the outside. And we've got Edward Rye getting a bit of snap oversteer. I think he got a bit of assistance there, but looks like everybody's through. Margaris Kavekis is up on the curb. Kavekis is round, and he makes contact with Archie Cannon and Charlie Stapleton as well. And they're off on the outside into the mud. Run up towards Paddock Bend for the first time then. Theo Bradshaw, Joshua Sullivan and William Howard. These very, very wet conditions now, and already drivers wiping the water away from the visors. Sullivan struggling to get that one stopped at Luna Bend. William Howard right behind, and the three of these at the front yesterday put on an absolutely spectacular slipstream fest. Every single lap, the two behind would overtake the one in front, and it was like shuffling a deck of cards lap on lap. Bradshaw then leading from Sullivan, William Howard and Edward Rye, with Archie Loveridge just behind. Thomas Harper with a good opening lap. He's up from 9th into P6. Lewis Hall, Samuel Yeadon, Red Lind makes a good opening lap as well. He's up into 9th, taking advantage of the Kavekis, Stapleton and Cannon incident, which opened the door for them. Then Dexter Petty rounds out the top 10 in front of Ashton Horspool, Tom Nichols, Robin Ashton up into 13th, Luke Jardine, then it's Kavekis, Cannon and Stapleton. Some 3 seconds back as William Howard sends it down the inside of Joshua Sullivan into Luna Bend. Sullivan trying to get back on William Howard, but Howard up into 2nd place now. So head up over start finish. Change as well for 6th place. Looks like we've had Eden find a way past Thomas Harper. Top 5 on a bit of a breakaway here. In fact, they're already 3 seconds in front of the rest of the field. We'll see them come down. Harper's back in front of Eden now. As Edward Wright comes to the inside. Don't know if he's trying to defend off or just find some additional grip on the inside. Edward Rye gets a good run on Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan makes a mistake, but Rye with good power on the way out, finding his way through. Theo Bradshaw then leading from William Howard. There's Edward Rye now up into third place. Sullivan Loveridge with the fastest lap. That was on lap number 2, but the pace has since dropped for the pack. The track is getting a little bit wetter. Behind, Red Lind is on a charge here. I think he's up into P6 in front of Thomas Harper. He is there in the all-black machine with the white and red detailing. Is up into 6th place, setting some good times. He is in his wet helmet. Normally he's got a black helmet that matches his sticker kit on his kart with the hexagonal colouring on it, but using the white helmet in the wet weather conditions. Asking Thomas Harper for a bit of a look forward, but it looks like Red Lind's actually got a bit on Harper here. They've both managed to move away from Samuel Yeadon and Ashton Horspool, who's now in front of Yeadon. We'll see them switch round now as they cross the line. Rye with the fastest lap in 3rd place. Some rain continuing to come down here in buckets at Three Sisters. Red Lind on the previous lap was a 10th quicker than Archie Loveridge. Edward Rye, though, with the fastest lap was 3.5 tenths quicker than William Howard. Theo Bradshaw, though, at the front. William Howard into Luna Bend is so confident, carries so much speed into there. The top 3 have got a bit of a gap now. Back to Sullivan and Loveridge, who got around about half a second between each other as well. William Howard sets the fastest lap, 2 tenths quicker than Theo Bradshaw, and just seems to have a lot of confidence. Gets the kart stopped and turned in, and William Howard will be looking to make a move. I think it's going to come in the same way that he got past Sullivan earlier on in this race for 3rd place, and 2nd place at the time, into Luna Bend. Gets that move where he tries to drop the nose down the inside, and he's right on the back of Theo Bradshaw here. Will Bradshaw have a look over the shoulder? No. William Howard's actually quite slow on exit. Will he carry the speed in? He does, and tries a little move down the inside. Not close enough this time for William Howard. Pace is there, though. Bradshaw gets rear wheel jacked up. So it looks like Archie Loveridge may well have found a way past Joshua Sullivan. He doesn't, and Sullivan rails over the curb on the inside of the chicane. Clears his visor as well. Drops down into P5. Red Lind is broken away from Thomas Harper. He's under pressure now there by Ashton Horspool. Tom Nichols running well up in P6. And can William Howard be closer this time to Theo Bradshaw on exit? I think he is closer to Theo Bradshaw on exit. Keep an eye on Luna Bend when they come round here for our leaders, because I get a feeling that William Howard might be having a bit of a nibble at Theo Bradshaw for the lead. We pick them up as they head up towards the S's. William Howard not quite close enough, but Bradshaw goes in deep once again, and Howard with that tighter line. Bradshaw making it a little bit inviting there for William Howard to put the nose in, but I wonder whether Howard's going to take this one as a, if we just finish on the front row, that will be nice for the final. Still 2.5 minutes to go when they come over the line next time. Howard close to Bradshaw, but not quite close enough. I don't think. Tries it once again, that little nose down the inside, but Bradshaw on the outside, getting on the power earlier. William Howard, see the water splashing up off the nose there. William Howard then just carries a little bit too much speed. Archie Loveridge with the fastest lap. It's coming to Loveridge. towards the end of this one, he was half a second quicker than Edward Rye on that previous lap. Now Edward Rye with a look over the shoulder. William Howard's dropped off the back of Theo Bradshaw ever so slightly, but Archie Loveridge, the one to watch here. Could be too late for him to spring a challenge on the lead for Archie Loveridge, but he's got some pace in him in the latter stage of this race, and they should get round for 3 more laps, 57 seconds. They are a lot slower than what they were earlier on in the day when they were in much drier conditions. But Bradshaw leads them over the line. They're going to get round for 3 more laps as we predicted. William Howard trying to put the nose down the inside. Bradshaw just letting it run round the outside. Loveridge again half a second quicker than Edward Rye on that previous lap. Bradshaw looks over the shoulder at William Howard. Lap on lap, these two at the gap is going out, then the gap's coming back in again. Howard needs a good run out of the complex of corners here on Theo Bradshaw. This is probably about as close as he's been. He goes to the inside this time on Bradshaw, has to get off the throttle, and that's not going to allow him, I don't think, to get an exit that he wanted to into Luna. Could get a good run though up towards the S's this time round. 2 laps to go, and he has pulled out. Will he go down the inside? Yes, he will. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. William Howard. Superb move on Theo Bradshaw, and William Howard leads, and then now defending off to the inside of the valley. Bradshaw electing this time not to stick it out round the outside. He tried it in Heat 1 yesterday and it didn't work out for him, and now Howard defending off Theo Bradshaw. Lap and a half to go. The top 4 now nose to tail because Howard defending off Bradshaw has allowed Edward Rye and Archie Loveridge right back into the mix. Look at the spray. Howard opening up a bit of a gap there now on the exit to Luna Bend. Defending a position that he doesn't need to really there. Looks over his shoulder, sees he's got a bit of a gap, and then opens it up, and Bradshaw, whoa, Edward Rye coming in hot. Came out of shot, came right across the camera in front of Archie Loveridge. Looks like he was defending the inside, and then just shot right across the camera. Howard leading from Theo Bradshaw then. So come round Paddock Bend for the final time. Theo Bradshaw with one final opportunity at Luna. Bradshaw though probably should be quite happy. Going off the front row once again, knows he can get round the outside as he did at the start of this race. William Howard leads them out of Luna Bend though. Bradshaw's not going to be able to draw alongside into the slipstream, but the start-finish line is early here at Three Sisters, and William Howard wins the super heat from Theo Bradshaw, Edward Rye and Archie Loveridge, Joshua Sullivan, and then Red Lind in P number 6 in front of Thomas Harper and Ashton Horspool. Tom Nichols in P number 9, he's happy with that result. P10 should go the way of Samuel Yeadon. No, it doesn't. Charlie Stapleton coming back through to P10, having been off on the opening lap in front of Yeadon and Margaris Kavekis. And then we're going to have the rest of the field coming through. Your results then from the Super Heat for Honda Cadet 200, William Howard from Theo Bradshaw and Edward Rye. Then it's Archie Loveridge and Joshua Sullivan with Red Lind and Thomas Harper, with Ashton Horspool, Tom Nichols and Charlie Stapleton, Samuel Yeadon and Margaris Kavekis in front of Archie Cannon and Luke Jardine in 14th. Then it's Robin Ashton, Dexter Petty and Lewis Hall, a retiree, with 7 laps to go. We'll start the final from 17th place. So just having a quick look to see if we've had any results published from KZ. They've not been published yet. Into heat number 4 has been, and we've got penalties applied to Edward Haynes for gaining an unfair advantage. That's the overtake on Charlie Vary on the final lap, and he incurred a front fairing for that as well, and that drops Haynes down to 8th place in heat number 4. Penalty as well for the 82 of Louis Radcliffe. So the revised order in that one: Charlie Vary, Jack Collinson and Riley Murrow completing your top 3. Edward Haynes, the race winner on track, down into 8th place. Senior Road Tax Heat 4. There was plenty of action in that one, so wouldn't have had much. Right, we move on because there's plenty to talk about in Junior Road Tax. We commence with the B final. Here we go, the top 6 going through. Here we go then with our B final. Alfie Baron Oxbury goes off pole position with Henry Cameron alongside Joe Arnold and Max Wilkinson on row number 2, Connor Scarisbrook and Stanley Clark on row 3. Row 4, Callie Clifford and Finlay Greenfield in front of Oliver Meek and James Kell. Then it's Freddie Lloyd and Eddie Clure on row number 6. Have a quick look for the rest of it. We have row number 7. On row number 7 then we're going to have Zach Kane and Lewis Goff, Ben Arnold and Oliver Lomax with Archie Doherty and Alfie Litter rounding out your 18 Kart Junior Road Tax B final. Top 6 will progress through. Big one here, Lewis Goff won both of his heats on track yesterday but was removed from the standings for an incident in one of his heats, so only picked up points for his the second of his heats. He picked up 50 points. There in the blue suit with the yellow helmet. We've got a problem for the 55 of Finlay Greenfield. He's struggling to get away as mechanics from a number of teams jump over to try and assist. He does finally get it going and he's out on track. 28 drivers already locked into the pre-final here in Junior Road Tax. This is the B final, the repechage. 6 go through, 12 go home from this B final. It could be the final race for a few of our runners here then this weekend. In the wet weather of Manchester and Buxton Kart Club here at Three Sisters. Robert Dale's been into the live chat. Good luck to Lewis Sumner and the rest of the X-Kart drivers. Serena House saying, when is Junior Road Tax out? Well, we're about to go with the B final. We've got a pre-final and a final as well. And Stephen Earle with his support of Charlie Walsh earlier on in Senior Road Tax. Juniors make their way round. Into Super Heat next after this one. Come round, the pace is quite high here. Let's see whether they let them go. False start, as expected when we said pace was a little bit high. Starter not happy, and we're going to have another roll round lap here for Junior Road Tax. Drivers just need to be careful not to get a drop down where the front fairing pushes in on these rolling up laps. Plenty more on the card for us here today then. This is the Junior Max B final. We've got Intermax for their Super Heat. We've got Super Heats for Micro, Super Heat as well for Senior Road Tax. Then we go into our main finals, KZ2 with Honda Cadet as well after that. So it looks like we've got a bit of a lunch break after that KZ2 final. We'll confirm whether that's taking place with the weather conditions, but we are running pretty much to schedule at the moment, if not a little bit in front. So looks like we're making good time here at the MBKC Gold Cup. Field slowing into the acceleration zone, and we're away and racing in this B final for Junior Rotax as they head up towards the first corner. Field just needs to make it through. There's no point in ruining the rest of your day by going home early, by going gung-ho into the first corner. Looks like everybody's through nicely. So they run up and over Lucy's Valley, down the hill, round Joey Dunlop. And problems for the 91. Let's have a quick look. We've got nobody on the timing picking up as a 91 in Junior Rotax. We'll figure it out in a few moments' time. It's Ben Arnold. He's not crossed the line. Ben Arnold in the 91, already out of Junior Rotax B final. His day over before the Sunday has even started for juniors. Rolls to a whole over start finish. His kart being pushed away. Yellow flags on the entry up there then to the S's will probably mean we've got no overtakes. Although the green board is out just before it, so looks like we're good to go. Joe Arnold in the 90, Ben's brother, is leading the way at the moment from Connor Scarisbrook, James Kell and Alfie Barrett Oxbury, who was on pole position. Then it's going to be Henry Cameron, Eddie Clure, Calais Cliff and Oliver Meek, Stanley Clark, Freddie Lloyd, Oliver Lomax and Lewis Goff in P12. Top three have had a little bit of a breakaway here. Arnold, Scarisbrook and Kell. It's whether they decide that there's a big picture here and that picture is going through to the pre-final, or whether they're going to battle it out. And it appears they're going to battle it out because James Kell down the inside of Joe Arnold. So you have Connor Scarisbrook for third place. A few changes further down the order. Stan Clark is up into 8th. Oliver Meek drops down into 9th. Behind them we've got Oliver Lomax and Freddie Lloyd swapping places. Top three already still on that breakaway, and James Kell already on the back of Joe Arnold. Moving away from Scarisbrook in third place. Around the right-hander of Luna, 5 to go. James Kell does like the wet weather conditions, sets the fastest lap. 3/10 quicker than Joe Arnold in front of him. And the top 6 go through. At the moment, Stanley Clark looks like he's up into that 6th place, into the drop zone. As we've got a spin further down the order, could that have been Zach Kane going round to come down? We've got Finley Greenfield and Max Wilkinson down there. We'll keep an eye out on who has a slightly slower lap time because everybody set personal best pretty much on the previous lap. Joe Arnold still leading from James Kell. The top 2 on a bit of a push away at the moment from Connor Scarisbrook. As it stands, all 3 will go through. Clark is up to P4. It's Cameron, then Baron Oxbury in P number 6. Eddie Clure, Lewis Goff up into P8. 3 places gained on the previous lap for the 133 of Lewis Goff. He'll come into shot in a few moments' time. There's Stan Clark with a different helmet to usual on. He's got his black one on. In these wet weather conditions, drivers often have a wet weather helmet that's ready to go with a clear visor. So come through the complex Kell with a look over the shoulder. I think he's going for a move in a minute, just checking that he's not going to lose any places if it doesn't quite work out. But if he can get this run up towards the S's at the end of the straight here, not quite close enough, I don't think. Definitely not. It's Stan Clark now on a charge. 6/10 quicker than those in front of him. As Oliver Lomax is off. On that looks like the entry into Luna. It is the entry into Luna. Just having a quick look on the security cams. He's off on the outside. Clark there with confirmation again that he's not set the fastest lap. He was 6/10 quicker than Connor Scarisbrook on the previous lap. Kell closing right in on Joe Arnold. Stan Clark's still there in fourth, but not quite close enough. In the drop zone at the minute, Alfie Barron Oxbury with Lewis Goff behind, but Goff was close behind on the previous lap, and now Goff is up into 6th place. As James Kell gets some oversteer, having clattered the curb on the inside. At the front though, Arnold still pushing. To go, and as it stands, Arnold, Kell, Scarisbrook, Clark, Cameron, Goff and Oxbury. So Cameron and Goff are going through. Oxbury, Clifford, Meek, Lloyd, Wilkinson, Greenfield, Kane and Lomax will miss out. Leaders opened up a bit of a gap here now, and indeed doesn't set the fastest lap. 51.625 for Joe Arnold. James Kell behind. Chipped away at him for a few laps and looked like he was going to make the overtake, but couldn't find a way through and has now dropped back ever so slightly off the back of Joe Arnold. There's Stan Clark, still taking 6/10 a lap out of Connor Scarisbrook, and Lewis Goff behind as well is right on the back of Henry Cameron for 6th place. Keep an eye out on the yellow helmet of Goff. They'll be into the complex now. They'll be coming out. There they are, still as they were in the background. Leaders will come through. Arnold and Kell, 1 and 2. We run up towards the S's. Still just under 1 minute to go. Keep an eye out just behind for Stanley Clark, first of all, closing in on Connor Scarisbrook. And then behind, we've got Lewis Goff and Henry Cameron trying to battle it out in 5th and 6th. They'll both make it through as it stands, but Goff is pushing hard, as you can see there, as he tries to flatten the entry curve into Lucy's and draws alongside Henry Cameron and slides past Henry Cameron into the right-hander at Paddock Bend. In and out of the complex, onto the Rogerson straight they go. Can he close in on Stan Clark? But Clark, the fastest driver on the track, and once again on the previous lap, a second quicker than Connor Scarisbrook is Stan Clark. 3rd place is where we're going to see it now. They're just going into the S's up at the far end of the circuit. The leaders are through. We'll pick the next 2 up in a few moments' time as they come, because Stanley Clark is right on the back of Connor Scarisbrook. It's going to be a B final to remember this for Stan Clark, coming through from 8th place. And he's got 3rd place written all over it here. Scarisbrook trying his hardest to hold him back. Time is down to 0. We'll be on our last lap this time round when Joe Arnold and James Kell cross the line. Can Stan Clark find a way past Connor Scarisbrook? He's closed in at a fair rate of knots. What's his overtaking like in the run up towards the S as Scarisbrook? Look over the shoulder, defends off to the inside. Can Clark find a way through? I think he can. He can. Stan Clark's up to P3. Great move from Stanley Clark. Lewis Goff, fastest lap of the race, but he's not going to close in. P5's going to be enough though to get him through into the pre-final. Joe Arnold though leads James Kell round Paddock Bend for the final time. There's the star of the show though, in my opinion, Stanley Clark, up into 3rd place and showing fastest lap after fastest lap until Goff beat it on the previous one. Joe Arnold though will qualify for the pre-final in junior road tax by taking victory from James Kell. They're both through. Then it's going to be Stanley Clark through in 3rd place. Scarisbrook is through in P4 with Lewis Goff and Henry Cameron. They're the 6 going through. In front of Alfie Barron Oxbury with Callie Clifford, Oliver Meek and Max Wilkinson in P10, Freddie Lloyd, Eddie Clure and Finlay Greenfield with Oliver Lomax and Zach Kane completing your runners, with Ben Arnold not getting away at the start. It was 15 classified at the end. Arnold, Kell, Clark, Scarisbrook, Goff and Cameron progress, and they've got enough in hand. If any of them pick up penalties, be it for 5 seconds, and they're not going to drop them back outside that top 6. They've all done well, with Alfie Barron, Oxbury in P7. Callie Clifford, Oliver Meek, Max Wilkinson, Freddie Lloyd, Eddie Clure, Finley Greenfield, Oliver Lomax and Zach Kane. Their day sadly comes to an end as the top 6 progress into the Junior Rotax pre-final. Next race here then today on the grid is our Rotax Inter Superheat. They're there, gridded up, ready to go, and despite the penalties in the previous race, it's still not enough to take pole position in the pre-final away from Edward Haynes. Rain continuing to come down here then at Three Sisters. Haynes goes off pole position with Jack Collinson alongside. It's Charlie Vary and Louis Radcliffe on row number 2, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and JJ Plowman on row number 3. Behind them will be JJ Lowe and Riley Murrow, with Jensen White and Rio Wardali rounding out your top 5. Bailey Wolf should start 11th but wasn't out earlier on. We'll keep an eye out the window. Looks like the 13 may well have gone home because David Hyans is the final one of our runners, and I can't see the 13 out the window of the commentary box. There is your grid of runners. We are then down to 11. Haynes on the left looks very focused. Collinson, visor still half cracked on the right hand side, goes off the front row. You can see compared to the Dunlops of the Hondas, look at the tyres, the chevron type of tread pattern doesn't dispel the water quite as well as the Dunlops do. The Micro Maxes are on Dunlop tyres, the same that the Honda Cadets are using, as we've got the cart of Ben Arnold being recovered back into pit lane, which should be enough to give us a green light to get our Inters out onto track. A few moments time. Just waiting for confirmation. You can see they're all sat there with the thumbs patiently on the starter button on top of the battery. So loads more chat coming in as well. Albert Howe saying no, good luck to Oliver Lomax. Unfortunately for him, he had a bit of a spin round in the middle of that Junior Rotax B final and brings his day to a close here, unfortunately, at MBKC. Thank you for joining us here. We're not too far away from the 33,000 subscriber mark as well on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so hit the subscribe button, press the bell icon as well, because what that means is that every time we go live on Alpha Live, whether it's for a race meeting here, we've got cars, we've got bikes and everything all over on the carts on the Alpha Live channel. Whenever we go live, you'll get a notification, you'll not miss anything. But also by pressing that subscribe button means that you can jump into the live chat and say hello to me in the commentary box. You also say hello to anybody here at track. If you're watching, supporting, whether you're a family member, a friend, a sponsor of any of our drivers, drop it into the live chat. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching here at Manchester and Buxton Kart Club. We'll give you a shout out throughout the day here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. As you can see, our drivers making their way round, but credit to every single driver taking part here this weekend at Manchester and Buxton Kart Club, the Gold Cup here at Three Sisters. It's a formidable and fast track even in the dry, and to do what these drivers are doing in the wet weather conditions, you have to give them credit. The speed that they're carrying down that hill into Lucy's Valley when it's wet, and see the puddles and the sort of speed they're carrying. K's Edge yesterday were clearing the 100 mile an hour mark. I mean, they get 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds anyway. Support coming in as well from Larry and Kerry Price, cheering on Jensen, Jack and Bella from home. Two of them, or three of them all in this one. Jack Collinson, Jensen White, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. We're away and racing. No, we're not. We've got a false flag and we're going to go again. That's what the green flag with the yellow chevron means. And we're going to have a second bite of the cherry, although some of them at the front with the pace they're carrying through. Yeah, they've seen the flag now. Second one being shown at the next marshal's post, and there'll be yellows at the remaining posts all round the circuit, and we're going to have another go at this one. Got support coming in from a very hot and humid Thailand, from Musicals Trash, and still the best handle on YouTube that I've ever seen. Tesco Meal Deal saying good luck to Oscar War from a dry but very cold Bishop Auckland. I don't know, I'd swap dry and cold for wet and cold right now. Who's that who doesn't look very happy with the pace? I think it's JJ Plowman, not happy with the stop-start nature of them going here. See his head wobbling back and forth. He's getting a nudge from behind from the 22. A very impatient Riley Murrow, but behind him also a very impatient Rio Warderley giving him a nudge. We're a little bit better this time in the tram lines, and we're away and racing. The red light goes out, and it's Haynes. He's going to be pushed by Vary. Collinson's going round the outside. Collinson all the way round the outside of Edward Haynes, and Jack Collinson. What a start. Oh, takes my breath away, that one from Jack Collinson, all the way around the outside of Edward Haynes. Superb start, and he leads them all the way down the School Straight up towards Paddock Bend, and Jack Collinson. Haynes is down the inside though. Can Collinson hold him off? Collinson will have track position on the inside. Haynes won't be able to get the cut back, and Collinson in the 91 holding off Edward Haynes. Charlie Vary behind, and then it's the 82 of Radcliffe. They make their way round, over start finish, and back down the inside at Luna Bend comes Edward Haynes in the 43, and he will lead them over the line in front of Jack Collinson. Collinson's coming back down the inside though. Can he get it stopped? No, he can't this time round, and Edward Haynes retakes the lead. Collinson though battling hard in front of Charlie Vary, Louis Radcliffe and Riley Murrow. JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Rio Warderley, although Warderley now has found a way past Stansmore Wilson for 7th place. JJ Lowe, David Hyans and Jensen White rounding out your Intermax 11 kart grid here for the Gold Cup. Splashing through the puddles on the exit of the complex. Warning for Louis Radcliffe in the 82. He's right on the back of Charlie Vary there in the orange helmet. Power down and get the run up towards that first corner at the S's. Collinson nowhere near close enough. Haynes this time round, the gap's out to 0.6 of a second. On the previous lap it was Charlie Vary setting a faster time than Collinson. The front though, Haynes 0.6 quicker than Collinson in second place. Change further down the order was the one we spoke about previously. Rio Warderley finding a way past Isabella Stansmore Wilson for 7th place. And there is Warderley in the white helmet now immediately onto the back of JJ Plowman in the 111 machine. Then running slightly wide, and the gap goes back again, and now it's Isabella Stansmore Wilson's chance to close in on Rio Warderley as Edward Haynes again sets the fastest lap of the race, 0.4 quicker this time. And Collinson in second, Vary taking another fraction out of Collinson in second place. Still not enough though to put himself in an attacking position, half a second off as Warderley goes wide on exit of Joey Dunlop, but then seems to close up a little bit on JJ Plowman. Plowman in the 111. In front of them, Riley Murrow, P5. Isabella Stansmore Wilson was quicker than the two from the previous lap, but now Rio Wardley seems to have settled back into a nice rhythm and is moving away. Stansmore Wilson's going to come under pressure shortly by JJ Lowe. She was really quick in the wet yesterday, in the dry yesterday. Doesn't seem to have quite the pace in the wet, not the pace certainly of Edward Haynes, who sets another fastest lap. Behind them though, Collinson is now under real pressure from Charlie Vary. As they head up and over the entrance into Paddock Bend. Collinson holding off, bouncing over the curbs as they exit back onto the Rogerson straight. Charlie Vary closing in. They get the feeling once again here it's only a matter of time. Charlie Vary, if he can get on the power and just sit into the slipstream of Collinson at the end of this straight, although Collinson does seem to have the pace everywhere else to hold back Charlie Vary, but Vary's in the slipstream, pulls out. He's going to try and move down the inside, and he's through on Jack Collinson as they go through the S's, and now he's asking Collinson to push onto the back of Haynes, but Haynes with another fastest lap. Vary and Collinson need half a second a lap to close in on Edward Haynes. And that half a second will just put them on to Edward Haynes' pace, so they really need a full second working together down the start-finish straight to sort of push on. Huge amount of slipstream to be had, but it's whether Collinson can stick with Vary here. For Vary's sake, he really wants him to, but Vary might have a little bit too much. Warning for Jack Collinson, not quite sure where he's picked that up in the last couple of laps, so maybe that was earlier on in the race, but haven't seen him come into contact with Charlie Vary at all. Since Vary found the way through, wasn't robust in the defence either. Down the hill they come. Haynes still with the fastest lap. No real changes with the exception of the one we saw on the previous lap between Vary and Collinson. 4 minutes to go. This super heat. Grid setter for the final. The right-hander at Luna Bend. And whilst Vary hasn't been able to pull away from Collinson, two of them haven't been able to match Edward Haynes' pace at the front. He's still pulling away by 0.3 of a second. Vary just seems to have a little bit more front-end grip into the entry into the S's there now than what Collinson has. He's the right-hander at Joey Dunlop. JJ Lowe right now in the wheel tracks of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Jensen White and David Hyans rounding out the grid of karts here. Leader's already through, you just saw him go through the shot. Second place is Charlie Vary, Jack Collinson, Louis Radcliffe with Riley Murrow. Behind Murrow though, JJ Plowman, Rio Wardley are still fairly close together. 2 drivers, 3 drivers with the white helmets all there in that train of karts. Not close enough though to make the move as Charlie Vary throws that kart in and then goes through the puddles. 2.5 to go here at Three Sisters for your race leaders. Edward Haynes, the gap. This could be 5 seconds for Haynes by the end of this one. Just continuing to go quicker and quicker than everybody else on every lap. 53 dead on the previous lap, was only a 10th slower than his fastest lap of the race. Haynes, the field really starting to spread out now for most of them. So we'll have a quick look at our results from previous and we'll bring you them at the end of the race. Haynes opens up the gap now by another 0.4 of a second to Charlie Vary and Jack Collinson. JJ Plowman's looking at his nose there. It's bouncing around a little bit. Could have had a drop down there, JJ Plowman. That's not going to do him any favours. If he has, the nose pushes in, it drops down, then you end up with a 5-second penalty. It could just be the way that it's sat in the mounting bracket, but nose certainly looking a little bit low on the front. Haynes coming round Luna Bend with 1 minute and 10 to go, so there'll be 3 laps for him. Has a look over his shoulder, sees nothing but tarmac behind him. Edward Haynes now looks like he's just eased off slightly. It's for the first time in this race Charlie Very has set a faster lap. Puddles starting to form now offline as well here as Edward Haynes, still with maximum amount of confidence, is throwing that number 43 kart round like a dog toy as he goes into Paddock Bend. Micro Max is gridding up ready for their superheat in a few moments' time. Haynes with huge rooster tails of water behind him. Collinson falling away off the back of Charlie Very. Very closing the gap slightly once again to Edward Haynes, who does indeed start his penultimate lap. Just seeing if we've got any results published from Junior Max B final. We have. Top 6 are through, but not in the order they were. Joe Arnold, James Kell, Connor Scarisbrook, Lewis Goff up to 4th, Henry Cameron up to 5th, Stan Clark drops down to 6th with a front fairing penalty. So the same top 6 are through, just not in the same order that they were. And then we've got Senior Road Tax. We've got loads going on in that one. Last lap commences for Edward Haynes. His gap comfortable at 3.6. Charlie Walsh took the victory with a commanding victory. But we had no less than 8 drivers picking up front fairing penalties. Ellie Anderson as well with a penalty for an overtake under yellows, unfortunately for her. And Callum Kinder removed from the standings for not coming in under his mechanical flag. Drops him down to 27th place. And picks up no points, unfortunately, for him. Leader, though, making his way out of the complex of corners. Edward Haynes is going to take a commanding victory here at Three Sisters in the number 43 machine. Gap's been steady for the last couple of laps since he opened it up to 3.6 seconds. But Edward Haynes, one arm off the wheel, and onto pole position for the final later on today. Charlie Very will start alongside him on the front row. Jack Collinson and Louis Radcliffe 3rd and 4th, with Riley Murrow and JJ Plowman 5th and 6th. Rio Wardali, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, JJ Lowe, Jensen White and David Hyans are your remaining runners. There's White coming over the line with the orange helmet. And then David Hyans will be your remaining runner. He should cross the line around about now, although I don't know if he's already peeled off into pit lane because I can't see him out on track, so he may well be classified as a lap down, having not taken the checkered flag. Edward Haynes then takes the victory from Charlie Very and Jack Collinson, Louis Radcliffe and Riley Murrow, with JJ Plowman and Rio Wardali in P7. Isabella Stansmore Wilson is 8th, with JJ Lowe, Jensen White and David Hyans rounding out your 11 kart Rotax Intergrid. We move on then to our Micro Max. They're the next class to go. They're sat waiting. It's time for their grid. Grid will be up on screen momentarily then for our into pre-final. points from the heat. See Josh Cook going off pole position. Logan Jones alongside with Drew Davidson and Austin O'Man on row number 2. Buddy Hugo and Harris Barber go off row number 3. Then it's going to be Jack Mellon in P7, Elsie Gannon in 8th, with Harry Radcliffe and Layla Bell completing the top 10. Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson round out row number 6. We should have Surrey and Gallagher out as well. The number 17 machine, so we'll confirm in a few moments' time that that is the case. Should have 13 runners. We only have 12, so Gallagher might not be with us. After this, we've got senior Rotax for race 33 of the weekend. They're already starting to make their way onto grid for their superheat. So, micros heading out onto track. See now the puddle's definitely there. So Harry Radcliffe splashing through them. Trying to get some heat into the tyres with Buddy Hugo alongside him. So head down the hill. So grid beginning to form up, but may not be forming up quick enough here to get this one underway at the first time of asking. They're going to have to be right in place. Will we get there? We've got 10. We've got 10, we need 12. Where are the other 2? Buddy Hugo not into position just yet there. He slots in at Luna Bend. There or thereabouts at the end. And we are going racing. Well done to Micro to just about get there in the end. So they run up Josh Cook 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Drew Davidson down the inside, although he's going to hit a puddle and get slowed down. Austin O'Man up into 2nd. Davidson then down into 3rd with Logan Jones forced out down into 4th place. Down the hill into Lucis. Looks like Buddy Hugo in P5 has managed to make a good start. He has. Josh Cook, Austin O'Man now. Probably have been on pole had he not dropped those points in heat number 4 earlier on this morning with that retirement. Still going off the 2nd row though, now up into 2nd place. Drew Davidson sweeps round the outside of Logan Jones as Jones tries to nudge the nose down the inside. And they'll be led over the line. End of the first lap of this 10-minute plus 1 lap super heat by Josh Cook. But it's Austin O'Man who will lead them into the first corner, late on the brakes, and slides it down the inside. Majestic move by Austin O'Man, and he leads in front now of Josh Cook, Logan Jones and Drew Davidson. It's the field sweeping down differing lines, some of them electing to take the curbs, some of them taking a more conservative approach to finding their way through the S's at the bottom of Lucy's Valley. Austin O'Man opening up a gap here at the front from Josh Cook. It's often a game of chess in the wet weather conditions as to tyre pressures. Do you go high and go early and open up a gap? Do you go low and wait for the tyres to come in and hope that that gap isn't too far away for you to close in? At the moment though, Austin O'Man 0.8 of a second quicker than Josh Cook. And Josh Cook again at the first corner loses another place. This time it's to Logan Jones in the 73. The only overtake of that lap, or of the previous lap, was when O'Man got past Cook. At the moment the only overtake we've had was Jones finding his way past Cook for 2nd place as well. Buddy Hugo looking racy in P5 off the back of Drew Davidson. Will Hugo be the next one to make that move up at the S's at the end of the start-finish straight? Tries to get down the inside early already. Into the wheel tracks of Drew Davidson. Davidson with a big look over the shoulder. Logan Jones with the fastest lap of the race. Davidson with the early turn in to try and ward off Buddy Hugo. Hugo then ramps it up the curb on the inside and gets both front wheels off the tarmac. He takes a wider line as well round Dunlop. Seems to get him on the power earlier though, as he runs up round the outside, trying to get past Drew Davidson. And then down the inside of Davidson into the complex. Davidson slow on exit, and Buddy Hugo just puts the kart down the inside. We haven't seen a lot of overtakes through that complex of corners so far this weekend, wet or dry, but Buddy Hugo is through now, and has he got the pace to close up on those in front? Logan Jones, though, is starting to close the gap on Austin Oman. 2 tenths on the previous lap, 3 tenths on this one for Logan Jones. Will he go early, or will he elect to try and push Austin Oman away from the field? They've got a gap to Logan Jones, who looks down to the side of his car. Doesn't look overly thrilled. Austin Oman defending off from Logan Jones, who gets a wider line to try and maximise the exit. Still just over half of this race to go. Jones now will try and power down on Oman. Oman with a double look over the shoulder to his right hand side as they come round the Lunar Bend. Is it coming now from Logan Jones? He's certainly moved out. He's hard on the brakes. Gets it stopped. Logan Jones with a superb move on Austin Oman. Very similar move to what he pulled on Josh Cook, and what Oman pulled on Cook earlier on as well. Logan Jones be the one to break away like Oman did before he got reeled in, but now Oman with a target in front of him, can he battle back? Because now he's going to be able to see where Logan Jones was gaining on him. Can he do to Jones what Jones did to him a few laps ago? Seems to get a good run out of Lunar Bend. Logan Jones goes to the inside. Austin Oman's going to have to sweep round. Got to be careful here not to back themselves into Josh Cook, who, despite being overtaken earlier on, hasn't dropped away off the back, and on the previous lap was matching pace for Jones and Oman. So as soon as they start battling in front, he's going to come right back into this. Things did open up on the previous lap, though. The only driver that was quicker than anybody in front was Harry Radcliffe in 7th on the previous lap. He was 2 tenths quicker and closing in on Jack Mellon for 6th place. And once again, Logan Jones goes to the inside and then cuts back out just in front of Austin Oman as they go towards the S's. Here on the camera, it's probably very windy here at Three Sisters. We're quite lucky we've got a lot of tree coverage all the way around the circuit, but still a very, very windy day. Logan Jones, Austin Oman and Josh Cook, your top 3. And Austin Oman closer than what he has been the last couple of laps to Logan Jones. Can he get the run and the slipstream, which is massive here? He's not getting the slipstream because Jones is coming to the inside to try and break any chance of a tow. There's some lap traffic in front of the two of them though. Jones and Austin Oman having to navigate Carter Jackson in the next lap or so. back to nose to tail action though. Oman's closed right up. So we're up towards Paddock Bend. Minute 55 on the clock for our Micromax pre-final, the Super Heat. Keep an eye out in the background here, because Josh Cook, I think again, could be a little bit quicker than Austin Oman and Logan Jones, and he is, quarter of a second for Josh Cook. And if they catch this traffic in the wrong place, they're really going to back themselves into Cook. Cook's coming good, Buddy Hugo still comfortable in fourth, as is Drew Davidson in fifth. Then there's a battle behind between Ratcliffe, Mellon. Ratcliffe now up into sixth place as the two leaders find their way past the lap traffic. Not quite so lucky for Josh Cook though, who's got stuck behind the traffic going through the complex. Cook now, this is a battle for the top two. Cook closing in as Jackson goes wide on the exit of the complex. Cook is through, but Cook, I think, is going to have lost nearly a second there, Josh Cook. Unable to get through, and solve his frustration there as they cross the line. Cook indeed drops half a second away off the back. Oman has a think about it down the inside of Logan Jones. Jones a little bit later on the brakes, but that's allowed Oman to close right up. Down Lucy's Valley, round the right-hander of Joey Dunlop corner. And out of that corner, Logan Jones opens up 4 kart lengths on Austin Oman. He just gets on the power a little bit sooner. Just doesn't allow Oman to get a chance, and Oman has to close in the faster sections, but then Jones appears to be a little bit later on the brakes up into the S's. Last lap board awaits them then as they cross the line this time, and this time Oman does come to the inside a little bit to get some slipstream, but not enough to help him draw alongside or even try and go round the outside into that first corner. Logan Jones with half a lap to go once they've negotiated these chicanes at the bottom of Lucy's round. Joey Dunlop has half a lap to hold on to take pole position for the final. The gap has closed in and then gone back out throughout this race on a number of occasions. Austin Oman has tried, but Logan Jones has been more than a match for the number 16. Logan Jones in the 73 comes out of the final corner to take victory in the preheat super final from Austin Oman and Josh Cook. Then it's Buddy Hugo and Drew Davidson to complete your top 5, with Harry Radcliffe and Jack Mellon will be the next two over the line in 6th and 7th respectively. Wait for a few others to come through. That's all of them over the line. Logan Jones then wins that Superheat pre-final from Austin Oman and Josh Cook. Buddy Hugo and Drew Davidson with Harry Radcliffe and Jack Mellon racing it out towards the line, 6th and 7th respectively. Harris Barber and Layla Bell, 8th and 9th, with Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson completing your micro cadet grid. Just having a quick look at any results that have been published since we last ran through them. We normally take around about half an hour to go through our results. Don't think Inter's been published yet. It hasn't. Honda Cadet 200 Superheat, that still hasn't been published. Don't know what's going on with that one. At the moment though, we have our senior Rotax 162 Superheat grid ready to go for us down there. So it's about time we moved on. all drivers through then to the Super Heats. Junior Rotax, the only one where we've had a B final. So Archie Buttle goes off pole position with Jack Bate alongside Morgan Hudson-Brown and Charlie Walsh, Charlie Pritchard and George Donald on row number 3. Row 4 sees Alexander Adams-Acton with Pearson Bullock-Carter on row 4. Then it's going to be Rhys Bailey and Thomas Wood, Will Murdoch and Jay Pearson. Deacon Russell for MLC Racing starts in 13th with Thomas Liatukis on row number 7. Then it's John Brown and Callum Kinder with Oliver Brett Smith and Matthew Lambert on row number 9. Row 10 sees Ellie Anderson and Andy Collinson with Monroe Renard and Carl Baldwin, Paul Swan and Jake Davis on row number 12. Aaron Mackay, Gemma Hyans and Ben Arnold will complete your grid, all of those having retirement throughout this race weekend. Problems getting away, I think, for the 22. Finally does get going. Morgan Hudson-Brown just needing a little bit of assistance to get his kart out of the dummy grid. So as Hudson-Brown rejoins the fray, see the spray now as they come through. Slippery surface flag being waved as a gentle reminder to our drivers, and we've got the 26 round Jack Bate off the front row. Just testing where the grip levels are and finding that it's not over there on this outlap. So they all now trying to get round. Bate will be able to slot back into position, and indeed he's already making his way back towards the front of the field. So field nicely back into position, then Bate will retake his position alongside Archie Buttle on the outside of the front row. Field is nicely positioned, nicely poised. Lights are already out. We're away and racing in Senior Rotax as they run up towards the first corner. All the way round the outside once again. We've got one of the Jack's Motorsports karts, but this time it appears to have worked. George Donald, I believe, is the one going all the way round the outside. It is indeed the 16. We're 2 and 3 wide down Lucy's Valley. That's not wise. They finally managed to sort themselves out into some sort of order. Still battling out in that mid-pack as they go through the complex to a couple side by side, splashing through the spray here at Three Sisters. Towards Luna Bend. We'll sort out the top 10 as they come over the line. At the end of the first lap, George Donald 4th place gain in P2, Thomas Wood 5th place gain in P4. It's Buttle, Donald, Hudson Brown, then it's Wood, Charlie Walsh, front of Jack Bate, Charlie Pritchard, John Brown, Pearson Bullock Carter and Will Murdoch. John Brown with 6 places gained on that opening lap moves him from 14th up into P8. Really George Donald who made that superb start all the way around the outside. Pearson Bullock Carter tried it earlier on in the final heat that we had. Didn't quite work out for him and he ended up being forced wide out onto the grass. This time though, it works for George Donald. So come up and over the start line. 77 is Charlie Pritchard. He moves up a couple of places. Jack Bate drops down 2. As That's Charlie Walsh down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown for third place. Archie Buttle, George Donald will be under pressure now from Charlie Walsh, who proved earlier on in the day that he's very, very strong in these wet weather conditions. Can Hudson-Brown go with? Behind them, Thomas Wood, who's had a good start to this race as well. In front of Charlie Pritchard and John Brown. Another driver who's performing very well in the wet weather conditions. There is Tom Wood in 62. In the middle of these train of three karts, Morgan Hudson-Brown leading it, but at the moment unable to go with Charlie Walsh. He found a way past him earlier on in this lap. Walsh showing his credentials once again there with the fastest lap of the race. A tenth and a half quicker than Donald, but Donald was 2/10 quicker than Archie Buttle at the front. Donald going in to Paddock Bend there. Looks like he carried a little bit too much speed and went slightly wide. Maybe so he didn't cause contact into the back of Archie Buttle. That's allowed Buttle to open up a bit of a gap at the front. So he'll only be around about half a second, I think, by the time they come over the line. Rather than the 3/10 it was previously. Charlie Walsh, though, the one to watch here. In third place, another 2.5 tenths out of George Donald at the front. Behind the top three, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Thomas Wood and Charlie Pritchard. There is Pritchard in the 77. Aaron Mackay, though, with the fastest lap of the race in 14th place. And he's nearly a second quicker as we've got a driver walking away. Kart abandoned. It's a 99 machine of Rhys Bailey being pushed away in the middle of the Three Sisters skid pan. He's walking away to the sanctuary of a marshal's post. Looks like the actual rain appears to have stopped, even though we've got a lot of spray. You often see more spray when it stops raining because it sits and then dissipates away off the circuit into the air. But you could see down into the valley there was sort of not a dry line but a clearer line being displayed. So bounce over the curbs, using that grip on the concrete rather than the tarmac. You see the lines as they come down the hill there at Lucy's Valley. We'll be heading to a lunch break after this senior Rotax final by the look of things. No karts being brought towards that dummy grid. Don't go anywhere though, we've got plenty of exciting finals and a champion to crown in KZ2 Super 4 this afternoon as part of the NKF. At the front, Archie Buttle leads from George Donald, but Donald takes 2/10 out, and now moved down the inside of Thomas Wood by Charlie Pritchard into the right-hander at the end of the start-finish straight, and that's going to move him up into 5th place behind Morgan Hudson-Brown. Buttle leads still from Donald. Donald, though, closing up. And they're starting to move away now from Charlie Walsh. Charlie Pritchard's the one to watch here, though. He's closing right up on the back of Morgan Hudson-Brown now. He's found a way past Thomas Wood. And he made a move at the end of the straight on the previous lap. Will he be close enough to Morgan Hudson-Brown to do it at the end of this lap? He's going to have to come from a mile back if he's going to. No, he's not quite close enough this time round. Down the hill the field go, and all Pritchard there getting slightly sideways. He's increasing the contact patch of the tyre by sending it sideways, but still not convinced it's the quickest line down Lucy's Valley. That'll give Hudson-Brown a little bit of respite. Mechanical flag for Andy Collinson in the 74 kart. Where's he currently running in the standings? 18th at the moment for Andy Collinson. Trying have a look out the combox window with the limited viewing as to what that may well be for Andy Collinson as the field comes through the chicane, through the S's at the start of the lap. Leaders still, as you were, Archie Buttle and George Donald. Donald's been taking fractions out lap on lap, but hasn't been close enough in the areas of the track that matter. Down the straight towards the chicane and the run up towards paddock to make the move stick. This is Charlie Pritchard being a lot closer this lap to Morgan Hudson-Brown, and he's through down the inside in the background as well. It looks like we've got Pearson Bullock Carter coming back into the mix down the inside of Thomas Wood for 6th place. And he is through on Tom Wood. Really come out of nowhere as Pearson Bullock Carter this move up. A quick look. Made up a couple of places in the first couple of laps and then has closed in onto the back of Thomas Wood. Now up into 6th place and could well be 5th in a few moments' time because he's right up on the back of Morgan Hudson-Brown very, very quickly here. There's Pearson Bullock Carter. That's a change for the lead briefly with George Donald down the inside of Archie Buttle. Donald's still got the nose down the inside as they run up towards Lucy's. Tries to go round the outside and holds off. But briefly, George Donald shows his hand to Archie Buttle. Buttle now with a more nervous look down to the right-hand side at paddock. And has George Donald been playing possum throughout this pre-final for our Rotax senior class? Has he had enough all the way and just not shown it to Archie Buttle? And now, as the time starts to elapse towards the end, has he just clicked it up a gear for George Donald? This time now, once again, Buttle with a look to the inside. Donald's going to try the outside this time. Buttle lets it run wide. Donald looking for the switchback. And he's going to be on the inside up towards Lucy's. George Donald is through on Archie Buttle. Buttle decides to back out. Probably the right decision. Gives him a chance to battle back. But now George Donald back down the inside. Comes Archie Buttle into the right-hander. Look in the background. Charlie Walsh is coming through. The top three now come together. Charlie Walsh has been thrown a lifeline here because George Donald and Archie Buttle have disappeared. Donald is through on Archie Buttle. Buttle then is helped slightly wide as he tried to defend off Charlie Walsh into the right-hander at Luna Bend. And Archie Buttle, who led onto the penultimate lap, will be third as they go onto the final lap. George Donald leads them through then from Charlie Walsh in second place, Archie Buttle P3, and now Charlie Pritchard is looking close enough as he throws it over the curbs. He still thinks there's an opportunity here for third place, but George Donald is well on his way to starting the final from pole position. He's going to have almost a second, I think, back to Charlie Walsh by the end of this one. And George Donald, who rode shotgun for most of this superheat, will come through to take the checkered flag and take Jack's Motorsport to pole position for the final from Charlie Walsh and Archie Buttle, with Charlie Pritchard, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Pearson Bullock Carter, Thomas Wood, John Brown, Matthew Lambert and Deacon Russell completing the top 10 in front of Jack Bate. Aaron Mackay comes through to P12 from towards the back end of that grid. It's a great effort for him in front of Will Murdoch. Callum Kinder and Ellie Anderson complete the top 15. There's the important finishing result on the screen. George Donald with a superb drive takes him to pole position for the final later on today. Charlie Walsh and Archie Buttle from to Charlie Pritchard and Morgan Hudson-Brown. Then it's going to be Pearson Bullock Carter who came back through to finish in P6 in front of Wood, Brown, Lambert and Deacon Russell. Round out your top 10 then in the final superheat of the day here at Three Sisters. 6 races to go when we come back from our lunch break. We commence with the championship round, the championship final for KZ2 in the NKF Super 4 Championship. Before we go to Honda Cadet, Junior Max, they've got a pre-final to go before the inter-final, the cadet final and in micros. Then it's going to be senior Rotax, and we will end our day with our junior Rotax final here then at Three Sisters. 6 finals and 1 pre-final to go. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you soon here from Manchester and Buxton Kart Club, the 2023 Gold Cup. Hello and welcome back to Three Sisters. Manchester and Buxton Kart Club 2023 Gold Cup. It's finals time here from Three Sisters. KZ2 are gridded up and ready to go. After that, we're going to have finals for all of our classes, including a pre-final for junior Rotax, after we've managed to trim that grid down to 34 remaining after the B final earlier on. As you can see, the karts for KZ2 are lined up and ready, so we may as well run you through a grid for the final KZ2 race of the season. A bumper so good, we're going to see it twice here at Three Sisters. Grid on the screen then, it's some more racing 1-2 on the front row. Josh Price and Alan Kenyon will share the front row with Neil McLennan and Jake Weston on row number 2. Byron Kittle and Lee Ward on row number 3. Then it's going to be Michael Watton in P7, Ryan Garvey alongside Richard Renshaw Panting and Dan Kelly on row 5. Then it's going to be Dan Fletcher and Ryan Simpson on row number 6. Row 7, we'll see Miles Murphy and Luke Dawson with Andy Walker and Danny Walker on row 8. James Eyre and Adam Holt on row number 9. Adam is with us this time in the number 12. He was the driver that was unable to make it out at the start of the previous race, and we saw him freewheeling it back into the pit lane. So you'll notice on the screen as well, we've had a slight tweak in camera positioning. We're going to try and get a few more of those exciting turn 1 overtakes that we've seen. You can see throughout the lunch break, the rain still came down. It looks like it's stopped since, but still plenty of puddles. And you can see there in the back left corner that, in fact, it is still actually coming down a little bit more than we thought. The puddles in the pit lane look to be fairly static, but back left corner, we've got quite a puddle on the exit of the final corner for our drivers to contend with. KZ getting ready. You can just hear them in the background, just giving the engines a good clear out, ready to go. They'll be on track in a few moments' time, followed by our Honda Cadet class for their final. Then we're going to have a Junior Max pre-final, Inter-final, Micro Max final, Senior Rotax final, and then our Junior Rotax final to round out the day here at Three Sisters, the 2023 Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup. All of our runners then heading out now. They'll get 2 warm-up laps, try and get some heat in the tyres while splashing through these puddles. You see as the heat hits the engine already, the steam that's coming off the back of the engine. We've been warming it up in the pit lane. Now going to see that first corner where some really big puddles have been emerging over the lunch break on the outside the corner at least, and here we are down at Lucy's, and on the way out of this corner there is a huge puddle that you can't particularly see on that camera shot, but it's just out of sight, but there just behind the floodlight on top of the viewing area you will see a fairly sizable puddle. So KZ making their way round. They'll get another lap. familiarise themselves with the conditions, but also getting some heat into the tyres the best they can. See the amount of spray that's going up. This is the at the last corner by the look of things, as a few more karts come through. There's the puddles there. There's a bit of a dip in the tarmac, and just all the water appears to run in there. During Friday practice, a lot of our classes, whilst the track was 90% dry, were having to use wet tyres because that one corner alone was losing the slick runners nearly 2 seconds compared to everybody else. Field then rolling round. It's a standing start for KZ2. So they'll just all hold back, roll into position 2 by 2. They'll do a bit of a practice start here as Alan Kenyon there, just it's almost like pulling an elastic band as far as you can and just letting it go. Does a bit of a practice start on the outside, and that's where he is. On the outside of the front row, champion-elect Josh Price on pole position in the number 2. We're here at Manchester and Buxton Kart Club. The race, though, NKF Super 4. Josh Price, already the British champion. Runner-up, sorry, in the British Championships this season. Get themselves into position. Looks like we're good from the back. Expect the red lights to go on now. They do. They're out and we are away and racing. It's a good start from Price from the pole position berth. A few slow away towards the tail end of the field. Danny Walker being one of them. Here in the 132. As the field runs up towards that first corner, and they're immediately engulfed in a cloud of spray. And up and over the hill, you can just see it there, just how much those drivers are having to contend with. So we've got a slow runner in the background as well coming down the hill. We'll try and clock a number on that one, but it could well be the 99 of Michael Watton going slowly. I'll let you know when they come over the line at the end of the first lap. Round Luna Bend they go. And already at the front, Josh Price has checked out. The gap's going to be nearly 1.3 seconds at the end of the first lap. Just look at the spray being kicked up here on track by KZ. Miles Murphy's already making big jumps towards the front, up to P6 at the end of the first lap, having started down in 12th place. There he is in the yellow and red machine. Just caught the end of it as we came to this camera at the bottom end of Lucy's Valley. So looks like Byron Kittle unable to get away at the start of this one. It was a driver that was struggling on the opening lap, the 188 machine, and that kart is already in Parc Ferme. He's out of it and out of this final. Josh Price, though, at the front again. The gap is out to 2.4 seconds already for Josh Price at the front. The stellar opening couple of laps for Josh Price. From Alan Kenyon, Neil McLennan, Jake Weston, Miles Murphy now up to 5th place, having got past Lee Ward on the previous lap. There he is on the tail of this train of 4 karts. Dan Kelly already picking up a warning early on in the race in 9th place. Kenyon and McLennan with a slight gap back to Weston and Murphy. At the front again, Price takes another 2/10 lead away from everybody else, starting to push away. There he is into shot. This is the gap that he's got. There's the rest of the field. Really turning the screw early as Josh Price wants to get this championship wrapped up comfortably. I think he's going to be rather happy with his work at the end of this one. McLennan challenging Alan Kenyon for second place. As Miles Murphy still hasn't managed to find a way past Jake Weston in that run down that back straight. Fastest lap by Josh Price, gaps out to over 3 seconds now. There he is coming through. You see here once again the kart skipping over the curbs. So make their way round in what will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap KZ2 final here. Price looking to get it over and done with. Miles Murphy needs to find a way past Jake Weston, and he's down the inside into Luna Bend. Weston's going to try and run all the way around the outside, but it's going to be a long way round the right-hander. Now he's going to cut back to the inside as they run up towards the first corner. Who's coming out in front? It's going to be Miles Murphy at the end of the straight. Murphy up into P4. Weston drops down into P5. Let's see what Murphy can do now in a little bit of free air. Can he close up on the back of Neil McLennan? Yellow kart, number 4 for Miles Murphy. See whether he can close up onto the that back of Neil McLennan. Behind that train there's a gap back to Ryan Garvey in P6, Lee Ward, and then behind that Michael Watton. Moved down the inside by the 11 of Daniel Fletcher, doesn't quite work out, and that's going to open the door for Dan Kelly to try and put the nose down the inside. Looks like both of them have got past Ryan Simpson on the previous lap. Richard Renshaw panting now, the next one for them two to try and pick off. And this contact, Dan Kelly into the back of the 11 of Dan Fletcher, and then a domino effect. Richard Renshaw panting goes off as well. Contact into the rear by Dan Kelly, who's already sat on a warning. Move up into the S's at the end of the straight. Misjudged by Dan Kelly. And he goes straight through Daniel Fletcher and Richard Renshaw panting as well. Both of them are out of their karts, both of them out of the race by the look of it. Moved down the inside by Adam Holt on Ryan Simpson. Into the right-hander, into the left-hander, and then the right at Luna. And Simpson fight back. They're going to make up 2 places anyway over the line, and Simpson is indeed fighting back, but I think there's yellow flag out there. Simpson decides to slot back in, but it's definitely for the best because there was a yellow flag out. Still dealing with the issue with Dan Fletcher and Richard Renshaw panting on the outside. There's Renshaw panting coming back through, rejoining in what will now be 16th place, I think, in front of Dan Fletcher. Byron Kittle already not taking part in this one. His car in Parc Ferme and already back in the paddock and on it in its way back into the team awning. Black flag for Dan Kelly for the incident at the end of the start-finish straight and into the S's. He will be called back into pit lane. Well, Dan Kelly and his KF2 NKF season will come to an end with 8 minutes to go as he has shown the black flag on the gantry over the start-finish line. I'm not sure if the just having a quick look. I don't know whether the digital flag is displaying it just yet, but it's showing it here in messages and came up on the screen. Confirmation there that it is a black flag for Dan Kelly. Now it's being shown on the screen over the top of start-finish. Josh Price continuing to lead, another fastest lap for him on the previous lap, 4/10 quicker than Alan Kenyon in second place. Neil McLennan, Miles Murphy, Jake Weston and Ryan Garvey, Lee Ward, Michael Watton. It will now be Adam Holt in P9 with Ryan Simpson in 10th place. with Dan Kelly shown that black flag out of 9th place for causing the collision that sees Richard Renshaw panting and Daniel Fletcher 1 lap down. The end of the start-finish straight into this corner where Josh Price expertly goes round. Now it's Alan Kenyon's turn to set the fastest lap. 0.3 quicker than Josh Price, and we've got the 32 of Ryan Garvey off on what looks to be the outside of Luna Bend, beached in the mud. Not a huge amount of run off there for Garvey before he gets stopped in the tyre wall. That'll promote James Eyre into the top 10. Everybody else there, you see the kart on the outside there. Josh Price making his way through tentatively. Yellow flag will definitely be being shown. So we've got stationary yellows at the post prior and then a waved yellow on the entry to Luna Bend. Dan Kelly's come into pit lane now. Kart parked and he's walking down here now to watch the rest of the race from the end of the pit lane. Josh Price, Alan Kenyon and Neil McLennan, the top 3 as it stands. Price now starting to make his way through the traffic. Doesn't need to be too forceful in his way through here. He's got a big gap, 3.9 seconds back to Alan Kenyon in second place. More racing, 1-2 as it stands. Josh Price, who came into this round with a healthy points lead. The rest of the class is running as a one-off meeting for the MBKC Gold Cup. There we go, we've got Andy Walker off as well on the outside of Luna as they got the power down onto the start-finish straight. So Andy Walker beached on the grass on the outside, trying to drag the kart back on in these treacherous wet weather conditions. Yellow flag stays out on the entry. Waved yellow, as you can see there on the overhead, for our drivers to be made aware that we've got a driver off. Josh Price down the inside. See, they're coming down on the gears. 125cc water-cooled 6-speed sequential gearbox on these KZ2 karts. And you can see there Josh Price at the end of the straight, having gone all the way through the box, coming all the way back down again into the right-hander at the S's. 4 minutes and 1 lap away from the NKF Super 4 KZ2 Championship here in 2023 for Josh Price. Alan Kenyon, though, started to take some time out of the race leader. 0.3 of a second on the previous lap. Might not be enough for him to close back up. Will benefit potentially here from a little bit of slipstream. Behind him, Neil McLennan still holding off Miles Murphy for 3rd and 4th. As Alan Kenyon does indeed find the way through some lap traffic at the end of the straight. Murphy closing right up on Neil McLennan. So they exit the right-hander. Head down, splashing through the puddle on the entry to Lucy's. There's lap traffic in front now for these two to negotiate. They're going to do it on the run up towards Luna Bend by the look of it. The 86 of Luke Dawson, the driver in front, and then that's going to allow Miles Murphy, I think, to get down the inside. Is it? No, Murphy did put the kart there. And, Murphy, I think, helps Dawson out of the way ever so slightly, but that's going to open up a few kart lengths back to Neil McLennan, and now Miles Murphy's going to have to work hard to find a way back through. But this battle between the two of them, they've pretty much ran nose to tail since the start of this race. Well, ever since Miles Murphy moved up into P4, he started P12. So Alan Kenyon down the inside of some more lap traffic in front of him. I think that was the 132 of Danny Walker. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It'll be around about 2 minutes when they cross the line now for Josh Price. Just got to keep this one on the black stuff. It's easier said than done with this power and how much water is on the track at the moment, but Miles Murphy and Neil McLennan, more traffic that they've negotiated in the this last lap. Found a way past Richard Renshaw, panting by the look of things, who could well be peeling off into pit lane. Nope, carrying on. Thought we was slowing it in the to bring it home. Josh Price round the right-hander of Luna Bend. We're going to get 3 laps in here, 47 seconds as he crosses the line this time round. 9 runners still on the lead lap, all the way down to Adam Holt in P9. We've got James Eyre, Luke Dawson, Richard Renshaw, panting, Daniel Fletcher, Danny Walker, all being shown as laps down. Andy Walker, Ryan Garvey, Dan Kelly, all out of this race. Walker and Garvey retirements. Dan Kelly brought in under a black flag. Byron Kittle unable to start this race due to a technical issue. Josh Price now just enjoying the final 2 laps of this KZ2 race here at Three Sisters. Down, start, finish. Sets the fastest lap as well on lap number 18 of 19 here for Josh Price. Second in the KZ2 British Championship. He's around about a minute and a half away from being the NKF Super 4 KZ2 champion of 2023. Round Luna Bend. The next time he comes round this corner, he'll have his sights on the checkered flag and his hands on the crown. A look over the shoulder to see a comfortable gap of 4.7 seconds. Sets the fastest lap again. That's not going to do the team Hearts any good to see him pumping in fastest laps at this stage in the race with so much at stake. Josh Price with a gap of 5.5 seconds back to Alan Kenyon. Neil McLennan still holding off Miles Murphy for 3rd place in the final step on the KZ2 podium here at Three Sisters. Half a lap to go. 2 corners really for Josh Price. Into the left-hander of Luna, into the right-hander of Luna. Josh Price, he's won it. He's won it in style, and he's won the 2023 NKF Super 4 Championship. Takes the victory by a comfortable margin. Immediately slows to savour the moment as Alan Kenyon and Neil McLennan join him on the podium in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Miles Murphy ends the day in P4. Great result after 2 retirements and starting the final in P12. Jake Weston rounds out the top 5 in front of Lee Ward, who will cross the line momentarily. Other runners already crossing the line. A lap down, the race going to 20 laps in the end. Josh Price, though, takes victory from Alan Kenyon and Neil McLennan. They're your top 3. As the field heads back into pit lane. I'm sure there'll be congratulations aplenty down there. Congratulations as well from everybody at Alpha Live, your 2023 NKF Super 4 champion, Josh Price. So we'll have a little bit of a recovery time here then as we collect carts that were out on circuit for Ryan Garvey and Dan Kelly, who were, Andy Walker and Ryan Garvey, whose carts were stuck out on track earlier on. So we'll get them collected and then we'll go with our next race. There they are gridded up. It's time to hand out a gold cup for our Honda Cadet class. So it looks like Andy Walker's going to bring himself in under his own power. He gets pushed out of the mud pie on the outside of Luna Bend. William Howard, courtesy of winning the pre-final, starts this one on pole position. Theo Bradshaw alongside. Edward Ryan, Archie Loveridge are on row 2. Joshua Sullivan and Red Lind on row number 3. Row 4 sees Thomas Harper and Ashton Horspool. Tom Nichols and Charlie Stapleton with Samuel Eden and Luke Jardine on row number 6 in front of Margaris Kavekis and Robin Ashton, with Dexter Petty, Archie Cannon and Lewis Hall, having retired from the pre-final, will start in 17th place. There's your grid. William Howard on the left in the blue and purple liveried machine. Theo Bradshaw on the right in the Zip Kart colours. Similar to that as the of Lewis Hall, who leaves the field last after that retirement. 1.5 laps here for our field to try and get some heat into the tyres and find out where the grip is once again. Every time that we've had heat so far today, there's been slightly more or less rain than the previous one, so our field will just need to get used to where the water is, the standing water. One and a half laps of warm-up time here. Drivers just jacking the kart left and right as they come down the hill to try and get some heat in the tyres. It's going to be very difficult with Charlie Stapleton just weaving left and right, trying as he can to try and get some heat in. Here's a different shot really of that double apex left that we've been talking about throughout the day, that we haven't been sort of been hidden behind the tyres of the off-road track previously. Just doesn't give you quite the same level that you get there from that intensity. But drivers are going in there and then sort of having to get the kart sort of stopped and turned at the same time. The drivers are braking and turning as they go in there. Field getting themselves into position then as Samuel Eden slides the 118 in there into position. Calm before the storm here then in Honda Cadet. Everybody nicely positioned. Start line Clark making his way to the back. Thumbs up, we're good to go. Keep an eye on the lights in the top left-hand corner for when they come on. Lights are out, we're away and racing. It's a good start off the pole side by William Howard as Theo Bradshaw tries to come across to get in front of Howard, and Bradshaw has got in front of Howard as they head up towards the first corner. On the outside though, it's going to be Archie Loveridge who's going to get squeezed, is it? No, they slot back in. The top 5 are still the top 5, just not in the same order. Theo Bradshaw making the early moves here then at Three Sisters as he finds his way through to the head of the field. Bradshaw from William Howard and Edward Rye, Archie Loveridge, Joshua Sullivan, Red Lynn just in behind into the right-hander at Paddock Bend. Field nicely through this time. None of the malarkey that they had at the start of the previous race that sort of split the field up and allowed the top 5 to break away. Loveridge hard on the brakes into Luna Bend. Seems to be able to get a good run out of that corner as they power on. Fixed gearing in the Honda, which is why you don't see them breaking away too often. It's 22th clutch and a 68 rear sprocket. In the slick, it's a fantastic slipstream fest. Loveridge down the inside of Edward Rye, hard on the brakes, into the right-hander at the end of the straight. And Archie Loveridge with a great move as they head down the hill then towards Lucy's. And Edward Rye is wide, and Edward Rye is on the grass. Edward Rye drops down behind Red Lynn, only loses 2 places. He was on the outside, couldn't hold on to the tarmac, and down he goes. Now he's going to try and battle back with Red Lynn, but that's allowed the top 4 to break away. Can he come back at this one? Thomas Harper then on the back of Red Lynn. Samuel Yeadon with a good start, up from 12th place into 8th on the opening lap, in front of Ashton Horspool and Tom Nichols. That completes your top 10 as the 4 make their way out onto the start-finish straight. Bradshaw wide, to trying to get that kart turned in and maximise the entry. Does so, but I think now William Howard's a lot closer than what he was on the previous lap. Loveridge as well looking interested. Edward Rice managed to break away, and Thomas Harper is past Red Lind. Up into 6th place, Lind then down into 7th in front of Yeadon. Further down the field, it looks like Archie Cannon found a way past Lewis Hall on the previous lap. Hall up to 15th, having started in P17. Now Archie Loveridge close to William Howard. Edward Rye coming back into this as well. Loveridge was fastest on the previous lap. It was Sullivan briefly this time round, then it was Edward Rye. They're all coming back together. Everybody in the top 5, of all of them, Bradshaw was the slowest, the leader, only a fraction slower than William Howard. He was a fraction slower than Loveridge. He was a fraction slower than Sullivan. He was a fraction slower than Rye in 5th place, sorry. So everybody is in reverse order in terms of the speed on the previous lap, and you can tell because they're all nose to tail as they come out of the complex. 8.5 minutes to go. So they go into the right-hander of Luna Bend. Sullivan closes in on the back of Loveridge, pushing Archie Loveridge and going to the outside of Loveridge down there. Now wants to come back to the inside. Can they both find a way to push on Howard? Sullivan's down the inside. Will he get it stopped? He does. Shopping at the wheel, hacksawing to get that kart stopped. Sets the fastest lap of the race at the same time. And now William Howard with a look over the shoulder. Sullivan with a wider line. Howard defending him off on the inside. Loveridge is going to try and fight back, and Edward Rye is going to be back in the mix. Sullivan's coming down the inside into Paddock Bend. Can Howard hang on round the outside? Loveridge is going to be there as well. Sullivan's on the inside. Sullivan is through and up into 2nd place. William Howard down into 3rd. Archie Loveridge still looking in the mix. Theo Bradshaw looks over his shoulder and has a quick look, and then William Howard has a little bit of a tap on Sullivan, just lets him know that he's still there, into the right hand of Luna. These 3 now, can they push onto the back of Theo Bradshaw, who's going to have a gap of well over half a second as they come over the line? Sullivan asking William Howard to help him push onto the back of Bradshaw. They've lost 2 tenths on the previous lap in doing the overtake. Sullivan up from 4th into 2nd. Howard in 3rd, Loveridge. Then it's going to be Edward Rice still in the same camera shot. Thomas Harper barrelling down the hill. He's broken away in 6th place as well from what is now Ashton Horspool in front of Red Lind, 7th and 8th respectively. Then it's Tom Nichols and Samuel Yeadon round out the top 10. We're still not even at half race distance here in this one. 6 minutes and 30 to go in this 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Time to take a deep breath. Bradshaw leading. Gap on the previous lap, 7/10 of a second. Down to 6/10 of a second. William Howard behind Sullivan, closing in. Sullivan, fastest lap of the race once again, 56.065 for the driver of the 13. Looks like he made a little error on the way in there, seemed like he clipped a curb, looked over the shoulder because was just a bit conscious that Howard was going to come back down the inside. Behind them, Thomas Harper is matching Edward Rye and his pace. Out of the complex, Howard on the back of Sullivan once again. And yesterday, Howard, Sullivan and Loveridge, along with Theo Bradshaw, slipstreaming each other down this straight in the dry. Bradshaw looks like he's going to have a bit more of a gap this time. He does, it's back out to 0.7 of a second, but again, Sullivan and Howard, Loveridge pushing on, and that puddle on the inside is slowing them as they come through. Fastest driver on track though, Ashton Horsepool, P7, 0.4 quicker than Thomas Harper. Harper will come into shot now. There's Ashton Horsepool. He's flying at the moment, 0.4 quicker than anybody else on track, let alone Thomas Harper in front of him. And Ashton Horsepool is charging. Into Luna they go for what will be the 8th time now. Bradshaw at the front. The gap was 0.7 of a second on the previous lap. Down to a little under half a second now. Archie Loveridge is going for a move down the inside of William Howard. The end of the straight. Who's next? It's Thomas Harper still holding on from Ashton Horsepool. But Horsepool is a man on a mission at the moment. They come down the hill. The gap was half a second at the front. Looks like Bradshaw's opened it up again, and Sullivan goes wide at Paddock Bend. Loses the grip. Out he goes. Bradshaw's still in the lead, but he's going to have a gap of nearly a second now, I think, here. As William Howard had to get on the brakes to avoid making contact with the 13. Sullivan goes in hot into Paddock Bend. Holds on to second place. Here we go with Archie Loveridge on the back of William Howard once again. Will this time be the time that Loveridge goes? No, Howard's defending off Archie Loveridge. To the inside, stops Loveridge getting through. Howard would desperately like to take a trophy home in this one. And, what's likely to be one of his final cadet races before moving straight up to junior Rotax. Into Paddock. Sullivan finds this one a little bit better. Loveridge down the inside of William Howard this time into Paddock Bend. Got the nose into the gap, did Archie Loveridge. On William Howard, he's up now into third place. Gap, as we expected, out to 0.7 after the mistake by Sullivan on the previous lap. Can Loveridge close in though now? Edward Rice still on the periphery. Thomas Harper, is he still holding off Ashton Horsepool? No, he's not. Horsepool, fastest driver on track in terms of lap time on lap number 7, is now up into 6th place. Harper down into 7th. Loveridge, with that overtake, was still only half a tenth slower than Sullivan on that previous lap. Gap still remains at 0.7 of a second because Sullivan and Bradshaw set identical times on the previous lap, 56.382. The top two evenly matched as Sullivan goes wide again into Paddock Bend. I don't know whether that's giving him more drive on the way out, but it's not the first time we've seen him do that, and it's allowed Archie Loveridge to close up. Bradshaw with 2 victories here this weekend in heat. Sullivan with 2 heat victories as well. William Howard won the super heat. That's how close this class has been. 5 races, 3 different winners. Gap was 0.7. It's down to 6, but Loveridge is charging once again. He's 0.2 quicker than Sullivan. In second place, minute and 25. Last time I looked, it was 6 minutes. That's where the action's gone. The time disappearing in this Honda Cadet final. And Archie Loveridge tries a nose down the inside of Sullivan into Joey Dunlop. 3 laps to go, 2.5 in reality because they're halfway round the third one. Onto the Rogerson straight. Theo Bradshaw with another look. Sullivan asking Loveridge to help push him on. They both want to win this one, but in order to do so, they may have to work together for a lap to put themselves on the back of Theo Bradshaw and give themselves half a chance here. It was 0.6 on the previous lap. It's 0.3. The time's coming down. It's tumbling. Sullivan, Bradshaw, Loveridge. 0.6 of a second between them. Loveridge, the fastest driver on the track, 55. 59.900. Sullivan with a 55.904. Penultimate lap of the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup. Bradshaw, Sullivan, Loveridge, the top three, but will that be the order in 1 minute's time when they cross the line to take the checkered flag? Bradshaw, a seasoned racer in what's going to be his final Honda Cadet race ever, will love to take the MBKC Gold Cup home. He knows how to defend positions like this. He's been in this position a million times. Out onto the start-finish straight for the final time. They go. Last lap board out. Bradshaw with a long look over the shoulder. Bradshaw to the inside. Sullivan's behind. Contact is there between the two of them. Sullivan's down the inside. That'll get looked at post-race. Was there contact or was Bradshaw late on the brakes? No arm went up. We'll have a quick look. Reports that thinks he heard a bundle. We'll have a quick look at it again later on. But Sullivan leads from Archie Loveridge. We'll see what's said after the race on that one. Loveridge, can he run round the outside as they head into the left-hander? Loveridge trying to create a gap on the inside. Loveridge trying to shoehorn the 73. Loveridge now asking Bradshaw to push him on. Howard's back in the mix as well. Loveridge to the inside of Luna Bend they go. Power down. Away they go towards the checkered flag. That was Loveridge's chance. Sullivan will come through from P5 to win the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup from Archie Loveridge and Theo Bradshaw, with William Howard, Edward Rye, Ashton Horspool, Redland and Tom Nichols up into P8. Charlie Stapleton and Archie Cannon round out your top 10 in front of Margaris Kavekis, Luke Jardine, Samuel Yeadon, Dexter Petty, Thomas Harper, Lewis Hall and Robin Ashton. Your 17 kart runners here for the MBKC Gold Cup. Making their way out onto the grid then. We'll get a grid up on screen in a few moments' time. It's time for our Junior Max pre-final. Juniors making their way round, then we'll have to rattle through this grid very, very quickly because they're already making their way up towards Luna. That's not the right grid, unfortunately, but it's for the pre-final. We'll figure it out in a few moments, but it's going to be Archie Clark and Addison Smith on the front row. There they are into position. Junior Max pre-final. It's actually Daniel Whitfield and Addison Smith on the front row. Antrobus and Clark, row 2. Fox Whiteley and Hurst Grover on row 3. Emily Cooper and Charles Green are on row number 4 in front of Ben Horner and Jake Flewitt. Finley Buck and Logan Lauder are on row 6. Oscar War and Amy Peacock, row 7. Kawaker, House, Smith. Finn Leslie is 18th. Then it's Jake Woods, Hartley, Barlow, Pugh, Walsh, Palazzo, Frey, Murphy, Sumner, Yao, Arnold, Kells, Garisbrook, Goff, Cameron, Clark, and the lights are out, and we're away and racing just in time as they head up towards the Esses for the first time. It's a good start by Daniel Whitfield, Addison Smith, Harry Hurst Grover going very, very wide round the outside. It's been a long time, and Emily Cooper bounced over the curve. Long time since our juniors have been out on track, since their 3-lap warm-up this morning. So they make their way through. Contact in the background. We've got a few going off. We'll try and figure out who they are in a few moments' time when we get them over the line at the end of the first lap. Leaders making their way through. Not much change at the front, although it looks like Fox Whiteley's dropped down into P6, having started the race in P5. Addison Smith and Daniel Whitfield, though, pushing away at the front of this one. Wide goes the 27 of Charles Green out onto the grass, makes a slight mistake, and then has to come across to try and close the door. Looks like it was Arthur Frey who was off on the opening lap, drops down 10 places into 33rd place. Big movers as well on the opening lap. Finn Leslie up 6 from P18, runs P12, and Addison Smith is down the inside of Daniel Whitfield into the first corner. Can he get it stopped? No, he can't, and they're still arguing about it as they go through the chicanes, still arguing out of the complex. Whitfield wins the battle, but will he win the war at the end of this one? Addison Smith tried really hard there to hold on to the lead as he got alongside Daniel Whitfield, not once but twice. Fox Whiteley round the outside as Finlay Buck comes down the inside for P7. From 7th moves up into 5th place. He's got past Will Antrobus, but as has Fox Whiteley. And Fox Whiteley's back down the inside of Finlay Buck. Has to slot back out. They're going to be on the outside as they run up and over. And that's going to allow Antrobus back to the inside as they run down the hill. Lucy's Valley and into Joey Dunlop. Fox Whiteley trying to battle back down the inside of Antrobus into the right-hander at Paddock Bend. Still not through though. The top 4, Whitfield, Smith, Blewett and Green, all nose to tail. Antrobus down from 3rd into P7 that time round. Down the inside, Archie Clark trying to make the move on Jared Fox Whiteley in the blue colours. Here's Archie Clark. This one now just starting to drop. Stanley Clark, P30, fastest driver on track on lap number 2 with a 52nd lap, which is quicker than anybody's done by nearly 0.8 of a second, including our leaders. Finn Leslie, he emerges now inside the top 10, having started in 18. Big move as well from Lewis Goff. He started in 32nd place. He's up into 22nd as well. So big moves between the two of those two drivers, who came a little bit too close for comfort yesterday afternoon. Leslie is now in front of Jared Fox Whiteley. The whole field coming to the inside. They head up towards the S's. Fox Whiteley nerfed wide there by Harry Hurst Grover in the 24. So chop to the inside at the S's. It's Will Antrobus. Is it still behind? No, it's not behind Hurst Grover. Archie Clark's fallen now behind Jared Fox Whiteley, and they're going to be 2 and 3 wide. Ben Horner down the inside of Emily Cooper. Amy Peacock on the back of this train of karts in the number 17. And through goes the number 21. Forcing everybody else wide out onto it's Eric Smith. So Will Antrobus at the moment not having a great time of things. Emily Cooper sweeping round the outside, as does Archie Clark, and Jared Fox Whiteley's through as well. It's going to be all change inside the top 10. Finn Leslie up to 6, Hurst Grover 7, Fox Whiteley, Cooper and Clark round out the top 10. There's Will Antrobus once again on the outside, struggling to get that kart turned in. Contact! That's Ben Horner off on the left, and the 147 is off as well on the outside. That's Jake Woods. 2 or 3 drivers, and that's Antrobus. Will Antrobus stopping. to a halt, looking to his right. Could it be throttle cable? For Will Antrimous, definitely not. The kart's moving again, so it's not throttle cable, but he was looking down to his right-hand side, and he pulls off into the pit lane. On the grass is the 63 of Daniel Hartley. Will this race have a break at any point? I very much doubt it. This is what pre-finals are like. Goff down the inside as well as the 23 of Riven Walsh is out. Difficult weekend for Walsh, and this pre-final comes to a premature end. Charging through the field here, keep an eye, Lewis Goff down the inside. He struggled to make his way through really in the B final, got through in P4, but the others had moved away. In this one, he's really started to come alive, and that should now see him inside the top 15. Zane Kawaka down the inside of the 21. The 21 trying to fight back round the outside. Good move by Kawaka though on Eric Smith. Amy Peacock in the background trying to pick up the pieces. And Goff once again now, just saw him trying to make a move down the inside at the on the entry into Luna, and he definitely got through. That could have been on Joe Arnold, was it? No, that's a 16. We'll keep an eye out on numbers. It was Matteo Palazzo. Goff up into the top 15 and sets the fastest lap of the race. At the front though, Daniel Whitfield still leading from Addison Smith. The two of them breaking away, 10th and a half between them. Then there's almost a second back to Jake Flewitt. With Finley Buck, Charles Green, and then a big gap back to Finn Leslie. The top four breaking away in the early part of the race, but Leslie giving himself a good opportunity, starting what looks to be on the outside of the third row for Finn Leslie for the final. Doing what you need to do in a pre-final, which is keep out of trouble, not get involved in anything unnecessary, and give yourself half an opportunity later on in the day. The final race of the day will be this Junior Max final. This race setting the grid for that one. The leaders coming through. Stanley Clark with a warning, showing some great pace in his first junior Rotax race. Does like it in the rain. He's already up to 19th from 34th place on the grid. Another fastest lap this time from Lewis Goff, lap number 8, and he's 1 second quicker than Amy Peacock and Eric Smith in front of him. He's sliding out there onto the track, and Goff is already through. No, he's not. In fact, sorry, that's another driver in front of Amy Peacock. I was just trying to figure out where Lewis Goff had gone, because that was Amy Peacock. We'll keep an eye out on the timing in a few moments. Goff was the quickest driver on the previous lap. Where is he now? Still in P14. It's Amy Peacock who's moved in front of Eric Smith. That's where the confusion came. It's Peacock on the move. Another fastest lap from Goff this time round. He's trying to close back in. He was 2 seconds quicker, 1.8. Sorry to get it slightly wrong, but still a mammoth amount per lap faster than Eric Smith and Amy Peacock in front. Top 10 in sight then for Lewis Goff. Finn Leslie's taking some decent chunks out of the top 5 as well. 7/10 quicker than Charles Green on the previous lap. Here's the top 3, and Finley Buck has found a way past Jake Flewitt a few laps ago and is starting to close in. Warning for Logan Lauder. The top 3 though, nicely poised and together. Daniel Whitfield, Addison Smith and Finley Buck, all nose to tail. They want to start the final at the front, but they can't start the final at the front if they come into harm with each other. They need to be careful. There's a very big picture, and that big picture is not in the next 2 minutes, 55 seconds and 1 lap. Into Luna Bend, Finley Buck takes a slightly differing line round that corner, slots in nicely into 3rd place. Not quite close enough this time. Addison Smith has a think about it on Daniel Whitfield, but Whitfield comes across and sort of makes his turn in almost 50 metres or so before the corner, comes off the normal racing line, gets on the dirty tarmac, which is where you're going to find all the grip, sends it towards the corner, which wards off Addison Smith trying to get down the inside. top 10 as it stands with 2 minutes to go. Whitfield from Smith, Finley Buck, Charles Green, Jake Flewitt, Finn Leslie with Jared Fox-Whiteley, Harry Hurst-Grover, Emily Cooper and Archie Clark rounding out the top 10. Then it's Peacock in front of Eric Smith and Lewis Goff, Matteo Palazzo and Leon Barlow in 15th. Lauder, Clark up to 17th from Joe Arnold, Ewan House and Lewis Sumner. What are we going to see as we head up? We're going to see Finley Buck going down the inside of Addison Smith. Wasn't 100% confident he was stopping before he found Daniel Whitfield there, but Finley Buck's got far more confidence in his brake than what I had in that it was going to stop when you're seeing the kart slide towards the corner. Behind them, Charles Green, Jake Flewitt, Finn Leslie have come together over 4th place. So just behind this battle as Addison Smith has dropped off now, the back of Finley Buck. Looks like Smith's made a slight mistake. Can Finley Buck do to Daniel Whitfield what Finley Buck did to Addison Smith on the previous lap? The answer's yes. Finley Buck down the inside. A masterclass in braking by Finley Buck in the wet weather conditions, gets it stopped. And Finley Buck comes through to lead this pre-final with 30 seconds to go. Behind them, looks like that could be Finn Leslie up into 5th place. In front of Jake Flewitt now. Indeed it is. As they splash through, we've got a driver off there. Is it on the outside? We've got a yellows. Trying to figure out where they are. The yellows are back in, so it must have just been brief. But Finley Buck from 11th place on this pre-final grid will come through, will he, to lead us over the line. Where's he gone? Was it Buck who went off? It was Buck who went off. He's dropping all the way down the order. We saw the splash of water on the outside, and Finley Buck, who did all the hard work to get to the front, was leading and on his way to pole position in the final, has thrown it away. Daniel Whitfield will lead them through now. Addison Smith closing right back up as well at the final few corners. Last lap board is out. Half a lap to go. How far down has Buck dropped? He's 7th. He's behind Fox-Whiteley in front of Hurst-Grover. And the front row for the final is going to be the front row for the pre-final. It was Whitfield on pole from Smith. And in an hour's time, it'll be Whitfield on pole from Smith. Behind them, though, it's going to be Charles Green in 3rd. Finn Leslie, P4. Jake Flewitt and Jared Fox-Whiteley round out your top 6. Finley Buck crosses the line. 11th to 1st and back to 7th for Finley Buck, with Harry Hurst-Grover, Emily Cooper and Archie Clark rounding out your top 10 in front of Lewis Goff, Amy Peacock, Eric Smith and Matteo Palazzo in P14. Then it'll be Leon Barlow, Logan Lauder, Stanley Clark and Joe Arnold, Ewan House and Lewis Sumner. Joseph Murphy, Connor Scarisbrook, Joseph Yao, Zane Kuwaka, James Kell, Daniel Hartley and Arthur Frey in 27th place. Behind them, Henry Cameron, Oscar Ward, Jake Woods, Ben Horner, Molly Pugh, and then our retirees, William Antrobus and Riven Welsh in 33rd and 34th respectively. Finley Buck, at the very least, showing he's got the pace to come through this field, but will be naturally disappointed. I've no idea where. Oh, I've got a camera. Hi. Hi. For anybody wondering where the voice is, the voice comes out of this handsome body over here. It's nice when I don't have to put my face on camera and I can just scream and shout over Junior Rotaxers having a mammoth race throughout for their pre-final. Strange as well, because I don't often sit down for commentary, but the screen is nice and low, so I feel like I have to, just so I can get the best view. It's time, though, to move on. It's time to hand out a Gold Cup in Intermax. Intermax grid then for you on screen. Edward Haynes and Charlie Vary go off the front row. Jack Collinson and Louis Radcliffe on row 2. Rio Wardali and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row number 3. Row 4 sees JJ Lowe and Riley Murrow, with JJ Plowman and Jensen White on row 5. David Hyans, the sole runner, on row number 6. Penalties applied in the pre-final saw Riley Murrow and JJ Plowman given 5-second penalties. That's why they're further down the order than we expected them to be in 8th and 9th respectively. They should have been starting this one in 5th and 6th respectively, so that promotes Rio Wardali, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and JJ Lowe up a upper place each. So we're just waiting for track clearance, which is mainly down to the carts in the pit lane. We don't want anybody in the pit lane. The carts down there. They're fine in the holding area, but we don't want anybody queued up, and with the 34 carts and maybe 1 or 2 to be collected as well. Just going to get them sorted. Looks like the drivers have just turned, those drivers that had the engines running have now just turned them off briefly as we wait. Edward Haynes on the left as we catch our spectators ready to watch this one. The all the way round on the banking behind the timing tower for our spectators. It's a long walk here at Three Sisters if you want to watch the race. It's a field make their way out, so plenty of people watching up on the bank from teams. Mark Baines there looking as attractive as ever in the green of strawberry. Field on their 1.5 laps of warm-up. Does look like the rain has eased slightly now, which is cue for our camera ops to find me puddles, see whether we can get some shots of see whether it is still raining or not. But does seem to be easing slightly. The amount of spray coming off the cart's not quite what it was earlier on. Top work. Top work. They're very compliant, our camera ops. They do as they're told, and we reward them with biscuits. Field will come round then and slow as they head up towards Luna Bend. The 11 runners. We could be down to 10 by the look of it, unless I'm having a bit of a miscount. Not spotting David Hyans in the 12 and the 25, and that'll be why I'm not spotting David Hyans. He is off on the outside. I think that's on the run up on the exit of the S's on the Rogerson Straight, so we may well not get this race going at the first time of asking. We will get it away at the first time of asking. Marshall will get that cart cleared out of the way as they head up towards the S's for the first time. Haynes down the inside. Collinson trying to find a way through, as well as Charlie Vary draws alongside our race leader. So they run up and out over Lucy's Valley and down the hill towards, and they're already chopping and changing, trying to find a way through. Edward Haynes defending off Charlie Vary. Collinson forced wide ever so slightly by Louis Radcliffe in the 82, but the top 4 are already on a bit of a breakaway here. Behind them, Rio Wardali in the 12. Riley Murrow behind, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and JJ Lowe battling it out. Jensen White and JJ Plowman, the 10 remaining runners. David Hyans off into retirement. A weekend's work for David Hyans gone before the lights are even out here, and Collinson's alongside. Collinson's got the wheel down the inside of Charlie Very. Very gets the power on. Collinson can't get through down the inside. Already at the front though, Edward Haynes is disappearing. Riley Murrow down the inside of Jack Collinson. SPR on SPR. And so it's Louis Radcliffe, sorry, not Riley Murrow down the inside. They're all in the same colours. Radcliffe is through, but then makes a slight mistake on exit to Louis Radcliffe, turning it in. Riley Murrow 2 places back behind Rio Wardali in the 12. Wardali with a look over the shoulder. Murrow not close enough. Right-hander of Luna Bend. And behind Jack Collinson, Rio Wardali is closing in as well on the back of Jack Collinson. Top 2 on a bit of a breakaway. Collinson with a arm up. As Wardali tries a move down the inside of Jack Collinson. And, Collinson just didn't look happy when he came up and over the start line on that previous lap. I think it could well be his dad up there on the bank, and I don't know whether he was just saying that something wasn't quite right, but sticking with Louis Radcliffe. Rio Wardali, who closed in at this corner on the previous lap, see whether he does again. Looks like they've managed to break away a little bit more, and Collinson is noticeably tighter around that right-hander than Louis Radcliffe. Radcliffe lets it run a little bit wide around the outside. So go up towards the first corner. Edward Haynes with the fastest lap of the race. Collinson with a wider line, chopping across, and Radcliffe slowing. Radcliffe with a problem, and that's why Collinson's running to the back of him. Louis Radcliffe, the kart just not responding, looking down the right at the engine, looking in the area of blame. And Louis Radcliffe, who was running inside the top 3, retires, and he's pulled off into the mud on the outside. Louis Radcliffe, if he could sit in that kart all day in disappointment, I'm sure he would, but he's going to have to get out and move away to safety. We're down to 9 in Intermax. Collinson with that contact into the rear. I wonder if that's done any harm to the front end. Don't know if it's likely to have dropped the nose at all on Jack Collinson, but he's up into 3rd place. Fourth is Rio Wardali, then it's Riley Murrow and JJ Lowe. Gap is 2.3 seconds at the front. And Haynes was half a second quicker than Very on the previous lap. Here he is in the white helmet. Normally races with an orange helmet, does Edward Haynes, but looks like he's favouring that one in the wet. And he is off at the front. Gap was 2.6 seconds. It's fairly similar this time. Charlie Very with a personal best, but that personal best still not faster than Edward Haynes' last lap. As Haynes comes down the hill, the driver that will be off to Bahrain in a few weeks' time to represent Great Britain in the Rotax World Finals. Showing why he's earned his ticket to the grandest stage of them all when it comes to Rotax racing. He wasn't half bad in a micro, and he's showing that he can do exactly the same in the Intermax as well as Edward Haynes. Up the hill he goes, up and over. He's still got half this race to go as Edward Haynes, and he's still pushing, still charging. Charlie Very doing absolutely everything that he can to try and stick with them. Wide round the right-hander goes Riley Murrow. JJ Lowe and Isabella Stansmore Wilson just behind. Trying to find the way past Rio Wardali for fourth place. In front of them, Jack Collinson falling away from Charlie Vary, but opening up the gap to those behind him. He's on his way to the podium. Looks like the top three is set, if not in stone, in rapidly hardening concrete in front of them. Rio Wardali though. And Riley Murrow's going to try and move round the outside. Wardali taking a defensive line to the inside and just holding off those behind. Wardali proving difficult to overtake. Riley Murrow trying to find a way through, but it's also playing hands as that JJ Plowman spins round, exiting paddock at the final corner, almost rejoins in front of Jensen White. White comes through though, Plowman will drop down into 9th place. Just about caught that, and then the second camera shot picked it up, but Plowman going into the right-hander at Joey Dunlop, getting it a little bit crossed up, and he will fall down. That was just as he was closing in as well, on the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and they were going to turn this into a 5-kart battle for fourth place. Wardali with a look over the shoulder, so they run up, and this time Murrow's going to go round the outside, and Murrow, a little bit of contact into the side of Rio Wardali. Murrow trying to go round the outside. It's a move that seems to be working for him. And this time now he's going to try and get to the inside of Rio Wardali. Riley Murrow, Rio Wardali side by side. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Stansmore Wilson's going to try and take advantage. JJ Lowe round the outside. And somehow they've come out in the same order. How? I'll never know. But they are. Rio Wardali, Riley Murrow, JJ Lowe and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. And Rio Wardali is driving the race of his life here to hold off Murrow, Lowe and Stansmore Wilson. He's parking the car expertly on the apex of corners to not allow them to get the run past him. This is where it happened on the previous lap. Up and over Lucy's, down towards Joey Dunlop. Will Murrow do the same and try and stick a nose down the inside and force Wardali wide? He does, and then there's contact between them, and Wardali's off onto the grass. Wardali's not happy, I wouldn't be either, as Riley Murrow comes down the inside, eases the nose down there, forced him through. Wardali very lucky to still be in this race, and very, very lucky to have only dropped one place. Now Rio Wardali, can he close back in on the back of Riley Murrow in front? Up and over the tabletop of Lucy's, round the right-hander for the final at the before the pit entrance, and down the straight they go. Haynes leads with a comfortable gap of 3 seconds then from Charlie Vary. Then they've got a big gap back to Collinson, who's still going in third place. Then it's Riley Murrow in front of Rio Wardali. Now Isabella Stansmore Wilson in front of JJ Lowe, and Stansmore Wilson's got a good run up on the back of Rio Wardali as they head over Lucy's Valley towards Joey Dunlop. And can Stansmore Wilson get the run out of Joey Dunlop and the run up towards the right-hander, the end of the straight? Can't close up. JJ Plowman, after his spin earlier on, is now right on the back of Jensen White. Into the slipstream they go, and Plowman already pulling out to try and find a way past White on the run up towards the S's at the end of the start, finish straight. The head over Lucy's, and there's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Looks like she was trying to get alongside Rio Wardali as they head up towards paddock. So make their way round the right-hander into the double apex left. JJ Lowe there as well, trying to pick up some pieces. In front of them, Riley Murrow has moved away in 4th place. Can Stansmore-Wilson get that run on Rio Wardali? She's in the slipstream as they head up towards the first corner, up to the S's. Look over the shoulder by Stansmore-Wilson to see whether she can get through on Rio Wardali. See, she gets that power down again, but just can't get to the inside as they head up and over the top of the hill, down the into the right-hander at Joey Dunlop. And now Stansmore-Wilson is alongside Rio Wardali. Wardali, that was on the power earlier. And now JJ Lowe will be the one, I think, here to try and take advantage, because if Stansmore-Wilson and Rio Wardali continue to battle in the way that they are, they're on to the final lap for your race leader, Edward Haynes. Power down on the way out. Here is Edward Haynes making his way down the hill. Half a lap to go for Edward Haynes. The 2023 UKC champion in Micromax. He was second last weekend at PFI. He won the UKC Rotax National Trophy as well earlier on this season. And Edward Haynes will win the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup. He'll come through to take the checkered flag as the battle rages further on down the field. There's Haynes taking victory. Half a lap for Rio Wardali to hold on from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as they head towards Luna. JJ Lowe as well, trying to help Stansmore-Wilson round with a few nudges into the rear of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She's going to ride it out. Vary's second, Collinson's third, Murrow is fourth, Wardali is fifth in front of Stansmore-Wilson, JJ Lowe, JJ Plowman, Jensen White and Louis Radcliffe. There's your result on the screen then. Haynes from Vary and Collinson, your top three. Murrow, Wardali, Stansmore-Wilson and Lowe. Plowman and White, your runners on track. Louis Radcliffe and David Hines did not finish the race, unfortunately. So, Inter's out of the way. It's time now for our final in Micromax. So, we await micros to come out onto track. We have Logan Jones on pole position with Austin O'Man alongside. Josh Cook and Buddy Huger on row 2. Drew Davidson and Jack Mellon on row number 3. Row 4 is Harry Radcliffe and Harris Barber with Layla Bell and Elsie Gannon on row 5. The grid completed by Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson on row number 6. A quick look at our live chat again. Denise War saying good luck to Oscar War. He'll be out in the junior Rotax final a little bit later on. Jack Tinker as well saying go Emily Cooper. Freya Uden and saying well done Joshua, and Joshua Owen saying what a drive from Joshua Sullivan. Serena House saying good luck to Ewan House in the 26. He too will be out in the junior Rotax final a little bit later on. So micros making their way out onto the grid here then at Three Sisters for what will be the penultimate race of the day before our junior Rotax final. No, we'll have senior Rotax, sorry, and then we should have our junior Rotax final after that. So 3 more to go. Seniors will be the penultimate. This one, the starter. The field make their way round. Micros again rolling round, the pace quite high once again. We'll see whether the starter's happy with it, but the pace, and you see there, there's contact between them as they go into position. The lights are out, we're away and racing, but it was anything but clean as they, all of them decided they're going to be 3 wide. It's Buddy Hugo going big round the outside. Go big or go home, and Buddy Hugo is going big all the way round the outside from the second row and up into second place on the back of Logan Jones, now in front of Austin Oman. Oman's coming back at him though as they run up towards paddock. Oman is side by side, Buddy Hugo holds on. Behind them, Josh Cook as well at the front. This is going to allow Logan Jones to open up a gap. They continue battling like this already. Jones could be off into the distance before you even know it. Gap's going to be nearly a second, I think, when they cross the line already at the end of the first lap. Jones is already on the inside, trying to defend off. Oman drives all the way round the outside of Buddy Hugo. Logan Jones is off at the front here. Gap was 8/10 when they crossed the line on the previous lap. Austin Oman now in front of Buddy Hugo, having made the move on the run up towards the S's at the end of the straight as they commenced the second lap. Austin Oman, Josh Cook, Drew Davidson, Harry Radcliffe, Jack Mellon, Harris Barber, Layla Bell, Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson. Gap remains consistent at just over 8/10 of a second. Jones with the fastest lap of the race, but Austin Oman matches him on that lap. Buddy Hugo, Josh Cook and Drew Davidson. Field coming through. A little bit of a field spread until we get further down. Harris Barber has got a gap of 2.3 seconds off the back of Jack Mellon with Layla Bell, Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson. There's the gap that we're talking about. That's Harris Barber just behind in 8th place. Layla Bell, Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh. Josh Cook trying to put the move down the inside on Buddy Hugo. Austin Oman with the fastest lap on the previous lap. But trying to close in 3/10 quicker than Logan Jones on that previous lap as they come down the hill. Now no puddles at all on the exit of Joey Dunlop. Not a huge amount of spray earlier compared to what we saw only a few races ago. Into the left-hander on the entry to Luna. Can Hugo hold on here from Josh Cook, who was trying to find a way through on the previous lap, and he's going to try again this time down the inside. Not close enough. Drew Davidson still with an opportunity just behind him. P5 in front. Austin Oman takes another 10th out of Logan Jones. The gap is down to under half a second now between the two leaders. Can Oman do anything about Logan Jones in front of him? Jones, who led the pre-final. Austin Oman closing in lap on lap, and Oman with the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker. 54.4 to 54.6. Now half a second quicker than the field behind. Buddy Hugo still holding on to third place from Josh Cook and Drew Davidson. There they are in the background. But this now, Austin Oman, still with 7 minutes to go in this race, is closing up onto the back of Logan Jones. Oman round that left-hander into Luna, takes a much different line that allows him then to run round and try and get on the power a little bit earlier. As they go out onto the start-finish straight once again, a little bit quicker once again, and you can tell because he's right in the slipstream. Closing in once again. It was 2/10 on the previous lap as the gap was down from 3. No, Josh Cook is through on Buddy Hugo up into third place. That move done into the first corner because Hugo crossed the line in front of Josh Cook, but now Josh Cook up into a podium place. Hugo, radiator flap adjustment for him. He's sliding it down, but then slides slightly wide on the entry into Luna. Leaders are nose to tail, and that's the run up towards the first corner. No man now. Right in the wheel tracks, but has been there for a couple of laps and hasn't made a move yet on Logan Jones. Maybe just biding his time, knowing that it's just the two of them at the front of this race. They've got a gap of 4 seconds back to Josh Cook. And third from Buddy Hugo, Drew Davidson, Harry Radcliffe and Jack Mellon, Harris Barber, Layla Bell, Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson are your top 12. And this is as close as Austin Oman has been so far in this race. Right behind, will he elect to pop out? No, he does not. At the end of the straight, Logan Jones holding on for one more lap at least. Austin Oman close enough to make a move, but electing not to just yet. Playing the long game. Drew Davidson is through, up into 4th place on Buddy Hugo. Again, the move done into that first corner as Hugo crossed the line in front of Drew Davidson. Oman tries to get the nose down the inside of Logan Jones, can't find a way through, and gets the power down. They run up towards the first corner, and Oman has pulled out of the slipstream, and Austin Oman is down the inside of Logan Jones. It's taken him a few laps to feel out where he feels he can get past Logan Jones. Jones is coming back at him down the inside as they head towards Lucy's Valley into Joey Dunlop, and Oman holds on. 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. They're still both quicker than Cook behind. Even with this battling, they're adding 0.2 lap on lap to their lead at the front. Oman now with the looks over the shoulder. Is he happy? Does he feel like he's gone too early? Because now Logan Jones can benefit from the slipstream. And there he is, Logan Jones, late on the brakes and down the inside. Austin Oman didn't see it coming. I didn't see it coming because he was 2 or 3 kart lengths back and just sent it down the inside. Difference being there is that now Austin Oman, for the first time into that corner, didn't have the braking reference of Logan Jones in front of him as to where he was going to hit the brakes, and he hit the brakes and Logan Jones sailed straight past. Oman has done it once. Can Oman do it again? 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Jones now coming to the inside, knowing that Austin Oman could potentially have that run down into that first corner, taking advantage of the slipstream. Oman is going to be quicker on the power on the way out because Jones defended in. Jones, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 44.401. 0.8 quicker than Oman on the previous lap, but there was the overtake in that, so that's why they've swapped themselves nicely around. Josh Cook is comfortable now. Half a second is his gap back to Drew Davidson, although Davidson did take a slight chunk out of him on that previous lap. Let's see where they crossed the line. They're lapping in the 54s, so they should get over. So we cut back to the battle between Jack Mellon and between Harris Barber, Layla Bell and Elsie Gannon. 1 minute and 2. 3 laps to go then in Micromax MBKC Gold Cup, and Oman pulls out, but he's not quite close enough. Logan Jones is later on the brakes. I imagine Austin Oman will be taking a few more risks in the next few laps. So they throw caution to the wind. Logan Jones leading from Austin Oman then with 26 on the clock. They'll cross the line with 10 seconds to go to commence the penultimate lap, and Oman takes a wider entry to try and get on the power. If he's on a fraction, it's going to benefit him at the end of the straight. Logan Jones to the inside. Oman's going to straight line this, isn't he? On Logan Jones. Thought he was going to just stay as the inside as Jones moved out to try and maximise the corner. And then Oman clatters the curb on the inside. That slows him slightly. Time is down to 0. As soon as they're through this complex, it'll be 1.5 laps to go. Jones and Oman, who've traded blows throughout the entirety of this race, are going to do exactly the same as they head onto the final lap here at Three Sisters. And once again, Oman closes up on exit. He's closer this time than what he was on the previous lap. But Logan Jones is going to go on the inside. Oman's going to try a brave move all the way on the round the outside. Will he get a cutback on the way out of this corner? Don't think he's going to get an opportunity. He needs a good run up the hill towards Lucy's Valley, and he's going to have a nose on the inside. Backs out lives to fight another corner. Paddock Bend, the next opportunity. And Logan Jones goes slightly wide, and Austin Oman's on the inside. Oman's going for it, down the inside. Jones closes the door. Into the complex. Luna Bend, the final opportunity. I think Oman might be spent here. Jones might have ridden this one out. What's Oman going to do? Can he get a run out of this final corner towards the start-finish line? Checkered flag is in the hand. The checkered flag awaits, and it's going to await Logan Jones as Oman draws alongside. Jones is going to take it by less than half a tenth of a second. Logan Jones wins the MBKC Gold Cup in Micromax from Austin Oman and Josh Cook in P3. It's Drew Davidson, Buddy Hugo rounding out the top 5 in front of Harry Radcliffe. He crosses the line there in 6th. Logan Jones is off and beached after the checkered flag. So run up towards that first corner, but Jones will take victory here at Three Sisters. The rest of the field coming through. Logan Jones takes victory from Austin Oman, Josh Cook, Drew Davidson and Buddy Hugo, Harry Radcliffe, Jack Mellon and Harris Barber, Layla Bell, Elsie Gannon, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson round out your grid of micro cadet Rotaxers here then at Three Sisters. 2 more races. Micros are clear. I think we might have Harry Radcliffe, Kart to collect, but nonetheless, we've got a fairly big grid of senior Rotaxers to make our way through. It's time for the final for senior Rotax. George Donald then will start on pole position after a fantastic victory in the pre-final with Archie Butler alongside. Charlie Pritchard and Morgan Hudson Brown are on row 2, Pearson Bullock Carter and Thomas Wood on row number 3. Row 4 sees John Brown and Charlie Walsh with Matthew Lambert and Will Murdoch. Callum Kinder and Deacon Russell will go off row number 6. Row 7 sees Jack Bates and Thomas Liatakis with Aaron Mackay and Oliver Brett Smith, Ben Arnold and Ellie Anderson on row number 9. Jake Davis starts in 19th, Adams Acton on row number 10 with Paul Swan and Gemma Hyans on row 11, Jay Pearson and Carl Baldwin on row number 12. Then it's Monroe Renard, Andy Collinson and Reese Bailey completing your 27 runners. Bailey, who retired from the previous race. Andy Collinson called in under a mechanical flag as well. So that's where we've got them down towards the tail end of the field. Here we go then for the penultimate race of the day here at Three Sisters. We've got a driver pulling off to the side. Problems already for one of our drivers. Keep an eye, we'll find out who it is in a moment when nobody crosses the line in a few seconds. False start because we've got a driver off track. We'll try and pick up the number if we possibly can of that cart that's on the outside of Luna Bend. Does look like they got going again. There's the drive with the green and gold helmet. Retaking position. Looks like the plug may well have just oiled up a little bit and then driver got going again. It's Charlie Pritchard who will go off the second row. Retakes his position. Into position they go then. It's a slow pace by George Donald. His prerogative as the leader just needs to maintain a consistent speed as the trying to help him make a decision as when to go. They're in and we're away and racing, lights are out. George Donald will lead them then up to the first corner. Charlie Pritchard trying to go round the outside. The 3 and 4 wide, some of them are going there. Oh, we've got contact in the middle. That's Pearson Bullock Carter off and Morgan Hudson Brown round as well. Other drivers bouncing up and over the grass. Thomas Liatakis is the other one going up and over. Now we'll be slow up and through the chicane. George Donald though is away at the front. He's got a gap and we've got 3 wide into Paddock Bend. Bit of contact between them all as they sort themselves out of what's been a frenetic open lap here for senior Rotax. Spray increasing once again, not sure if we've got more rain or it's just because we've got more power. So Tom Wood shoehorns his way through down the inside of his teammate. So they make their way up, that's Wood on Will Murdoch, 6th and 7th. Murdoch trying to battle back as they head up towards the right-hander at the S's. Good move in the background by the 98 of Aaron Mackey. And that's Pearson Bullock Carter out and considered leaving his cart on the outside of Luna Bend and has now gone back for it. He's going to try and just help move that one off, but we'll have a yellow flag out. We certainly do. 2 drivers off at paddock. We've got one of the Jack's Motorsport carts off, and I think that could be Aaron Mackey is the other one. They're dragging their carts back on. It is Aaron Mackey dragging it on the 18 of Alexander Adams Acton. He's trying to do exactly the same. He's picked it up. There's Pearson Bullock Carter's cart off on the outside. Carts off all over the place at the moment. Green flag still out though over start finish. So they get themselves back on track on the outside of Paddock Bend. Yellows everywhere at the moment. And Deacon Russell is off as well. The MLC Motorsport driver trying to get the kart going. Gives it a few blasts on the button and gets out of the kart. And Deacon Russell is out of this final. Another driver off as well. Alexander Acton Adams. He's just moved over, I think. He's a lap down and he's just going to allow the rest of the field to come through. So at the moment it's still George Donald from John Brown. No, we've not got timing in the top left corner, but it's Brown. It's Donald from Brown, Pritchard, Lambert, Wood, Buttle, Murdoch, Bates, Walsh and Kinder. Your top 10 in front of Ben Arnold, Oliver Brett Smith, Rhys Bailey, Gemma Hyans and Ellie Anderson, rounding out the top 15 runners. Carts off all over the place at the moment. Looks like we are back green everywhere else though, but retirees towards the end. Deacon Russell, we've got Mackay and Adams Acton both off and a lap down. Pearson Bullock Carter didn't complete the first lap. He's on the outside of Luna Bend, waiting for recovery at the end of this race. George Donald, fastest lap of the race, opens up his gap to 3.9 seconds. This is exactly what George Donald wants. He wants a boring final for himself. He doesn't care about the rest of us watching this one. He's just disappearing off at the front. He just wants this comfortable. John Brown, Charlie Pritchard, 2nd and 3rd, heading towards the podium, but Pritchard under pressure from Matthew Lambert earlier on in this lap, and Lambert has now found a way through on Charlie Pritchard. Matthew Lambert in the 37 is up into 3rd place and into a trophy paying position here at Three Sisters. 4 seconds now, the gap at the front. George Donald has opened up, and Pritchard and Lambert still battling out. Pritchard going in there, getting up on the curb on the inside. And that's going to lose him a bit of time, and now Thomas Wood is closing up on the back of him in front. Archie Buttle, Will Murdoch, Jack Bates there in the 26, under pressure from Charlie Walsh. Walsh, that's Tom Wood trying to find a way. So Charlie Walsh there trying to find a way past Jack Bates into the right-hander. All coming together now because Jack Bate and Charlie Walsh are closing in on Archie Buttle and Will Murdoch in front. There's Jack Bate there, bit of Scandinavian drift, bit of a flick on the way out, but he slides his way round. And then down the inside, trying a move there was Charlie Walsh on Jack Bate. Callum Kinder in the 53 just behind. Archie Buttle in P6, under pressure, but parking that cart well to hold on. Not closing in though at all on those in front of them. This is a battle for the top 6. Battle for the final step of the podium though, Matthew Lambert and Charlie Pritchard. The 3rd and 4th, and still battling it out. Run up towards the first corner. There's the 59 of John Brown. Rattling it over the curb in 2nd place, 5.3 seconds now. The gap to George Donald at the front, Matthew Lambert in 3rd place, Charlie Pritchard, Thomas Wood, Archie Buttle, Will Murdoch, Jack Bate and Charlie Walsh. Callum Kinder round out the top 10. Train of karts now. Callum Kinder's closed in on the back of Charlie Walsh on the for 9th place. Hard on the brakes there for Jack Bate, getting the kart slightly sideways. Behind them as well, Rhys Bailey, who started this race from last place in 27th, is now up into 11th place and heading towards the top 10. There he is in the yellow helmet and the blue rain suit over the top. As wide goes Matthew Lambert. That's going to allow Charlie Pritchard alongside, but then Lambert's going to hold track position on the inside, and away he goes out of the corner. Right-hander Matthew Lambert holding on to 3rd. Behind them though, Thomas Woods has closed in off the back of the 2 of them. Could turn this into a 3-kart battle now for the final step of the podium. Tom Wood coming good at the end there, and you see bouncing himself up and over the curbs as well. Needs to find a way past Charlie Pritchard fairly quickly if he's got aspirations of closing in on Matthew Lambert in 3rd place. Rain starting to come down again there. You could see it in the puddles as Archie Buttle makes his way round the left-hander in 6th place. Pritchard is through on Matthew Lambert as he dives down the inside into the left-hander at the entry of Luna. Now Pritchard, Tom Wood, who closed in a couple of laps ago, has fell away ever so slightly. But now Pritchard and Lambert will battle this one out towards the end, and it could give Wood an opportunity to close back in. Buttle still holding on to 6 from Murdoch and Walsh. Jack Bate, Callum Kinder. Rhys Bailey, who closed in on the outside. Closed in on the back of Callum Kinder, has just fallen away ever so slightly since. Still a good drive there from Rhys Bailey, who's dropped through from 27 up on into 11th place. Minute and 24 remaining. Jack Bate carrying a lot of speed into there. Tom Wood doing exactly the same. So Charlie Walsh doing exactly the same on the back of Will Murdoch for 7th place. And then now out of the slipstream we go. Down the inside goes Charlie Walsh on Will Murdoch. And over the top of the hill they go. 40 seconds remaining. Lead at the front now by George Donald. He's out to over 7 seconds. Your race leader. There he is. He's going to cross the line. This won't be the last lap. He's still got 18 seconds to go. But comfortable lead for George Donald. Charlie Pritchard's found a way past John Brown for 2nd place. Didn't realise they were that close, if I'm honest, but Pritchard a second quicker than John Brown on that previous lap. And there's Brown now in 3rd place, and he's going to have a battle on his hands to hold on to P2 here. As Morgan Hudson Brown is out on the exit of Luna Bend, walking away from his kart. As the field bounce up and over curbs, heading towards the last lap board. Donald leads by 8 seconds at the front from Charlie Pritchard and John Brown, Matthew Lambert and Thomas Wood, Archie Buttle, Charlie Walsh, Will Murdoch, Jack Bate and Callum Kinder. Here is George Donald at the head of the field. 8 seconds is the gap that he's opened up to Charlie Pritchard and John Brown. The battling further down the field already. That's the Charlie Walsh, Will Murdoch getting involved there, Archie Buttle at the front. They're all going to back themselves up here. 6 of them battling it out, but out at the front, George Donald will come through to win the MBKC Gold Cup in Senior Rotax. A commanding victory for George Donald. Charlie Pritchard will come through for 2nd, then they're still battling it out all the way down the order. Archie Buttle holding on for 6th place. In front of Charlie Walsh, Will Murdoch, Jack Bate and Callum Kinder. George Donald then with the superb victory by over 8 seconds from Charlie Pritchard and John Brown, Matthew Lambert and Thomas Wood, Archie Buttle, Charlie Walsh, Will Murdoch, Jack Bate and Callum Kinder. Then it's Rhys Bailey, who made his way up from 27th to finishing 11th. Ellie Anderson, Ben Arnold and Oliver Brett Smith in 13th and 14th respectively. Gemma Hyans finishes the day to round out the top 15 here in Senior Rotax. One more race here today, as we've got a few collections. I imagine Morgan Hudson Brown's kart will be collected from the exit gate at the far end of the circuit, with a few other karts just being collected as well. Deacon Russell walking back in. At the moment, it looks like Junior Rotax, all the karts still on trolleys. It doesn't look like they've had a grid published just yet, with post-race penalties for Junior Rotax, because if they had, all of those karts would have been on the ground by now. ready to go, hence why they're all still on trolleys at the moment, with people patiently waiting. So we'll wait for final confirmation of where everybody will be starting. Junior Max pre-final, not a classified result yet. So we are just waiting for everybody to get the results, and then we'll get them karts on the ground. So once that is sorted, we will be in a position where we can get this race going. Only race so far that has been classified is our Honda Cadet final, which saw race winner Joshua Sullivan given a 5-second penalty for gaining an unfair advantage for the move on Theo Bradshaw on the final lap. Archie Loveridge inherits the victory in the Honda Cadet class, with Theo Bradshaw and William Howard completing the top 3 in that class after post-race penalties are applied. Looks like at least one driver down there has found on the phone that they're live on the Alpha Live channel, so I might see if I can dish some directions out. We've got some pointing now, I want some waving, and after waving I want dancing. In a moment, we may have to sort the grid out here for this junior Rotax final with a mammoth game of rock, paper, scissors in a knockout format to figure out who's going to get pole position. And they're going back down the other side. Massive shout out to junior Rotax here for keeping us all entertained. I don't know if there was any direction as to do a Mexican wave, but we are still waiting for our junior Rotax grid to be published, and then we'll be able to get the racing underway. So we're still waiting for the first kart to be put on the ground. I mean, we video some of these drivers every single week, but you wouldn't guess it. This is almost like the first time they've ever seen a camera before. Not the first dance floor that they've seen, though, clearly. So still waiting here then at MBKC for the grid to be published for our junior Rotax final. Need to get this one going fairly quickly though, because this time of year it's going to get very dark. Looks like there's a bit of a discussion going on down there based on a previous race from something that was happening. So Jake Flewitt there on the right hand side with the yellow helmet. Just waiting still for some confirmation. Gonna have a quick look out the window. We're not too far away from an impromptu paddock walk here. Getting some getting a camera and some microphones down there. We're exchanging waves in the commentary box. It's I'm waving at the grid and they're waving back as they can see us up here in the thing. Very conscious now that we are heading towards darkness very, very quickly. Last night here at MBKC, it was pretty much dark by 4:30. So it's imperative that we try and get this grid published as soon as possible and get this on the get the karts on the ground and get them out onto track. Into the live chat we go then. Mary Joyce just saying, can we get a shout out for Zane Kuwaker? Absolutely, you can get a shout out for Zane Kuwaker. He'll be out when this junior Rotax grid gets going. So still got karts on trolleys. Doesn't look like we've got any development. Amy Peacock and Emily Cooper down there throwing a bottle at Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, which she fails to catch. I wonder who's going to drop it next. Peacock with the catch, Stansmore-Wilson with the catch. He then throws it over the top of Amy Peacock and goes long by a good margin as well. I'm not quite sure which of our junior Rotax runs there are giving us a rendition of the national anthem, but thank you very much to those of you that are. There's oh, the camera appears to be buzzing the tower. There's one half of Alpha Live, proving that he's not too big to get himself in the mix. He's manning a camera. That's me in the background. Don't even know where this camera's coming from. I'm guessing it's coming from the mountain on the outside of the first corner, so I'll face in that direction and give you a wave here from the commentary box in our raised viewing position here over the paddock bend at Three Sisters. Still plenty of junior Rotax going on. I don't know if they're looking at the live chat. Looking at the I wonder if there's anybody down there with some live chat that can join in and just give us a list of names of who's down there. I can see Jared Fox-Whiteley's down there. Oscar War on the right-hand side as well. Addison Smith on the left, drivers that we've seen plenty of times before on the Alpha Live channel. Dylan Hartley there in the blue with the blue helmet. Uncle Fester in the middle, of course. So oh, more bottle throwing going on down the far end of the grid. Still no carts being placed down on the ground at the moment. We really do run the risk of running out of daylight here at the moment. So still waiting for some results to be published for our Junior Max pre-final. All being well, it'll be Daniel Whitfield and Addison Smith on the front row after their run towards the front. Juniors just mainly, I'm guessing, trying to keep themselves warm on this grid as we await the grid to be published. Still nothing at the moment. So it's like Molly Pugh there in the pink helmet on the right-hand side. Series photographer Rob Borrowick there with the big lens in hand. Just having a quick chat with Marshall down there on the start line at the moment. I wonder if he's asking the same question we are, which is pretty much along the lines of when are we going to get this one going. Still no sign of any published results. A few drivers now just taking their helmet off and just giving themselves a bit of relaxation. So just waiting for the results to be published still. Just trying to keep an eye out the commentary box window as see Stanley Clark's mechanic there on the left-hand side. Be very impressed with his performance out of the B final and the pre-final as well. Leaning over his number 47 machine. Still no answer. This gentleman with the woolly hat to the right hand side, the on-track clerk David Manchester, just having a chat. I imagine fielding many questions down there at the moment as to when we're going to get this one underway. So basically it's one driver and one mechanic down there at the moment, but it's still a very, very busy park for, well, a dummy grid down there. So we await the publishing of our results here from the pre-final. At the moment, still no real sign. There's people down there on radios just trying to get confirmation as to when this one's going to get published. Plenty of people patiently waiting though on the far side of the circuit for this race to get going. As we mentioned earlier on, the big problem we may well have here is the remaining daylight hours here at Three Sisters. Whilst the pictures do look nice and clear on the camera, I can assure you it is getting very, very dark over the holding area here of the dummy grid and out on circuit as well. And in 15 minutes or so time, when this race should be coming to a close, it's going to be incredibly dark. Time at the moment is 16:06. Sunset is due at 16:16, so we've not got a lot of time. Not that we've had a lot of sun all day, but either way, that's when it's really going to start getting dark here. Still carts on trolleys. Just looking left and right outside of the commentary box window to see if we've got anybody with any confirmation as to what's happening. Not sure how wise it is to have a sunroof like that open in wet weather conditions, but nonetheless I get the feeling that that is the top of Sam Pollitt's truck. Up there on the back of the SPR awning. Still no karts on the ground though at the moment here at Three Sisters, and whilst the circuit does have floodlights, I don't think we'll be using them. So now we have 3 people on the roof. I was about to say I wonder how many people we could fit on the roof of a lorry, but it's probably not worth giving that a whirl. So we do like to be safe. So kart's still being manoeuvred on the right hand side, but still up in the air. It does look clearer on the pictures. I'm not convinced that it really is that clear here. I'm going to pop my head out the ComBox window, but I think the camera might sort of be helping us out. No, it's still fairly dark here at Three Sisters. I think we've probably got around about 5 or 6 minutes before we can before we start really getting into the realms of potentially not being able to run this final because of the light coming in. So just having a quick look in the chat. Good luck to all his friends from Ollie Naylor in the Junior Max final. Good luck to Oscar War from Tesco Meal Deal. Joshua Owens said, you know why we're being held? It's because we've not had results published from the Junior Max pre-final, which sets the grid for the final. So we're still waiting for them results to be published from that race, and then we can get this one going. But at the moment, karts are in the air. And at the moment, doesn't look like there is a huge amount of movement. Now, you may well be thinking, whilst you've got got a floodlight in sight there, as to why we can't use them here this weekend, and that's because they are not covering all parts of the circuit that we are using, and also they're not approved on this Motorsport UK layout for karting, because they are mainly for use on the higher kart circuit, so they'll only light up around about 75% of the circuit that we are using, so you'll not get any light on the track really at the first corner, and then up and over Lucy and down towards Valley. So it's going to be there's going to be dark patches, so that's why we can't use and won't be using the floodlights. So Junior Rotax still waiting for us to get going here. So at the moment, it looks like the only race that we're currently on with here is a race against the light for junior Rotax, also for this final. We'll, can't even bring you a grid for it because it's yet to be published, pending the final steward's decision on something out of the junior Rotax pre-final. So we are currently waiting for that result to be published. Plenty of activity still going on now, and there's still chatter going on. The problem we've got here is that even if we do get a grid published, it's going to take a good 5 minutes to get all of these karts on the ground. So we're going to have to pretty much go down the grid and just shout numbers out and get them into position to get them out on track. Not got long though. I think now drivers are just discussing this. Drivers that earlier on had helmets on and looked ready to go have now taken them all off again. And just certainly not appearing to be in any rush. There's where we are in terms of light, although what I would say is that it's definitely not as light as the cameras are making out. That's probably a more accurate representation of sort of visuals, and if you go back on the stream around about half an hour ago, you'll notice that it's considerably lighter than what that is. So still waiting, anticipating, and filling, certainly from my part, because there's only so much you can talk about, unfortunately, when things like this happen. You just have to keep going and hope the viewers stick with, and hope that we get some karts on the ground as soon as possible and we can get this race going. One thing I'm watching for out the window is any karts potentially being wheeled away from the dummy grid, with given where we are with this sort of light situation. And if you look out of the the left window of the commentary box now, the digital flag that earlier was you sort of had to squint to make out now is shining brightly here at Three Sisters. So still waiting. Drivers coming towards the front just to see whether anybody's got. Anyway, I imagine there's some frantic refreshing of results from that pre-final. Still nothing yet, at least, in here in the commentary box. So weather conditions really starting to draw in here at Three Sisters. I know we've been showing you some shots down of the dummy grid, but this is really what it's like. It's that's sort of the light conditions we're at when we've taken the camera down to what is a more natural light rather than the enhanced pictures that we normally bring you here on Alpha Live. But as you can see, particularly in the background with the lights on in the scrutineering bay, that it really is quite dark here now at Three Sisters. So much so that the commentary box, where I was looking out at the window at people earlier on, now all I can really see with the lights on in the commentary box is a reflection back into the commentary box. That's how dark it's got in the last 5 or 6 minutes here at Three Sisters. And that I'm just going to wait, everybody moving over. Still got no results coming in. Seen one cart get wheeled away out, but I don't know whether that's just somebody making a decision upon themselves that they're not going to race, or whether that they've had a bit of a heads up. Just looking on the screen there, we're waiting for final confirmation, but marshals appear to be packing stuff away. Flags rolling up. There's a PA announcement going on at the moment outside, where everybody's coming to the front now. Hopefully here we may well be able to listen in as to what's going on, as drivers being beckoned towards the front of the grid, but I fear the inevitable has happened here. And whatever decision that we were waiting for has not arrived in time to allow this final to go ahead. Guys, can you all hear me, yeah? Unfortunately, we're not running the final today. It's too dangerous out there. The stewards are not going to be ready for a little bit longer here, and it's not safe. Okay, the stewards will confirm they'll go forward to the pre-final. So we've heard there from the on-track clerk of the course that due to the steward's decision not being ready and the weather conditions drawing in, darkness here then at Three Sisters means that the final of Junior Rotax will not take place, and the end of the Manchester and Buxton Kart Club Gold Cup has been called here then at the end of a race day. An anticlimax, so to speak, after a great weekend's racing means that our Junior Rotax final will not take place, and the final race of the day will be scratched from the books completely. It is what it is, unfortunately. Decisions not ready, and the darkness closing in for our Junior Rotax runners will bring the day to a close here at Manchester and Buxton Kart Club. Hopefully you've enjoyed the day's racings that we have watched. Thank you for those that have stuck around in the hope that this Junior Rotax final would go ahead. Thank you to everybody for getting this race meeting going, marshal, staff, everybody that's worked hard throughout this race weekend. Thank you to yourself, all the viewers, and everybody that's joined us on the Alpha Live channel. Until we see you again here on the Alpha Live channel, thank you very much for being with us. I've been David Sullivan. We'll see you soon here on Alpha Live.